Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. As we continue our 2026 municipal operating budget, I first want to acknowledge we're on Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. Continuing on yesterday's meeting, I will, as the motion that was on the floor has been deferred, I'll ask Councillor Scott to read a new motion, and I'm looking for a second so we can follow with debate from yesterday. One thing I do want to mention before we start, and I believe I sent this message to most of the council, we don't often have a chance to have a debate, then stop partway through and have a night to reflect on it. So I'd just like councillors to keep respectful opinions and facts during the debate. Just clearly state your reasons for support, your reasons you're not supporting a motion. Just have those opinions grounded on personal opinion, not without disparagement. And keep mindful of language that can be perceived as demeaning to your colleagues. I think this can be the utmost respectful workplace for all of your colleagues. If you have an alternative solution, which is completely fine, I think you hold that off to bring another motion forward following this or at a later time today. But keep your opinions and facts to the motion that is on the floor. And I've had conversations with a lot of the councillors last night, and some things that were said weren't intended the way they may have come out, and I completely respect that, and I actually agree with them. So with that, I'll ask Councillor Scott to read the new motion as we start the new day, and look for a second, and then we'll continue from yesterday.
Hi, colleagues. The reason it's a new motion is Kyle Vanderkassen has suggested a very minor amendment, which I've accepted as a friendly amendment. And I'll point that out after I read it, what that entails. The motion is that $320,000 be added to the 2026 Community Services operating budget for allocation to the Legacy Counseling Center via the Family Christian Center as 2026 Family and Community Support Services funding to support the delivery of counseling services subject to the following conditions. The funds shall be used solely for the purpose of delivering counseling services as requested, and the recipient shall provide a written report to the municipality within 12 months of the transfer detailing how the funds were used, the counseling services delivered, the outcomes or impacts achieved, and an update on the separation from their parent organization. So obviously that last section, I think you'll all realize, colleagues, was the friendly amendment, and I'll just restate that, and an update on the separation from their parent organization.
Thanks, Councillor Scott, and thanks for second, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Scott, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yeah, thanks again. I do have a closing statement where most of my comments will be framed, but I do want to thank everybody for the vigorous debate. I think it's fair to say. And I think it's one of the more vigorous debates certainly the most vigorous debate we've had this term, hopefully the beginning of many. And I think the one point that I would reemphasize that nobody would disagree with, as far as I'm aware, is that we have a mental health crisis. The second point I would emphasize is that this council and the mayor were elected to make a difference in this community. And I believe that this motion will make a difference by supporting those with mental health challenges. And they can come in many forms. We mentioned yesterday, or certainly I mentioned yesterday, that we're approaching the 10-year anniversary of the fire. We've had a flood. We've had COVID. There have been a lot of things that have transpired in this community. But beyond that, and my closing statement's going to touch on it, we don't know what everybody's going through, and we need to make sure that folks, young and old, have access to those services. This motion will achieve that. I realize people want to do some acrobatics to find other techniques to do it. And what I would remind everybody is this, once again, my strong view. Policy will not always keep pace with reality. So I would encourage everybody to consider that as you go forward. There's going to be other issues where the policy is just going to not make sense. This policy, if you look at the whistleblower legislation, which is the appeal, doesn't even refer to committees. So it was not a realistic mechanism. And that's just one of many, many examples. Throughout your term of 4 years, you're going to find one policy after another which has not kept pace with reality. And that's why I believe it's critical for this council to make decisions that are in the best interests of the community, and certainly those needing mental health services in this case, and then follow that up by making the change to policy. If we're always waiting for policy, we're doing what every other government does that I complain about, which is we're sitting around debating things. Yeah, if we don't keep pace with change, then people are impacted by that. And this community is going to be impacted by that. So I would encourage everybody to support the motion. I'll have a closing bit, but it's important, I think, to make sure that residents are looked after. I think it's absolutely critical. This motion will achieve that. Then we can adjust the policy after.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is to the point, but yesterday both you and Councillor Scott let me know that I offended you, hurt your feelings over the term Old Boys Network.
It's very hard to defend me.
Well, I mean, you guys brought it up, so I'm going to address it. I will publicly apologize to you for hurting your feelings. To be clear to the public, when I say Old Boys Network, I don't mean an actual group that goes out, which apparently historically happened. What I mean is people in a position of power and influence, like us, using that authority to circumvent process, but to only have people who have a relationship with somebody who is willing to do that benefit. It's preferential treatment, and I take exception to it, and I'm very passionate about it. What I do disagree with, Councillor Scott, is not one of us around this horseshoe is qualified to determine a mental health crisis. We aren't qualified to do that. Do we have mental health concerns in our community? Absolutely, I'll never dispute that. But to use the term crisis, we're not qualified to do that, nor do we have the data in front of us that meets the threshold to call it a crisis. All of that said, I'm committed to working through this. I do believe if this was truly for the betterment of community, the motion would not be specific to an agency, and it would be to have our administration take that $320,000 or whatever amount of money that we suggest and ask them to go find counseling services. But this motion is specific to one agency that you have a relationship with, and that's what I take exception to. That said, let's carry on. And just for the record, Mayor, I have a motion, and I'm not done with my questions with you ladies. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lana. So maybe a general neutral club would be more appropriate. Okay, what's your point of order, Councillor Cardinal?
There was no indication about a debate, or no offense to anybody that was speaking previously, but there was no indication at the start of the meeting that there was no questions to after Don spoke to his motion. We just went right back into debate. I just feel that we never got direction of what was going on there. So, and neither did the public.
I did open the meeting with the motion from yesterday was deferred. So starting today, we'll have a new motion on the floor to second and then debate. That's how I started the meeting.
Okay. And
that's what we're doing.
All right.
Thanks. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, yesterday I was under the impression that this was one of the only places that would offer this service. I again, thought it was more of an urgency and coming up with what's happening in May and whatnot, that this is something that needed to happen today, right now, right away. Hindsight's 2020, and I've come to find out this isn't the only place that offers these services. So it's, again, I also agree with Luana now that it should be just allocated to community services to find other agencies. It's a lot of money that is something that is needed in the community, but not necessarily for just one particular service when there's other options. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. You're absolutely correct. It's not often that we get a chance to pause and reflect overnight when we've been debating a motion and then come back to it the next day. I think about some of this stuff where, I made I think a very clear statement on how I felt with a policy and whether it was our policy or not. My thought was to get back to reviewing the policy and making it ours as soon as we possibly could. I also agree with Councillor Boussier that we're not experts. We don't know the degree or level of what kind of crisis we may or may not have for a mental health crisis in town. We did hear yesterday, though, that there are other services out there that are also have extensive waiting lists. So I still don't feel like I have all the information, but I think most of us could probably agree that in this particular case, the funding that was requested was declined based on a singular policy in the singular piece of that policy, and but there is a move for them to this organization to separate from their parent organization, get a different charitable number, and be a completely separate organization. And I think if that was the case, that the reason for declining their request would probably have would not have been applicable, and that we probably would have proceeded with funding. So I'm sitting in the middle right now thinking, I don't really want one little piece of policy like that to also impact the residents if this is one of the only options we have for providing that service. Personally, I can say back in the 90s, my family had the opportunity of having the benefit of the FCSS services when it was here in the municipality with the RMWB. And it was extremely valuable to us then, and I'd hate to keep our residents away from having the service that if it could be made available. So I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate here. I feel confident that whatever decision we made will hopefully not impact our residents, and that we can be effective and mindful of that as we debate. But at the moment, I'm leaning towards supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I need to apologize to you, my council colleagues, and the residents for being late. Apparently, you can't leave your driveway without an ice scraper until your windows are clear, so apologies for everyone. And I apologize if this question has been asked before I got here. Did okay, I thought yesterday there was gonna be a path forward with staff reaching out to the, I actually thought this was gonna be deferred for a bit.
Yeah, so I can speak to that, what you did miss when we started.
Okay.
Yesterday's motion was just deferred. A new motion was put on the floor. If someone could get that, it should be maybe on your screen, Councillor Boussier, if you
No,
pull up.
I see it,
Probably
yeah,
just
and I
turn
guess
on-
if I
yes,
would've
a new motion was put on the floor.
showed up
That
on
was
time.
seconded. And what I had spoke to council about is to keep the comments, discussion, debate points to the motion on the floor. And if this passes or doesn't pass, we can put another motion on the floor to proceed in a different way if council wishes.
Okay, so, yeah, given that it's dedicated to one center,
Yeah, so once this is voted on, we can move forward with another motion. And Councilor Luana mentioned she has another motion as well, following this one.
okay, so we haven't found out or determined if there's other organizations.
For what I believe, there is other ones, but what I'd suggest is we debate this motion that's on the floor, and if this passes or doesn't pass, another motion can be brought forward at that time for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. And I think what Councilor Boussier is asking is, has Minna done any work in the background since last night, Janelle?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussiers, we have not yet, with the motion on the floor being that Family Christian Center received the funding. We don't want to reach out to other organizations to offer funds for a service they may not be asked to provide. If another motion comes forward broadly stating that we find a service provider, or if, for example, Councillor Scott's motion was amended to not include specifically Legacy Counseling Center, then we would begin the work right away of calling other service providers. There are potentially other eligible service providers that could provide this service.
It's hard for me to support this if we haven't exhausted all other avenues, including service providers. Okay, thank you, Janelle.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Scott, Councilor Cardinal's requesting you rescind yesterday's motion as this one's now on the floor.
Through the chair, for clarity, it wouldn't be a rescinding because the motion actually didn't get debated and voted fully yesterday. So essentially, the motion yesterday could be withdrawn because a new one's now on the floor.
Saying that's the correct procedure for this one.
That's correct.
Okay, so moved.
Thanks, Councilor Scott. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I go back to my comments yesterday, and I know that there's conversation around it, but I still worry about the gap in services to go procure another facility for them to have to hire people to go through that process. It creates a gap in the level of service that is already being functioning. And if Legacy doesn't, then we're removing a function that already works and is already sitting here. And so for that reason, I will be supporting it. In my personal experience with Legacy, when we had a shooting a few years ago and kids were involved, we tried many different places to get them in that were weights upon weights. And these parents had been shot or shot at being hit. And Legacy took them in the next day and had free services for them throughout. And so for me, my personal experience with Legacy as well, seeing the function is important, and they do the job that they say they're going to do. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Scott. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Apologize for earlier, but I did want to say that no motion would have been proper, I guess, if it wasn't done the way that.
Yeah, as it was deferred from
Yeah,
yesterday, it's
yeah.
okay.
I just
You're
wanted
good.
to
Go
point
ahead.
that out, so,
You're good.
thanks. Well, this is a great debate, a very, very tough decision, but it's good to see that everyone's engaged. I, for one, have always bent the rules. Did I get up in the morning and say, today I'm going to bend the rules? No. I believe it just comes out. It could be out of spite or just being or living in the moment. I'm trying to create a messaging along with the debate at the same time for the residents that are watching that have possible mental health issues. All those years of being incarcerated at a very young age in the worst places throughout Canada, in the penitentiaries, or in solitary confinement for over 6 months at a time, I found myself at a mental health moment sitting there trying to find tranquility within the four walls. I often talked to myself a lot and always said, Kendrick, everything is going to be okay. You weren't given much of anything except the Bible. So that was my escape. Those lived life experiences have influenced others, including myself, to be where I sit today. Mental health does matter. Council values the well-being of others. If you are at a lonely stage in your life, there's always someone there to help or listen. If you reach out to someone, I'm optimistic that they will most likely lend a helping hand and lift you up. Money management, fiscal responsibility, well-being, community service, and most of all, the governing body of this organization is why we're elected. I put my life on the line and bet that we will not always get it right. But does that mean the door will never be open again? No. As the saying goes, if one door closes, another one opens. So, to the residents that have mental health issues, keep your head up, live life to the fullest, and keep on plugging along. Let's build this organization up together. I will say this, that I'm totally up in the air on this one, and thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal, and thanks for sharing your story. Councillor Brandt?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I get some clarification? Is this for preventative counseling or all counseling services?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, thank you for your question. This is for preventative services. In 2026, FCSS has provided $550,000 to other organizations, also providing mental health support services. The recent studies that we've conducted have shown that there is a broader need in the community for services beyond the one-on-one counseling, specifically for culturally sensitive mental health programs, programs that include Indigenous culture in their service delivery. So the other $550,000 that has been distributed for those mental health supports are serving those needs. This is specifically for preventative. It will not address the current backlog of individuals on caseloads looking for crisis counseling or intervention services. What it will do, or what it does, is it slows the inflow of crisis. So if individuals are being served preventatively, then they don't end up on that caseload with that wait list. But it would not address clients who are coming forward that have had the experiences, as Councillor Weigel mentioned, that would not be an eligible client under this service.
Perfect, thank you. So just to reiterate, this is only for preventative. This is something that is offered in multiple places. This doesn't go to anything else. This is just a couple of meetings to get you on the right path to where you need to go. And this isn't unique to the legacy counseling.
It's correct that it's only a few sessions. There are other FCSS service providers providing mental health supports. The Family Christian Center Legacy Counseling Center is the only organization funded for what we are calling counseling, preventative counseling. The other services differ.
So no other service offers preventative counseling that's funded through the FCSS?
Correct. The other services that are FCSS funded are a range. They are not the one-on-one counseling, but they are mental health supports and they are preventative.
Okay, it's a little confusing for me. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So the the Family Christian Center is the final remaining counseling center providing those 3 to 5 preventative counseling sessions with FCSS funds. The rest of the service providers funded through FCSS that are addressing mental health are providing different service types.
But none of them can provide preventative counseling?
Other service providers could be eligible to provide FCSS counseling,
So
yes.
in there lies my dilemma. It's available to other places. Other places are available to people. This funding can go to other places, almost like a voucher system, essentially. You can pick where you need to go. If it's preventative, it's not a long wait list. This is, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Bousier's Lance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, Janelle, just an extension of Ty's question. So, in your opinion, well, first of all, Legacy, as it is now, is eligible to reapply next year, correct? The penalty is they missed out this year. There's no other penalties going forward. They're back in the pool next year.
Through the chair to Councillor Bousier's, the question of eligibility and how long that eligibility extends is still uncertain. So when we received a legal opinion on their ineligibility, the question remaining was, were they only ineligible this grant cycle, or will that ineligibility stand indefinitely? However, if the policy changes, then their eligibility status may change.
So right now, as we sit here, we don't know if Legacy will be eligible for funding come September, October, whenever the,
Under CIP, that's correct. We don't know.
who determines that? The
I think
committee?
we need a legal opinion. The policy reads that an organization that has conducted political activity is ineligible. When we received a legal opinion on the decision, it stated that the question remaining is the length of ineligibility. Is it only this grant cycle? Is it indefinitely? So I defer to my colleague in legal.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I think that's probably an instance where the policy needs some clarification. In this instance, looking at the Christian Center is looking to incorporate a separate entity that's going to do the counseling, then it will become a bit of a moot point, as the counseling center will be a new incorporated body.
So then, through the chair, they would be eligible.
Through the chair to the question, we would have to reassess their eligibility as a new entity. Unfortunately, under CIP, an organization has to have existed for at least a year to be eligible for CIP. So I can't say for certain if they would or would not before the next grant cycle.
Okay. One final question. So in your professional opinion, is there service providers in town that have the capacity to do what FCCS is supposed to do?
Through the chair to the question, in 2024, I mentioned yesterday we did a program review, and we established that there were 16 other service providers in the community that potentially could offer this service.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier-Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Janelle, the year of ineligibility, is that like our policy?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So we could modify the policy. Like, it's not like you don't, they're not going to have charitable status by the time September comes. It's just the CR, like, they don't move that fast. They can be as diligent as they are. It's not going to happen in time for the next grant cycle anyways. Probably the one after that, because they just don't move that fast to give out charitable status. But the year of ineligibility, when you have a known relationship, like they're just splintering or moving to splinter, I don't know if that's the right term, but to have their own identity, then council could change the policy to have administration have the flexibility to override that when there's a pre-existing relationship.
So for clarity, they don't have to have CRA status. They have to be a registered nonprofit for at least 1 year under the current policy. An example I can provide is with Wood Buffalo Sport Connection. This year they changed their legal entity name to Sport Wood Buffalo. They remained eligible because they were still an extension of that organization. They amalgamated with the Sport Hall of Fame, and so we still recognize them as eligible. It could be the case for Legacy Counseling Center. I'm just not taking a position on whether they're eligible or not until we're assessing that next application under a new policy, because there could be other factors that then change our assessment. But yes, you could change your policy to
But we
ensure
would
that they are
need to
eligible.
then. Is that what you're saying? It would need to change?
Not necessarily. So we did have that one organization that I mentioned.
Right.
That
But
we,
Legacy doesn't have their own standing right now. It's not a name change.
right. Yeah.
So we need to change the policy so that they're eligible come the next funding cycle.
Yes.
Okay.
By doing so, you're inviting in other applicants who are not established yet as nonprofits. That's why the policy criteria exists, so that a group can't form as a nonprofit and apply for CIP funding the next month.
Yeah,
We look
and
for that.
I know how that's happened before, but to put some flexibility in the, like without a previously known operational existence or previously known to administration allows you to make the determination in this case, correct?
Yes, it could.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you. Through the chair to the presenter, or to Janelle, sorry. FIN 2033.53, the one that we referenced, can you explain to me, where does that policy come from? Was that one that we just created out of the blue?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, the language around not funding political organizations existed in the policy previously. When the Community Investment Program Approval Committee was conducting their review, they felt that the criteria was too vague, because we do fund sometimes First Nations or Métis Nations, which are essentially a political organization. So they wanted to further define that. And what they found in best practice and other policies for grant programs was that it defined political activity as rallies, endorsing candidates, lobbying, or advocating for policy or legislation. So that gave them that criteria that they needed.
Thank you. Next question. So is there any other federal or provincial policy that mandates us to have this? And if we don't have it, or if we are in contradiction of it, is there anything that can happen to us legally?
I don't, my understanding is that this is council's policy. You're not mandated under the Municipal Government Act to have an investment program policy, so it's not illegal to go outside of it, but I defer again to my colleague in legal.
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, no, there aren't any pieces of legislation that I'm aware of. There are restrictions in the Municipal Government Act around the ability to give loans, but not insofar as the ability to give grant monies. I think there might be restrictions in potentially other legislation in terms of the recipient, maybe, and how they have to treat that at a tax level if they have charitable status, but that's kind of something that they have to navigate through.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak to the piece of the FCSS funding that goes to, obviously, it's for preventative. Right now, there's only, even if we wanted to move money, my understanding was there's only $10,000 for that specific purpose anyway. But it also comes down to capacity. And so we can give funding for this, but just because that there's funding for it doesn't mean that there's somebody available to administer it. And I think that's where the long wait times look at it. It's we can give the funding, but if there's not the people to actually administer it because they're overwhelmed by what's already going on, that doesn't automatically mean that there's space to be able to do it. It just means that there's funding there if they have the person to be able to do it. And so sometimes it can be looked at differently. Yes, the funding's for a certain purpose, but if they don't have the counselors to be able to deliver that, then it becomes a moot point.
Thank Councilor Weigel. Councilor Bussier's Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just to Councillor Weigel's point, that would be why I think giving administration direction to go sign a service agreement with whatever agency. I mean, Legacy is having their own struggles. They have somebody off on maternity leave right now, so they're down a therapist as well, so their capacity is impacted. And I do know for a fact there is a number of agencies out there or entities that absolutely have capacity to take this on. So I just wanted to point out that I do not believe, or I wouldn't say it, that going away today, giving administration a direction to find a service provider or providers to sign up for, or to sign a contract for FCSS preventative counseling services is going to be hindered. There's a number of places that could do it. There's also, from a therapeutic point of view, incredible value having a variety. Counseling doesn't work for everybody. I just fired my own grief therapist because it wasn't working. It's their fault, not mine, absolutely. So, but there is, I mean, that's fact. Like therapeutically, you don't align with every therapist. So there is value to giving them a pot of money and a direction to go away and sign multiple service agreements. So I'm done with this topic anyways.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you. Question, Janelle. We may have asked this, and it may have been answered when the presenter was here on Tuesday. But does Legacy currently have the staff in place existing right now, or would they be in the same position where they would have to go out and recruit?
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, they are the current service provider for this. So to my understanding, the staff are still in place.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is, Councillor Scott, I assume you're opposed to the staff going and researching other organizations. This motion is just for FCCS or Legacy, correct?
Yeah, the motion stands.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thank you, Councillor Scott. This has been a great debate, and I appreciate everybody's respectful debate today. It's really appreciated. I don't think anybody around this table is wrong today. From what I see is, I believe we have a strong policy, and I stand by that. And what it's done is taken kind of the politics out of it, but that doesn't mean council can't bring a motion for anything they want. I've seen motions in the last 5 years. I brought motions forward that I actually voted against after hearing the debate. So I can understand that, and to support a group or a individual or a program in the community doesn't mean you're wrong, or part of a general neutral club. Luana. But my biggest challenge is some of the solutions are amazing. They're great. Go more providers. I believe we can't have enough providers. I won't use the word crisis, but it's an issue here. Like Luana mentioned, she fired a grief counselor. I'm glad I wasn't on that team. But I have too. I've been through that, and I've gone through things with my family, and we sat here 4 years ago when we heard from all the organizations, and we had a lineup of counseling services stood here, and I made them say in public they provided pro bono services. Every single one said, yes, we do. And the reason I asked that is because I had been through this with my kids and myself, going to different organizations, and that didn't exist. So I know the challenges people go through, and I commend Councillor Cardinal for sharing his experience. I've talked to him many days, many late nights, and I never heard that story. So Councillor Cardinal, your courage to share your story is very thankful here around the table tonight. Thank you. But going by not funding, not doing this, and then going and looking for other service providers, we're again breaking the policy that we're referring to. And maybe the policy is not perfect. Maybe it does need an appeal process. But there was a lot of work put into this policy, and I'm someone that sticks by policy. But again, like I said, the horseshoe's open. We're elected to bring whatever we think the community needs, bring it forward. That's our job. So, pardon? We'll get to a vote, Councilor Cardinal. But so with this, I'll support this motion, but also as Luana's motion that she brought forward, I'd also support that motion. When it comes to mental health, I don't believe there's a limit on what we spend millions and millions of dollars on a lot of other things that don't do as much for the community as mental health service providers. I'd support this motion. I'd support if Councilor Boussier came forward with a motion to support these other 16 places to give more mental health assistance to this community. I don't think there's a number you can give that saving one person or one family, preventative saves money in the long run to get to points when we have people, as Councilor Cardinal mentioned, being solitary confinement. That I had no idea he's gone through that. So that preventative may save that. So with that, I'll ask Councilor Scott for closing statements, and then we can vote.
Yeah, thanks, colleagues, and I appreciate the vigorous debate and all the various questions. So, council colleagues, years from now, no one in this community will remember the subsection number of the policy that we followed. They will remember whether, when individuals were hurting, we chose process or whether we chose people. Fort McMurray is approaching the 10-year anniversary of the wildfire that changed every one of us. That fire did not just burn homes, it burned certainty. It burned routines, it burned the sense of safety that many residents are still trying to rebuild. For some people, a different fire burns. It lives in anxiety, addiction, broken relationships, depression, suicidal thoughts, trauma, grief, and that often stays hidden from public view. We talk often in this chamber about infrastructure. Roads, pipes, equipment, building, they are all essential. But there is another form of infrastructure that holds a community together when everything else begins to fracture. It is a network of people and organizations who sit across from someone in crisis and say, "You're not alone. We will talk with you." That is what counseling services represent. This motion is not about endorsing religion. It is not about politics. It is not about whether we are prepared to support an organization that is already doing frontline mental health work during a recognized challenge in our region. We have heard that we must follow the process, and process matters. But process was never meant to become a barrier that prevents us from responding to urgent human needs. Process is meant to be a guide, not prevent us from acting when our community and its members need support. I want to pause for a moment and invite you all to picture something. Picture a resident of this region sitting alone in their vehicle, late at night in the winter. The engine is running because it is 40 below, or maybe warmer. Maybe they just came off a shift. Maybe they've just lost employment. Maybe they are struggling with memories of evacuation, or the pressures of supporting a family, or the grip of addiction. Maybe they are simply exhausted from carrying pain too long. Now picture that person deciding, maybe for the first time, to reach out for help. And now picture that person as a young person in our community, a teenager trying to process anxiety, a young adult navigating addiction or other challenges, maybe bullying, a student overwhelmed by grief, pressure, or isolation, a young person who does not yet have the tools or experience to carry that weight alone. When that young person finally reaches out for counseling, I do not believe their first question is, what funding policy supports this service? I believe the first question is, will someone help me? Now I want to ask each of us to take one step further in that reflection. Imagine that person was your child or someone close to you, a close friend. Imagine that person was your neighbor's child. Imagine that person was someone who sat in a classroom in this community, playing on our fields or volunteering at our events. And now imagine one step further, that person is you. Not you sitting in this chamber, which feels like it has some stability and support. You at your most vulnerable moment, and I know we've all had them. You at a moment when asking for help felt almost impossible. Would you want your community debating whether the paperwork was comfortable enough? Or would you want your community to ensure that help was there when you finally reached out? Council colleagues, stewardship of public funds matters, but stewardship of public well-being matters just as deeply. These responsibilities are not in conflict here, they are aligned, particularly when we require a transparent reporting and accountability for how these funds are used. 10 years ago, this community learned something powerful. Survival depends on neighbors showing up for neighbors. That lesson did not expire when the smoke cleared. In many ways, it became part of who we are. Today, we have the opportunity to decide what kind of community we will continue to be. Are we a community that tells organizations providing mental health support, come back when the process is easier? Or are we a community that says, if you're helping our residents heal, we will stand with you? Our residents will not measure the decision by how carefully we avoided risk. They will measure it by whether, when they needed help, their community had the courage to act. I ask for your support. Please vote to support this motion, colleagues, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'll call for a vote. And that's carried 6-5. Councillor Bussier?
We're moving on? Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Janelle and Tony. In the budget, you have professional services going from $44,000 in your budget to $530,000. Can you speak to that, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, is this specific to the community partnerships and initiatives?
My sheet just says community services, Janelle.
The first sheet.
No, it's not the first one. It's page. Oh, it doesn't have a page number. It all just says community services, Janelle. So I can't. It's in the yellow sheets. Bring it to her.
Yeah.
You got it, Tony?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes, they're under contracted general services in general. So it includes general and contracted services, professional services as well. There is the $150,000 recreation framework that I mentioned.
So I'm sorry. I probably said that wrong. I meant professional fees. It went from 44,000 in 2025 with a new proposed budget of 530,000.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, you said consulting fees, so that was above it.
And they're all lumped together under
My apologies.
one group. So encompassing that, so the total increase for that whole category of services does include the recreation framework for $150,000. And there is the Tomorrow Project, which is a partnership with Few Social for $300,000.
Got it.
And there is the Heritage Management Plan that we spoke about as well for $150,000. And there is $149,000 for our mural festival that's going to be happening later this year.
So you lump or not lump, but that all is considered professional services?
It includes, without going to those same sets of sheets, so those yellow sheets it'll come to a category summary. And I think the whole increase for community services actually is 700,000.
Okay, but the 530 includes things like Tomorrow Project, Rec Frame, okay,
Exactly.
that sort of thing. So you touched on my next question was around heritage, specifically the museum in Fort Chip and of course Heritage Park here. The Heritage Master Plan that you have 150, can you speak about that a little more, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, so the funds that were decommitted from the Fort McMurray Heritage Society and the Fort Chippewa Historical Society
Yeah.
are being used to offset the expenses of having both in our care. And that includes some of the fees that we'll need for consulting to do a baseline assessment of the collections and archives. So current status, high priority, and preservation. This 150,000 is additional funding for consulting for services for that purpose as well. And if we need any additional consulting on future operating models after those assessments have been completed.
Okay, so Councillor Cardinal has brought up a few times about having the museum open at different times and all of the artifacts remain there. Is there not an ability to have that open at least a couple days a week and our Heritage Park a couple days a week, like everything is still there? Can that be done concurrently while you're coming up with a plan?
So for the Fort Chippewa Historical Society, we cannot open the Bicentennial Museum because we have a right of entry agreement with the province that really limits what our rights are right now, and that is strictly to preserve the artifacts. With the Fort McMurray Heritage Society at the village, we would have discretion at council's direction to operate. We just would need additional resources. I think in a previous discussion when we were talking about the Fort Chippewa Historical Society, the question arose of what would those resources be. At this time, we just don't know. We don't have enough information to come forward with that request.
Okay, and in terms of Fort Chip, is it not an option to approach the province and ask for like an amendment or new conditions around the right of entry?
Yeah, we're still in discussions with them. What they're looking at right now is what their rights are in delegating that responsibility to operate, because they are not the owner of the museum.
Right.
It's on their land, and they can extend authority or rights to an entity that can preserve, because under the Heritage Act, they have the right in an emergency. But they are still assessing their abilities to delegate that operating authority.
So has the request been made that you'd like it open a couple days, we'd like it open a couple days a week?
In our next discussion, we can share that that's council's desire.
Okay.
Right now, our conversations have been primarily focused on preserving the artifacts, and then they're working through in the background
And when is the next
agreement.
discussion?
Pardon?
When is the next discussion with them?
I am not sure when it's scheduled. I'd have to check.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier, and I'll commit to working with Janelle to talk to the province and try to get that expedited. So even we can get the museum open a couple days a week and have one of our employees spend their lunch hours there, I think would be amenable, I think. But I'll work on that with Janelle and get to that on that. And speaking of that, the Heritage Master Plan that we've gone through and had presented last year, when that comes forward, is there enough money in what you have budgeted for not just Fort Chippewa and Fort McMurray, but the other things we have in the community that fall under our Heritage Plan?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, through the chair to the chair. We have separate items budgeted under the Heritage Resource Master Plan. That includes like our heritage plaques, the heritage designation, so other activities under that plan are budgeted separately.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I comment? Through the chair, just for council's awareness, sticking to what we had originally planned on progressing and moving this forward, we do have a proposed date to come back to council on March 24th with a regional heritage update.
Perfect. Thanks, CO Butts, because I know even Fort Edmonton was just recently taken over by the city to run Fort Edmonton, so it's not out of range. The municipality operates these facilities. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this the time for a motion or just continued conversation and questions?
If you have a motion, you can put it on the floor.
Sure. I motion that we add motion that we add $95,000 to the facility budget for the purchase of municipally owned piano in Centerfire Place.
Just a quick question, Councillor Weigel, would that be a capital motion, or would that be under this?
That's a good question. When our discussions, I thought they said that if we were to own it as a municipal, that we would put it under facility. I can wait till capital if we'd like to put it there. That's what made most sense to me. I just thought the conversation was under facility.
If the desire is for that asset to belong to the municipality, it would be during the project management and facility capital budget. If we are looking to grant the funds to Rotary Music to purchase and own, or to NAAA as a facility owner, then it would happen now. So
I will hold it to capital. I believe that the municipality should own it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel, for the clarity. Is there any other questions for administration? Councillor Cardinal?
I got a motion there, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Kendra Cardinal, move that 50,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget for community services for allocation to the Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association as a 2026 Community Impact Grant for a baseball pilot program in Fort Chippewa. What's going on? Oh, okay. Oh.
Thanks for the motion, Councillor Cardinal, and thanks for the second, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Cardinal, do you want to speak to that motion?
I've been at this recreation stuff for this is my 5th year at it, so I've been trying my best to, you know, the weights, swimming, swimming lessons, elder swims, you know, all that paddleboard stuff, trying my best to bring some light to the community as well as, you know, yoga, all that stuff. But, you know, at some point I feel that, you know, we need to have some support from maybe, you know, a baseball league like minor baseball and hopefully coordinate with the community and start something that could be turned into something great where the children can make their way to play in the U of 18 here in Fort McMurray, or just create some guidance for those young kids that have been neglected throughout all these rough times that we went through as Indigenous people. And I feel that we could have some resources for them, and I believe that we could start something good. So I did have some numbers which was provided for me by community service, because last time I brought a motion back, I just flipped the number and it didn't work. So, which is okay. Motions get passed. Motions don't get. They get passed. They don't get passed. We move along. We just continue doing our job, and that's the best thing about this position is I really enjoy it, and I love my position here, and I really try my best to coordinate with the staff here and coordinate with each and every one of you to bring good things and positive things to the community and be role models at the same time. I guess, well, just a little bit of a breakdown that I was given from community services. The salaries and benefits would be $5,000, travel $20,000, supplies $10,000, facility rent $5,000, clinics for coaches and umpires. And at some point, I questioned yesterday to the ICAO about the baseball diamonds and stuff like that. We're understaffed in Fort Chipewyan for a whole bunch of reasons, but I think that at some point we could help those young kids put a smile on their faces and let them know that us at this big building here are thinking of them. So that was one of the reasons why I bought this, and I spoke to the minor baseball, and hopefully they could coordinate it well. And if it doesn't work out, at least we tried, and I hope that I can get the support of council and keep continuing on with our day. I'll gladly take questions if anybody has any.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Quick question. Has Community Services or yourself spoke to minor baseball to see if they have the capacity to run a program?
Through the chair to the question, yes, I did. Those numbers came from Mr. Mayock, who was here presenting this when it first came up on Tuesday.
Perfect. So yeah, thanks, Councillor Carr, bring this forward, and I 100% will support this motion. Councillor Allen?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I think Tony just answered my question, because if my first thought was, do they have the capacity? Do they have the ability? Do they have the willingness to do something like this? And I was going to suggest we do a motion to have community services and Indigenous relations work with them to develop a program and see if, and then come back with a budget. But if you've already had those discussions and they have a willingness and that is what they figure would be an appropriate budget, then yeah, I support the initiative. I support the intent, and I'd be prepared to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Janelle, just a funding process question. So it's my understanding that since the 26 CIP was allocated, we can't go back in here. So would it be more appropriate for the motion to say that it's coming out of either adding to your operational budget or coming out of emergent issues?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy. So the way that the motion reads, to my understanding, is that funds be added to the community services operating budget, and those would not come from the community initiatives reserve. This would be additional funding that council is adding.
To your operating budget. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question's to Councillor Cardinal, and I'm just wondering if there was any consideration given to equipment.
Repeat that, please, Councillor.
If there's any consideration in your budget given to equipment. Minor ball does not provide equipment, or did they say they would provide equipment?
Go ahead.
Through the chair to the question, the supplies for $10,000, it does include some of those basic supplies, balls, some basic equipment.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it does.
Sorry, I was thinking different supplies. Okay, good enough. Thank you. I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Luana. Does council have any other comments, debate points, or questions? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Cardin, would you like to make any closing statements?
No, I just, well, yeah, actually, the clinics and for coaches, I think the gap is, I don't know, just, there's many, but having coaches and umpires come up, I think that's, it's been a long time since minor baseball has come up. They might have come up a couple of times throughout, but the pilot project, I think we kind of want to. We don't. I think the bits and pieces is what we don't want, and we need to encourage as well as the community to hopefully chat with the coaches and have resources with them and coordinate with them to bring more programming and primarily a Fortune 1 minor baseball league or a minor hockey league, same thing, but just having somebody that they could look up to and just kind of letting the kids see how the umpires are and all that good stuff. It'll be kind of cool. So support if you want, and hit the button.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. For that, I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimous. Thank you, everyone. What I would ask council, if we have any other questions related to community services budget, we could do that, then go to motions. Councillor Cardinal, you had something you wanted to add?
No, the recommendation came to hopefully the staff can get involved as well. So
they're looking for Tony up there playing baseball. Good. Do we have any other questions for administration regarding their budget? Councillor Boussier?
I don't have questions specifically regarding the budget, but I have a motion that I might need questions answered from them, so.
Oh, they'd still be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
They're not leaving for at least a week.
I got a question, Mayor.
Councillor Cardinal? Oh, you shut it off.
I guess my last question would be about the funding with emerging reserves throughout. It's pretty common throughout the whole organization about emerging reserves. Do you think it would be easier to track if we were just to put it in one big fund out of everybody that doesn't spend their whole budget at some point, rather than carrying it over all the time and utilizing it as one big pool of money?
So I think I'll get to something to clarify to Councillor Cardinal. During budget, we're not going to take any money out of emergency issues. We don't have to. We're just going to, this is the tax dollars we're spending today. But Director Farquharson can probably expand on that. But I think the idea is everything you want to get done, this is the time to get these motions forward and capital projects or whatever you want funded, like the baseball program, do it now so it doesn't come out of emerging funds. We just use the budget that we have allocated over that we estimate for the next year's taxes that we receive. Council Director Farquharson, you have anything to add?
Through the chair to the chair, that is correct. We are working with the budget we have available. Having said that, should council put additional motions on the floor that exceeds the available budget, then we would need to tap into our reserves.
No, I'll send an email. I think I'll send an email about. I just kind of wanted to know where all the emerging money goes. Is it one big pool or is it just bits and pieces? That's what I meant. right? And because in every presentation, there's always sometimes there's always, no, and most times there's always emerging funds, right? And I just figured putting those in one of its own area and not added onto the existing budget per year is what annual budget. That's what I was getting at, I think.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we do need to go through the budget process based on the tax funds that we receive. We wouldn't want to be pulling on reserves when we actually have funds available in this year. The money in reserves for the most cases is already committed for various different things. So we only use those when we absolutely have to outside of the budget cycle. And yes, we have an extremely extensive reconciliation and details of all of the funds that are committed. There's a lot that goes on in behind the scenes that people don't realize.
Yeah, and I realize that, and sometimes it's hard for me to comprehend those numbers. And maybe it's just me, but I just find that maybe it would have been easier for it to just be put in one big fund if it's not spent that year. That's all.
Thank you for the feedback. Thanks,
Councilor Cardinal. I don't see any other questions regarding community services budget. Does anyone have any motions? Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Luana Boussier, move that council direct administration to establish a community investment program review committee for the current budget cycle composed of up to 5 councillors, including the 2 currently appointed to CPAC, Community Services Administration, the chair of CPAC, relevant internal subject matter experts as determined by administration, and that the committee review all CIP applications for the current cycle, including those approved, partially funded, declined, and deemed ineligible, and provide recommendations to council, and that the committee review the Deloitte report, consider implementing a new operating grant stream, and evaluate program changes of a new operating grant stream, as well as recommended program changes, including the addition of an appeal process.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. What? Do you have all that? Thank you, Councilor Boussier, and thanks for a second, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Boussier, would you like to speak to that motion, please?
Yeah, to be really frank, I'm struggling if this is the motion to bring forward. It's no secret that I'm a believer in process. However, we have been around this horseshoe and approved agencies for funding that have not met grant conditions regarding reporting, regarding financial security, regarding political interference, regarding a number of things. And so this is, you're not going to like this, but I'm genuinely struggling whether or not we just say, give everybody their money at this point. Versus having the review. I honestly am. We have the Muslim Cultural Center, which serves more people through counseling than anybody in this town, and didn't get all their funding. We have the Charred Métis, who didn't meet criteria because of various things, but, pardon me? Yeah. And so while I support a review, I don't know that that's the answer if things like are going to keep being brought forward. So I don't know. Do we just say give everybody their money and save these debates and work on changes for next year? So I have this motion on the floor. I don't know what the process is, but I'm genuinely confused because, like sitting here, I believe the Muslim Cultural Center should get therapeutic money as well. They actually serve more people than anybody. So I'm looking for feedback from everybody.
Perfect. Thanks, Councilor Boussier. So I do support your motion. I think it's a great thing. I may be alone around this table to think I really believe in the policy we have. I think it's objective. It keeps everybody from coming in. And I would be lying if I didn't say that every single organization that didn't get funded phoned me, emailed me, and I forward those emails on to this team to give a correct response to them. But I do believe a review process maybe on things that maybe the application wasn't filled out quite. They didn't have the wording, as Councillor Cardinal had mentioned, the wording wasn't correct, something like that. I do think that happens sometimes. We've had experiences when maybe a senior didn't get the application in on the right date, but would have been 100% funded. So I believe a review committee like this, what I really like about your motion is subject matter experts. Having those people at the table when the CPAC committee may not have that. It's a group of people that applied to volunteer and we put them in the position that are responsible for all this. To have those subject matter experts available to review them afterwards, I think this is a great motion and I definitely will support it. Councillor Cardinal?
Man, it's been a whole lot to take in this morning. Thanks for bringing that motion forward there, Luana. I did want to clarify that no matter what policy is put in place, every council member, if they get grinded enough by the public, they can bring any motion forward, no matter what policy is in place. Policy is just a reference that we can speak to when we're in this horseshoe. And that's like, we have a policy in place. If Luana brings this policy, and if somebody, a group of 100 people, pull me aside and say, Councillor Cardinal, I think that we need to get this funds, right? We've seen it. So I'm just saying that I'm up in the air on this one as well, because no matter what, a councillor can bring a motion forward, no matter what policy is in place, and hammer it out. Just thought I'd add those words. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Sorry, Councillor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and you actually hit the nail on the head for me, Sandy, or Mayor Bowman. Where I'm struggling is that you speak to agencies coming to you and you forwarded it on to them. So why that? But then you support Councillor Scott's motion, and that's the inequity and the difficulty that I'm struggling with. I'm not so naive to think we're going to have a perfect system or a group of 11 people that are always going to agree. But I'm deeply uncomfortable with the inequity in this and what happened to the cultural center, the Muslim Cultural Center, Golden Years. Like there's why, like, what's the difference between when it gets passed on and when we decide? And I guess that's my biggest struggle and my inclination to just say, give it to everybody. Sorry, Tony. But I would genuinely like to know the honest thoughts of you two, aside from, oh my gosh.
Through the chair to the question, I would just point out that some organizations did not meet just basic eligibility criteria in some circumstances. That is not those more subjective, like the wording. They just didn't qualify based on they had too much money. Those types of criteria. In some cases, we see organizations come forward that are not registered nonprofits, and so
fair. Yeah.
There are some situations where it's just ineligible. I think where the more subjective piece comes in is if they were partially funded. So that those are opinions that were sitting around the committee table, or even just declined. So they met the eligibility threshold, but then the discussion around the table changed where it went. So those, I still would say review. Please don't just fund everybody, but that's my opinion. Just like which ones should be even reviewed. And
thank you for that, Tony, because I mean, I know my emotions are playing on this without question. So thank you for reframing that for me in a way that I can understand. I will let my motion stand, and we will review them all with the caveat that at the table, like if this motion passes, I've suggested it would be Councillor Vardy and I as the two currently appointed, that at least for me, I'm going to preface to the committee that I am coming with a lens of being equitable and looking at the number of policies that have already been broken in the motions that have passed, like not just legacy. And I will be bringing that lens to the table. So I guess for the community to accept, there's going to be a lot higher spend. So to that, I need to know what motion I need to make or do to get the money moved over or added. How much?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, I just want to add for clarity, the motion currently reads that we'll review the ineligible, denied, and partially funded and come back with recommendations.
Approved, partially funded, declined, and deemed ineligible. All of them.
And that will come back with recommendations.
Yes.
Administration,
Sorry.
by process, administration cannot recommend against the policy. So the ineligible applicants would still be ineligible in our recommendations. They would still be not recommended by process.
But the committee can.
If appointed authority, I look to Jade for clarity on the mandate.
So once we did the process, we would determine, I think, how much money would have to be moved.
Through the chair, could it be a council notice of motion later?
Yeah, I think it would have to be, once you did the review, Councillor Bussier, then we would determine the amount of money that would need to be transferred.
So it wouldn't be in the budget, it would be from emerging reserves then, correct, Lori?
Yes, because we wouldn't know right now, but go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
So with up to 5 councillors, then it's the 5 councillors that can make the recommendation to council as a whole then, and we're not acting as the CPAC committee per se, we're acting as, well, whatever of council. And then so are we with Jade within, are we allowed to include like the CPAC chair?
Council can, through the chair, council can include whoever you'd like to include. So we just need clarity around the roles. Would the CPAC chair be a participant in the committee specifically, or giving
Yes.
advice based on the process that CPAC would have gone through?
Both.
Okay.
Both. And then for Janelle and Tony, like the SPCA one, like bring in Aaron from bylaw, like, well, a suggestion would be like that kind of thing. So you have people who have the subject matter experts, and actually, sorry to put him on the spot, but I know Adam sat through the process years ago when it was all done internal. So whoever, but he might be a strong voice given his experience with process that goes there.
You're on, Adam.
Sorry, Adam.
CPAC.
Sorry. Like, it's just a suggestion. Thank you. So I'm going to leave my motion stand and then the amendment, I guess, or whatever, Jade, right?
I have a quick clarification, Councillor Bussier. To include
whatever
include
Janelle
the people, the organizations that were already approved, would the
Sorry, I ignore
outcome-
that was idiotic.
no, the outcome part of that, would that be to possibly defund the ones that were already approved?
No.
No, I'm just curious.
It's just, I was thinking wholly and.
Just look at all the applications.
It's purposeless to look at agencies that are approved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that are fully funded. No, not them, sorry.
But it's in there.
Right.
Do you want to amend that or leave that in there?
No, amend it to
Okay.
remove approved.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thanks.
But leaving in deemed ineligible, just so
Yes, of course.
it's transparent about, yeah.
Of course, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Bussier, for the clarity. Councillor Scott?
Hello. So I just wanted to confirm, is this the idea, and I'm looking more at administration, that recommendations would be brought back to a council meeting for approval? Is that the idea?
Through the chair to the question, as Janelle mentioned, administration has a responsibility to always uphold the policy of council. So we wouldn't be able to bring a recommendation that was in opposition to that. I think it might be a motion of council as opposed to a recommendation from administration.
Okay, so if the motion has a process where it comes back to council, like a report back to council with recommendations, then that's a process that could work,
We would provide that background information.
right? So that would be my only suggestion, just a well, maybe a friendly amendment, that somewhere at the bottom that the committee would return to council with recommendations for further consideration.
It's in the motion. And provide recommendations to council. It's in there.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Lance Boussier.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to Luana. What are you trying to solve here?
Well, we have had a number of agencies receive funding against the policy, and in my mind, that's inequitable. So I would like to take a different, another look with a group of councillors at all of the applications.
Okay, through the chair. So if the 5 councillors in the group decline it, what's stopping
Nothing.
the group to come back and get 6 votes like we just see? I think
Nothing.
it's just going to undermine another member or another committee, because you're going to have someone. You've only got 5 councillors. If you want to kind of eliminate the opportunity for someone to come back, then you probably want to put about 8 councillors on there.
But we can't do that, right?
Probably not. Well, I just think this is a complete waste of time.
So
to be
can I
honest
make
with
a
you.
suggestion that might solve both these? If you make it, instead of a committee, which is governed by a lot of things, if you made it a panel, then it wouldn't be. And if you had 5 people in the panel agree, most likely you're not going to have 6 people vote to do something different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if I understand Lance correctly, what he's saying is the panel meets and says, Golden Years Society gets an extra 50,000, or does not get an extra 50,000. Then they come before you and you decide to bring it forward regardless. So that's your point, right?
Yeah, that's my point. This is a mute motion, in my opinion.
So what I'm suggesting is if it's a panel, not a committee, and 5 people on the panel agree, and I hate to use Golden Years Society as a, let's say, different society, anything to society, decide, if 5 people decide they're not going to give funding to this organization X, there's a very good chance that even if someone brought a motion forward, it would not pass because those 5 people already decided they were not funding that organization. So I do agree with you, so that's my
I won't speak for you, but I believe what you're saying is it's not true. That's not necessarily true, that you can still get 6 votes. And I guess, Lance, to answer your question is, I am kind of aligned in terms of, like, I would hope that the people around this horseshoe go, all right, they had 2 kicks at the cat with a multitude of people looking at it. They're still ineligible. Can a counselor still bring it forward? Of course they can. I guess it's just another safeguard. And very frankly, Lance, like, there's organizations that frankly came to the wrong counselors to ask for help because I said no. So, like, maybe what I should have said is go see someone else that I knew would, well, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Like, go see someone else who will bring it forward right? And I didn't. And like I'm having no remorse at this point because I feel like I wronged them. So hence my other statement about just give everybody their money, but I'm going to stand firm on this one. And it is what it is. Come to the conclusion, anybody can do whatever they want and the vote will proceed and Don will still buy me coffee tomorrow. So I hope, we'll see.
Thanks, Councillor Luana, and thanks, Councillor Bussier. Lance Bussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support this. I actually think it's courageous. I know you sit on the other side of the process, of making sure that the process is right. I think what you found here is an equitable way to look at everybody. When we talk about political involvement, or that wasn't the word that was used, political influence, this takes that out of it. Like you said, not everybody has the relationship with different councillors, knows who to call, how to call, the process. And I think what this does is it actually, in this budget cycle anyways, makes it equitable. I think one of the things that most of us agree, and I know not everybody does, is that there is no appeal process. This would be this year's appeal process. What I want clarity on, I think the ending says this, but just want to be clear that we're going to actually review the whole policy in and itself and bring full recommendations back. This might as well be our policy review, so that there was many comments about how this is not this council's policy. I would hope that after we do this review and we're done this process, that this council will then own a policy going forward. Yes. If that's the intent.
Yeah, yes, it absolutely is. CPAC is coming forward with some recommendations as well. I would like this process to happen sooner rather than later because I have no doubt there's going to be more organizations that get more money, and we need to get that process quickly for them before they lay off staff that they were maybe going to lay off or whatever the case may be. So the CPAC, when is that happening? I should know, I'm on the committee. I do not know when the review is happening.
It's usually in May.
That's, I feel validated.
No.
You don't know either.
No, through the chair, it's not been scheduled yet, so
good.
nobody
Okay.
knows.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so it's going to be later, but I guess this committee can make recommendations, and then the CPAC information can also inform maybe an amendment or a change to whatever policy.
Awesome.
Fair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel and Councillor Bussier. Can I offer a friendly amendment to change the word committee to panel? That way we can actually do it immediately. That thumbs up is a yes. Thumbs up is a yes. Change it to panel, please. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I think as Councillor Weigel mentioned, this is just an appeal process. We're calling it a panel, but it's essentially an appeal of the decisions that weren't approved previously. But you're going to need some theory as to how that should work, so hopefully that can be guided by administration.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Bussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give an example why I'm not supporting this. So, 5 councillors, I don't know who the 5 were that voted no just the last. So here's an example. 5, let's say the 5 that were on the committee voted, and I'll use a legacy, and then they come back and they lose 6-5. So this isn't going to solve anything, in my opinion, Luana, because of exactly what happened 20 minutes ago. It just means the good work of the appeal committee is going to be undermined when it comes to council in certain situations. It depends what the topic is. Obviously, the mental is going to probably supersede snow removal or some committee that.
Nobody's on here for snow removal.
Don't go
Settle
there,
down.
sorry. Okay. So that, I'm not supporting it, but anyways, we'll vote, I guess, eventually.
And that's fine. You don't have to support it. It's it's an additional step, Lance, to giving some equity in it is what I believe. You don't have to share my belief. You don't share many of them, so that's okay. But I think it's a safety net. I think it's another step. I think it's something we can do. I feel terrible for the people on the CPAC committee, and I know how much work went into this, and I'm well aware this undermines the 50, 60, 70 hours people spent on this. It's what I think is the most equitable step forward in a situation I don't like. So
Thanks,
you can
Councilor
vote no,
Boussier.
Lance.
I'll go to the next three councillors that have questions, comments, and debate points, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor Boussier, for a closing statement. Councillor Cardinal.
I've had numerous denied applicants reach out to me. I might have a different way of doing things than others at this horseshoe, but I stuck by obviously what we had our administration work on, and regardless of what policy is in place, whatever councillor sit at whatever table, it's still going to have the same thing happen today, happen again next year, because the policy cannot tell a councillor what to do. But like I said before, you could reference it. I won't be supporting the motion. I feel that it's going to put another heavy workload on the organization, and kudos to you for bringing it forward, but I will not be supporting it. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I remember correctly, it was talked about this policy has, in 10 years, been changed 11 times because we always think we get it right every time. That number might not be accurate, but I think that's what I remember hearing. We've already talked about over the course of multiple days that policy is policy, and this is not a policy previous that this current council has inherited. This is a way to fix it, in our opinion. Not fix it, that might be the wrong word, but this is a way to adjust it for us to see if this works for us. Next council may change it. In 2 years' time, we may change it, but at least this gives us an option to attempt to change things in a way that we can actually do. I'm going to be supporting this motion. I see it as a stopgap and a way to have a little bit more say in the way things are done around here for this particular policy. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Scott. Once Councillor Scott's finished, we'll be going to closing statements from Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, it's effectively an appeal process, as I said, so I'm going to support it. I think it's long overdue. I believe no process is infallible, no committee is infallible. And I appreciate all the work of the committees, but there does need to be a review. It's better that we're not always the review, but if we need to be, then we will be. So I'll support the approach.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. And I'll be supporting this as well, and the reasons being, I think it's actually going to take less workload off of administration because we'll be taking on the workload to review these things, and they're not constantly answering people repeatedly on the reasons why they were denied. This gives us some accountability, and I do believe if 5 people come to a conclusion that that will not be overturned in council. I do love the part in there, as Councillor Luana put in there, about having subject matter experts that we can rely on to back those decisions. And maybe it's a word that the wording of it wasn't getting the implication of what the organization was trying to achieve. And we can dig deeper into that. I do appreciate this motion, and I will be supporting it. Councillor Boussier, would you like any closing comments? You sure? Really
enough has been said, so yeah, enough has been said.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bussier. With that, I'll call for a vote. Councilor Cardinal's not connected for some reason. Councilor Cardinal, do you vote in favor or against?
I vote against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. And that motion is carried with 9 in favor. Thanks, everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute break here now, but I want to stress really a 10-minute break, so we're kind of keeping on track today. I will be back here at 11:05. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue on with our Community Services 2026 budget. As we've passed questions related to the budget, we're now working on motions of council. I'll go directly to Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm going to bring forward a motion and then I'll speak to it.
Nope. Bring forward a motion, someone will second it, then you'll speak to it.
Correct. Sorry. Yes. I will bring forward a motion and hope that someone seconds it. I, Ty Brandt, move that $135,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget for community services for allocation to Fort McMurray SPCA for their mobile veterinary clinic trailer as a 2026 community capital grant. Let's discuss it.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt, and thank you, Councillor Boussier, for a second. Councillor Brandt, would you like to speak to your motion?
I certainly would, Mayor Bowman. Thank you so much. I don't prepare speeches, and that's probably to my detriment. However, I fully understand everything that's transpired here over the last couple of days. I am excited that we're going to have a review panel in place, but in the meantime, with our current way of dealing with things, I'm bringing forward this motion because I feel of its importance. There is nothing in our policies currently for animal welfare. It is a large subject that I'm attempting to tackle, and this is just one small step in the direction towards fixing a major problem. There will be other motions brought forward for committees and whatnot in the near future, but for today and what we're dealing with, this is something I feel that is important and is a much needed necessity. And again, as I explained yesterday, not everyone's urgency is an emergency, but I think this is. It's mine and the community's as a whole. So that's what I'm bringing forward. I'm happy to discuss its need and why it's important today rather than in a few weeks. And yeah, that's my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Weigel.
Why is it important now and not later?
Online there, Kai, go ahead.
As I stated, this is a major problem that's taken place. It's never been part of RMWB's strat plan on any council. It's never been brought forward before. It's never been talked about because there are other issues that people have found more important. I feel this is extremely important. The reason that this trailer is needed now is as we've learned through other capital projects and through RMA, things take time to build. This particular one, from my understanding, is something that would be built in Arizona. It's getting the money to it now so that we can actually start moving on it. The sooner we get this, the sooner it can be implemented. I can go into the numbers and talk to you about what its actual purpose is and why it will help, but it's the sooner the better is essentially why. I can't really wait.
Thank you for that. I know when we had the presentation earlier, I guess it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? Anyways, thanks. I guess the question to administration, did we not fund the entity because we believed that they couldn't pull the trailer? Is that true?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that was one of the reasons the committee had denied the application.
But there was multiple.
There were other discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier.
Heavy sigh. Janelle, Tony, if this gets put in the municipal, in your budget, it becomes an asset of the municipality?
No.
Or is it for the SPCA?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussiers, it's a community capital grant. That means the applicant will own the asset. So the SPCA would own the trailer.
Okay. I would just like to say that obviously I'm not supporting this motion. I appreciate your urgency, Ty. There is a number of things that need to happen. I know the one of the primary issues is John V. That's been clear. Chief Vern has not given his support for this to occur on his land. There's work that needs to be done, and I think this is premature. I think it can wait until the committee reviews it, so I won't be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Wana. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I agree with what Councillor Bussier just said. I think not only do they not have full-time capacity for operating the unit or taking it, but they also don't necessarily have the confirmation of a veterinary that can do it on a regular basis. I think that there's still opportunity. We did ask the question to the presenter the other day. They'd have a very close relationship with bylaw services and with animal control. And I think there'd be opportunity to develop something there where animal control could be a conduit for bringing animals in and still performing that same service on site where they have a full-time veterinary. So, yeah, I would struggle with supporting this one right now as well.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I would encourage everyone to support the motion. Spay and neuter services are critical to address. There is an animal overpopulation in several areas of our region. Fewer stray animals means less burden on the SPCA and animal control, and I completely agree with the intent of the motion. I realize the CIP committee reviewed this, so it's a restatement of a lot of things that were said previously. But I thank Councillor Brandt for bringing it, and I would encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Brandt?
Yeah, just a couple of inaccuracies with Councillor Allen. It's not a SPCA that would be moving this trailer. This is essentially a trailer that is available for veterinary services. They're not the ones that are taking it. It's always a vet that's taking it. The vet that they have an agreement with has large animal issues. They already have the truck in place. We have volunteers in place. I have multiple people with trucks willing to move this. If it became an asset of the RMWB, it becomes a whole liability issue. We have bylaw or animal control towing it, then it's an insurance thing, it's a debacle. That's not what we're looking for here. And then to Councillor Luana Boussier's point, yes, Janvier is one of the puzzle pieces that we're dealing with, but it is not the only one. I mean, we were talking about Fort Chip as well. We would need this trailer to get up there. That's the issue. With the winter road availability, it's, we're not going to get it done in time for this season, but if it moves forward now, we'll be able to get it done in time for next season. It is a huge overpopulation issue, but it is not just in Janvier. Again, it's just part of the puzzle. It's not even about going on to the First Nations land. It's an accessibility of being able to have these animals brought, and they don't. They are not brought to the facility that is needed for. This is something that would allow for spay and neuter. This would allow for vaccinations. This allows for the SNAP program that's in place. It makes it so that we can actually go to the problem as opposed to the problem trying to come to us, and the problem doesn't want to come to us. That's the issue. It's already coming to us in a different form of overpopulation. So yes, I do feel it's an urgency, and that's fine that you disagree with me. I appreciate your panel that's coming up. I just don't think this can wait for it.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My first question is to Dennis. Dennis, within our protocol agreements, do we currently have a section of shared responsibilities about animal welfare?
So the chair to the question, no, we don't. But each protocol agreement work plan is different. As such, this could be discussed with the communities and actually put on there and explore different ways of dealing with animal control.
Thank you, sir. In your experience, and we don't have our First Nation leaders here, obviously, but do you think they would be open to having this conversation?
Through the chair to the question, who?
I said we don't have our leaders here, so I can't ask them. The First Nation communities, we talked about jurisdiction being an issue. Do you think that that they would be open to having a conversation about animal welfare?
Through the chair to the question, in my experience, I believe they would. We hear it all the time about dogs running at large and that type of thing. Fort McKay have a very robust program along with some dedicated resources. And I think that one of the ways we can get on top of some of this stuff is replicate what they have in Fort McKay.
Thank you. I agree. Yeah, Daryl does incredible work. My next question is for Janelle. Janelle, can you tell me in what areas we support animal welfare or the SPCA in general?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, the SPCA receives $80,000 per year through the Community Investment Program. That supports their, aside from their shelter operations, their programming. That includes services like the 9 Lives program, reading buddies, those types of things that provide quality of life to the pets while they're in their care. And as well, we have the contract with Bylaw Services for animal control.
Thank you so much. Don't know where I sit on this. I think with the information given, this is an issue, and it's one of these times I'm going to quote Councillor Scott. This is one of those opportunities where policy isn't in line with the current needs of the community. So hang tight for my vote.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Van Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Tony, Janelle. Timeline, if we approve this or any of these motions, how long till we cut a check? Does somebody walk out here and Lori just hands them, here you go?
Through the chair, so the process, once a grant is approved, we prepare the agreement. It gets sent to the organization to review and sign, comes back internally to review and sign. We issue a check requisition. And then once we get the signed application back or signed agreement back from the organization, it's pretty tight, probably a week to 2 weeks by the time the funds are dispersed. So their review time is outside of our control. The other part about this specific grant type is that they have a 50% matching requirement for this grant in particular. As we understand, they might not have their full 50% already. So we normally wouldn't release the funds until we were assured that they have their amount available as well.
Okay, so perfect world, 1 to 2 weeks, pending forces outside this building.
That's correct.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Brandt.
Hold on.
Oh,
CFO is like,
Yeah.
sorry.
Best case scenario.
Through the chair to the question, and no disrespect to my colleague, it might be 1 to 2 weeks for the processing on her end, but there is, processing that happens on our end within accounts payable. So it would be another 2 weeks at minimum for us to get a check out the door. Having said that, we certainly, any grant payments, we would make a priority, but there is processes within accounts payable that need to be adhered to as well.
Okay. We've talked about this a lot, Ty. I do agree with there's a problem. This is a need that needs to be filled. I don't recall, maybe you've had the discussion, does the SPCA have the rest of the money?
I'm not aware of what their current financial status is for the 50% of this. I do know this is expensive. I know that a van was a lot more expensive, and that was part of the problem with the whole truck and trailer issue. If they don't, I will do my absolute best over the next few weeks to help raise the funds. I will dedicate my time to raising those funds.
I think we might be jumping the gun a little bit, and I know there's an urgency. It sounds like we've got an internal timeline of about a month, and we're unsure of the status of their other 50%. We have a panel we just created to deal with this.
We don't have a panel yet.
Quotey fingers, panel. To address this, I think this would be something that should be in there. I mean, I support the idea, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I can support it at this exact moment in time.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Now, Councillor Brandt, you did have your light on before that. Did you have something to add?
I did not.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ty. I've been at this. I'm glad that you've found a course, I mean, a path forward for the dog issues in rural. We did numbers through the census, and a whole hell of a lot of dogs out there, and I think that something like this in rural, I did reference, a death in Fort Chipewyan at some point in one of our emails, and I think it was that was December 11th, 2025. Michelle Dawn Whitehead, 1993. She was mauled by a bunch of dogs in Fort Chipewyan. She was 11 years old. She was a Miksuk Cree First Nation member. I commend you for bringing this motion forward. Whether or not it passes today, I'll be supporting it. But dogs are a real tough issue to deal with, especially when I think maybe the coordination between the admin or bylaw at some point need to I think maybe work on communication and administering the tickets or the fines or whatever that comes along with those dogs running around, because I have dogs at home, and I've seen 6 dogs running around last week, and that's why the bylaw ended up going up to Fort Chipewyan. For that matter, we don't have a bylaw officer in place. We've adjusted the thing to fit a physical, because we're not going to just just let anybody apply for the job anymore. I think that's I commend administration and HR for adjusting that, and hopefully it could come up soon and we can have a permanent bylaw. As you may know, I don't know if you do know, but last year, or actually 2023, council approved getting a bylaw truck in Fort Chipewyan. So that's coming up here. It's here now, and according to Aaron, it's might be on its way back to Fort Chipewyan. If not, it's already there. But I did want to say, hopefully that we could have that coordination together, and then it starts to funnel out from this organization down to the rural communities and fill some of those jobs, keep the community safe. Hopefully we don't get another kid getting bitten, and the residents communicating with each other how important it is to respect one another's animals, as well as keep the community safe at the same time. I think that's one of the biggest issues, is communicating, and also having some education on where the dogs how to keep your dogs in line and not just let them do whatever. I know we all like to have our dogs just run around and be free, but in a place like this, in a place like a community of Fort McMurray, it's kind of hard because there's so many dogs. So, and you got to protect each other, each dog. So, I'll be supporting the motion as it is, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. I previously have thought of a way around some of this, and these impact grants or these applications for CIP. I mean, in the past, there was barriers as a councillor, and I feel that we've opened up a can of worms, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I'll be supporting your motion, and right on.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I'm going to go to Councillor Brandt for closing comments. I won't be supporting the motion, and I do agree with Councillor Cardinal. There is an animal control issue we have, but this mobile van doesn't. It's a mobile veterinary van, so it doesn't address animal control in the rural or even in town. That will be our animal control. This is the SPCA's a van, or a cheaper option, a trailer that's a mobile trailer that can address veterinary issues. I do agree there's a need, but as the SPCA representative said yesterday, this was the only the reason they didn't get approved wasn't just because of a truck. There was other underlying issues that were identified that didn't allow the funding, and possibly one of them may have been that other not having the 50%, but we would have to check with them what the other issues are, and I believe the panel would identify those issues and whether or not we could work with those. Okay, quick.
Thanks, Mayor. Control dogs not being spayed and neuters does control, because then they can't have no more babies. But they are, yes, yeah. But to administration quickly, can we have some sort of agreement there that the vehicle can't be sold, or it could be if anything happens to the organization, where we can have a buyback or something like that, where it doesn't just disappear to another community or something like that. I think that's important things.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, our current community capital agreements do have a stipulation that if they are no longer able to maintain or own the asset, that it would come back to the municipality first.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor, for giving me time to speak.
Thanks, Kendrick. Go ahead, Councillor Brandt, for closing statements, and we'll vote.
Yeah, I won't go into all the numbers. I don't feel that's necessary. I think some of you already know this stuff. I'm well aware that this is just one small step in a large process and a massive problem that we're dealing with, but it's the one step that I've identified that I can actually help with now. It's something that we can move forward on today that will actually make a difference. It is a spay and neuter and vaccination trailer. That's what it's for. That's its main purpose. The biggest and best form of animal control is prevention of more animals. That is the issue. This is a cycle that will just continue and continue and continue. It is not currently part of our strat plan because we don't have one. It has not been part of the RMWB's issues that they've tried to address. And like I said, this is just the first step in many, in a long, long journey to try to fix this major problem. So I understand your reservations and your issues with it, but like I said, this is what I can do today that I'm able to bring forward today. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. With that, I'll call for that is carried with 7 in favor. Thanks, everyone. Does anyone have any other motions they would like to put on the floor related to community services? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. And we can turn the page. Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Castian, just hold on. He was late with his button.
I was thinking. I do have a motion to bring forward. There was a lot of thought. I, Kyle Van Castian, move that $80,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget for community services for allocation to Chard Métis for their elder transport program as a 2026 community impact grant.
Thank you, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have to recuse myself due to a potential pecuniary interest, as I am an employee of the Chard Métis Nation.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Oh, sorry, were you going to speak to it?
Yes, I'll give him a chance to first.
Sure, I was just going to speak to the
okay, one moment then.
Yeah.
That motion. Thanks for the motion, Councillor Van Castian. Thanks for the second, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott, Councillor Van Castian, want to speak to that motion?
Yes. As we heard yesterday from Chard, this is a needed service in their community. They need elders that need to be transported. There's a level of quality of life, community care. This is not simply a health care item, and their denial of their grant was centered around the wording on their paperwork. So this is more of an administrative issue. If they would not have had that in their application, they would have likely been funded. we have an aging population. This is not something that is going to go away. And being an isolated rural community, this is something that I believe is required for them. Open to feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah, I think I spoken about this, the wording about some of this, and it was based around health because there's a slight barrier that some residents were saying that, you know, I go to appointments, and I think that it's not really entirely a huge issue. I know that we can't get it all right all the time, and I think it's important that not everybody has the means of transportation in the community, and I think that, like Councillor Van Castian said, that quality of life, and not everybody's comfortable traveling with just anybody or throughout the community, the rural communities, and some of them don't ever want to go anywhere, you know what I mean? And sometimes having that little bit of a resource I'm a sucker for elders, so you know, I think that just helping them out, but like we said before, it was 1,900 people user rate or user something. Forgot what the word was, but appreciate you bringing the motion forward. Like I said, might as well disapprove them all, eh? Just kidding. No, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Allen?
Let's give them all the money. Yeah, I just I'm trying to remember the presentation given on Monday by the presenter, and it seems to me, I think it was more, one of the things there was it was determined that it was a provincial and or federal responsibility to provide some services like this, and that they did have an application in with the provincial government, just haven't heard back yet on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, that's correct. The way that their grant request read was for elder care and medical travel support. And the application was unclear if that medical travel was within the region or outside the region to other services in Edmonton. The policy that the committee has to follow has language that services requested are ineligible if they are the jurisdiction or responsibility of the federal or provincial government. So they relied on that language, and that was the language provided in the letter to Charred Métis. The applicant did state yesterday that they have applied through Healthy Aging Alberta for funds for a similar program.
Yeah, because it's almost like, I mean, this would also be a very unique program that's not offered anywhere else. We do tend to take things on that are unique because we have a unique community. But I'm just, and this was strictly for operations, not for any capital. There was no vehicle being purchased or anything like that.
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. It was for operations.
Yeah, for staffing and having someone that could be available to, I guess, vehicle expenses, that sort of thing. But at the same time, it's having a taxi service wouldn't cut it. Transit service wouldn't cut it for the type of service they're trying to provide. They're looking for someone to take someone into town and wait for them while they go shopping and go to a medical appointment or whatever, and then be there available to take them home when they're ready. I am aware of a couple of other services in town that do that, do it out of Fort Mackay, but they outside of our transit. And I was shocked when the Director of Public Works gave us the dollar figure the other day as to what we were paying for transit services that were going out to Fort Mackay and utilized, I think, 8 times in a year. It's shocking, the amount that we spend. So I would suggest that I would prefer to let this one go to the committee as well, or the panel, for review. It's not something I could support at this time, as it it really just falls outside of our purview. And I think that there may be an opportunity for the seniors and support services application that they've given. I would say let them exhaust that resource first.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, just picking up where Councillor Allen left off, I think if you're waiting for the provincial government to step in and do something, you will become exhausted. They're cutting back. They're not stepping forward, or they're giving us more work to do here, as various comments have been made. So this is something I support. I'm a big believer in making sure that our Indigenous communities are supported and receiving the funding they need for their elders. So I would encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Van Castian?
Just a comment to Councillor Allen's comments. The provincial grant that they applied for is to fund their out-of-region transport to trips to Edmonton for elders. The money they're asking us for would be to fund their requirements within region, to have people go to town and do their shopping and wait around. This isn't a gap we're going to fill with transit, unfortunately, so we do need to have outside services. I respect your comment about the panel and what we just decided not even an hour ago. That's why this looks like this, because I went back and forth on it. But it is a sense of urgency. I mean, we are, same difference. We have seniors today that need to be moved and need to get into town and out of town, and we need that service to continue uninterrupted.
Thank you, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Luana Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't need to say what my position is. I'm sure everybody's clear, but the provincial government has actually been incredible with their investment in older adults, with over 13 million recently invested to the nonprofit sector supported, and a specific stream of medical travel transportation. So the government has been incredibly responsive in this regard. I'm going to need, after this, Mayor Bowman, and before you dismiss community services, a break so I can bring forward another motion, please, and thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm trying to think back to what we heard yesterday. This was $80,000 for essentially a private chauffeur, a personal shopper, and a meal, because they don't like the timing of the current transit system. Is that accurate? I mean, they already currently have transit available.
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt. So the budget that has been requested includes gifts for elders and honorariums, food costs, program materials and supplies, program staff wages, training for those staff that are working with elders, and then transportation and delivery. I believe the applicant had stated that the transit service is only available on specific dates at specific times that don't always align with their appointments. And then they spoke to the cultural piece of caring for the elders, which they don't receive if they're traveling alone.
Okay, and the current number was 7 folks?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, I don't have the application open in front of me. I have a summary sheet. It doesn't say, but I believe that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Van Castian?
The Councillor Brandt, the issue with our transit, and I've spoken to Keith about this, is in the rural, it's contract. So we cannot on the fly change it. And it's not just a matter of the day and the time, it's the door-to-door aspect of it. So you're having elders picked up, brought to town, kicked off, make your own way, and then when they're brought back to the community, they're then dropped off at the contact office, and they've got to make their way or find a ride back to their home with whatever they picked up in town, if they have groceries or whatever the case may be. Not a lot of other infrastructure in the community as far as trying to be mobile. So, and we have wild dog issues. So we have seniors walking home. There's a potential for an animal attack as well. Or if their ride falls through, now they're walking home in -40. So that's, if we could fill the gap with transit and I did have that discussion with Chard, we would, but we are not in a position to do so right now.
Thanks, Councilor Fakastian. I will come back to you in a moment for closing statements. I won't be supporting this motion for reasons being we just created basically a panel of council along with subject matter experts to review these things. So I think that'll be the place for this to go to. I don't want the headline to read, the mayor doesn't like animals and doesn't like elders. I do love animals, I do love elders, but I want to keep that their line. We just created a panel for this very reason, so I would like to stick to that motion that was passed by council. Councilor Van Kasten, do you have closing statements? No, I'll call for a vote. And that is carried with 7 in favor. Councilor Boussier, did you want a motion break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute motion break for Councilor Boussier to form a motion. Return here at 11:51. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on, do we have any other motions related to community service? I'm not seeing any, so again, thank you. Moving on to item 6.5, I'd like to invite corporate services to present their proposed 2026 operating budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. With me is Rachel Orser from the Controller's Office. We're pleased to present the proposed 2026 operating budget for the Corporate Services Department. Corporate Services is comprised of the Office of the CFO and 5 branches: Assessment and Taxation, Asset Management, the Controller's Office, Information Technology, and Internal Audit and Compliance. The Corporate Services Division is committed to ensuring the health, long-term strategy, and integrity of services in a collaborative, transparent, and innovative manner. The division fosters innovation, accountability, and service integration to enhance municipal operation and support Council's strategic priorities. The branches within Corporate Services Department provide a diverse range of support services to the municipality's council, departments, residents, and businesses. At the end of September, the actual revenue was at 77% and expenses were at 70% of the total 2025 budget requests. Preliminary year-end results show that revenue came in over budget by $55,557 and expenses were under by $1,815,897. This was primarily related to various staffing lags on numerous vacancies. At the end of September, we had 16 vacancies, which I will speak to in a subsequent slide. This surplus, good Lord, this surplus will be used to assist in funding other departments that have an expensed overage. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $55,419,583. This request is an increase of $6,947,696 compared to 2025. As previously mentioned, the 2027 and 2028 plan years includes a 3% increase to incorporate inflationary considerations. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more detail in the following slides. The 2026 proposed operating budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $1,657,391 compared to 2025. At the end of September, the Corporate Services Department had 183 approved full-time employees. The 16 vacancies noted on this slide were at a point in time as discussed previously. As of today, 11 of those vacancies have been filled, 4 are in active recruitment, and 1 is backfilled with a temporary employee. In addition, we are requesting 3 new employees in 2026. In procurement services, we have identified the requirement for 2 technical scope advisors to support departments with their procurement activities. In addition, we are seeking a cybersecurity manager with the Information Technology Department. Projected annual costs have been prorated from May to December, recognizing a staffing lag time until the positions are filled. Estimated salary costs for these 3 positions for 2026 is $353,265. Oops. The Office of the CFO supports the overall operations of the Corporate Services Department. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $2,147,599, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget is in comparison to the 2025 approved budget for this branch includes salaries, wages, and benefits will have an increase of $147,854 compared to 2025, which was primarily due to a position transferred within the Corporate Services Department. Contracted and general services will see an increase of $1,001,005 compared to 2025, which is related to planned activity to engage in process automation, business process improvement, and policy procedure, standard operating procedure review, updating throughout the department. In 2025, audit fees exceeded the annual budget due to additional services requested that were not normally budgeted. Assessment and taxation is led by the municipal assessor, Kevan Navidi. The assessment and taxation branch oversees the classification and valuation of all property categories within the municipality. The branch is responsible for ensuring fair and equitable distribution of taxes in accordance with the provincially legislated standards. The department is responsible for defending all assessment appeals and rationalizing all values aligned to individual properties. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $383,100, which is a minor increase compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch is $2,581,561, which is an increase of $143,399 compared to 2025. This is primarily related to an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits. Asset management is managed by Justin Canning. The asset management branch consists of the asset management, insurance services, and geographic information systems, which is known as GIS. The purpose of this branch is to establish a framework to effectively manage the municipality's diverse asset portfolio to ensure safe, sustainable, and fiscally responsible delivery of services. In addition, the branch manages insurance services and GIS support functions across the organization. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $683,580, which is a decrease compared to 2025. This is primarily due to a reduction in insurance premiums that would subsequently be recovered from part-time entities. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch is $9,651,509, which is a decrease compared to 2025. The controller branch is led by Rachel Orser. The The branch operates with a commitment to collaboration, innovation, and responsiveness, delivering services that are transparent, accountable, and aligned with public expectations. Whether managing budgets, preparing financial reports, or conducting procurements, the department strives to build trust throughout excellence and clarity in everything they do. The controller branch is comprised by the following business units: accounting services, which is responsible for managing key financial transactions, including accounts receivable, utility billings, collections, and accounts payable. The capital finance and treasury function oversees the allocation, tracking, and reporting of project funding to ensure responsible and transparent financial management of the municipality's capital projects, safeguards the municipality's cash and reserves while supporting sound investment governance. Financial planning supports the municipality's financial health by ensuring resources are well managed, accurately reported, and aligned with strategic goals. Through collaboration with internal stakeholders, this branch develops budgets, analyzes financial performance, and prepares accurate, compliant financial reports to support informed decision-making. Lastly, we have the supply chain function, which provides support for thousands of purchases each year to deliver services that our residents depend on every day. This area ensures the municipality receives the best value for the public funds spent and that optimal levels of material are maintained to support the uninterrupted delivery of everyday services. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $379,400, which is a minor increase compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses are $15,066,057, which is an increase compared to 2025. The Information Technology branch is managed by Anne Marie Hintz. This branch supports the delivery of municipal services by providing secure, innovative, and efficient technology solutions. It advances the municipality's strategic goals by ensuring that digital infrastructure, data, and systems are reliable, accessible, and aligned with community needs. The department delivers high-quality IT services that support operational excellence, data-driven decision-making, and citizen engagement while safeguarding municipal assets and information. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $24,658,905, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 include salaries and wages with a proposed increase of $214,746, which is driven by the proposed addition of the cybersecurity program manager position. Contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $2,487,541, which is largely due to the telephone, landline, and internet rate increases and coverage, additional software requirements, and a 10 to 15% increase in renewal contracts for application software and support. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $234,589, which is primarily due to computer hardware life cycle shifts with more computers which are being life cycling in 2026. The Internal Audit and Compliance branch is managed by Alicia Hubert. This branch plays a vital role in strengthening governance, management, and organizational integrity through a systematic, risk-based approach. To further enhance this function, a new position of the Regional Municipal Auditor is scheduled to be filled in early 2026. This branch provides independent and objective assurance consulting and advisory service that adds value and improves operations across the organization. And just for everyone's awareness, this still resides under my portfolio until the Regional Municipal Auditor is in place, and then this unit will be reporting up through the CAO at that time. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $2,760,032, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 approved budget include an increase of $92,692, which is driven by the additional position for the regional auditor, which has also been offset by the reallocation of an employee to another branch. Contract and General Services has a proposed increase of $2,420,000, which is largely due to the establishment of the Office of the Regional Auditor and to fund internal audits approved by Council, performed or supported by external vendors on retainer for such purposes. In conclusion, Corporate Services is proposing a 2026 budget of $55,419,583. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Lori. Councilor Van Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Lori. Question, asset management. You have a proposed decrease of $619,000. Are we taking the foot off the gas with asset management? Is that the decrease, or is that solely insurance?
Through the chair to the question, that is strictly insurance. We are definitely got the gas full on, the foot full on the gas pedal with asset management.
Okay, that's great to hear. Rachel, I guess this question for you. How many supply chain management people do you have?
Through the chair to the question, I'm just going to grab my laptop to confirm that.
Sure.
Through the chair to the council, or to the question, I hope I haven't miscounted. The org chart slightly changed here with the creation of the branch. There's approximately 30, which is for both procurement services and material management.
Oh, so that includes your warehouse staff?
That's correct.
Okay. What for your purchasing staff? Well, I guess for all of them. What's the scope? Like, are we buying everything, or are they siloed into larger purchases and smaller purchases handled by departments? How does that, like, day-to-day transactional kind of things?
Yeah. Through the chair to the question, for procurement services, thank you. For procurement services, we do a wide variety and range. We do support all of our large purchases that are publicly posted. However, the team does actively help the departments with smaller buys on a day-to-day basis as well. So it's a variety.
Okay. Lori, IT question. So your contracted general services, you had a proposed increase of rounded up $2.5 million. And did I hear correctly, internet and landline increases? So we have a $2.5 million increase to our phone bill?
Through the chair to the question, no. For landline specifically, there was just an increase of $55,000. What Lori had talked about was for internet services, and there was an increase in there. As we bring on more locations, of course, there's more costs associated with that, as well as broadband increase to bandwidth. But the biggest number of increase for the overall area for contracted services is over $1 million is associated to our new Microsoft agreement, just because there's been a change in the funding model and the licensing. So that's where we're seeing the biggest increase.
Okay, so it's more of an anomaly.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, I got you. I've heard from a number of departments that we all, everybody kind of runs their own software, picks their own program for this, their own program for that, and some we don't have. Do we have a program or say program again, do we have a plan in place to consolidate that as those licenses expire or as that software becomes obsolete?
Through the chair to the question, that's not an accurate understanding. Right now, all software is centralized through IT, whether that's desktop software or business application solutions. So all that's budgeted and managed through IT. If there's gaps that exist within business areas that they're needing solution, we do have a full process in place through our business analysts, working with those groups, identifying what those needs and requirements are, and then working with the supply chain team to ensure we're sourcing the right solution to meet those needs.
Okay,
So it's not decentralized, it's a centralized model right now.
I might have phrased that inaccurately. For use of the same software, like everyone's using SAP, kind of is what I mean.
Yes.
So we have that in place?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we have enterprise and solutions in place to meet common needs, and then we have very business specific for departments to meet their specific needs.
Okay, that's it.
Through the chair to the question, I just want to expand that when it comes to a consolidation with the asset management program, we are implementing the new citywide software. Once that is fully rolled out, we will be eliminating a lot of other smaller applications, some of which are just Excel programs, but that is in the works to have everybody on citywide. So it's definitely long-term vision to, be integrated as much as possible.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian, and thanks, Director Farquharson. Councillor Weigel?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Laurie, for the presentation. I have a couple questions, and they might land in your department now, or I just know that you probably have the answer, so I'm asking them. When we were doing a bunch of the research for FTEs, different departments held different vacancies for other departments as FTEs. What's the purpose of that? Are you holding extra people's FTEs, and why don't they stay in their own department?
That's a very broad question. So if I go back, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Weigel.
Okay.
With respect to all of the FTEs, we work very closely with HR. If there is a vacancy, we try very hard to use what we have. So if I have a vacancy that I'm not going to fill and another area does have a vacancy, then we would do a transfer. So in order to, for example, asset management, I wasn't given any new employees for asset management.
Right.
So I had transfers in of several employees, and then I was given positions from other areas that transferred in. We don't want to get rid of any FTs that are approved, but we do go through a process. I've probably converted upwards of 20 positions since I've been here in the just under 4 years.
In your department?
Correct,
Okay.
yes. Yes.
And so it basically just has to do with the whole, basically the reshuffling of all the different departments where they landed and where they're still kind of stated as vacancies, but could be from different departments at that point. And so they're held under that department, but we moved them over to probably use for something else.
That's correct.
Okay.
And actually asset management is a good explanation of that. In some cases, like we moved the insurance group in and we moved the GIS group in. And so that would have been the lift and shift I talked about before.
Right.
Your FTEs and your full budget are going over. But when you had piecemeal of positions moving around, the balance with the FTEs on the org chart and with that reconciliation, there's that in and out. But overall, I think while we do have a reconciliation, it's just up over 1,500 with the request of the new positions.
Awesome. No, that's a great explanation. I appreciate it. I know you did get a lovely gentleman from Environmental Services for asset management.
I did, yes.
He looks great in a cardigan. Thank you. The second question is insurance. When going through stuff like Vista Ridge, I noticed that their insurance number is very low. Do we hold insurance for our municipal assets that somebody else is holding? Is that why their insurance number is quite low?
Through the chair to the question, yes, if it is our municipal asset, it would be on our insurance portfolio. And all of the facilities that are ours, and we have a Part 9 that's managing them, we do have them on we do provide the insurance for them. That's why when I spoke to the revenue, and with the insurance costs for the year going down, so then our recovery had also gone down. So Mac Island, Vista Ridge, they're not a Part 9. Mac Island, the library, and Wood Buffalo Housing, they're all on our insurance docket.
So we hold the insurance for McDonald Island as well?
Correct.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank Councillor Bussier. Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Lori. Thanks for the presentation, Lori. The internal audit and compliance, the money that's allocated for salaries, wages, and benefits, I think it's 758. How many employees will that include?
Through the chair to the question, that will include the regional auditor, the manager of audit services, and 2 auditors.
Okay, thank you. The second question is the contracted and general services. We budgeted $2 million. What was the amount in previous years that we spent? Like I see, go ahead. Sorry, Lori.
Sorry. Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, historically we've only had the occasional audit that was from an external provider over the past 4 years. So all of our audits, with the exception of the financial statement audit that is done annually, we have used our internal staff. Now, with the development of this new group, expanding it to include the regional auditor, we did identify the need for external services due to our experience with the forensic audit that was done on Wood Buffalo Housing, economic development. That was a very focused, small internal piece that we did, and then we passed on the forensic audit to an external. That cost us upwards of $400,000. So having said that, knowing that council had asked us, had directed us to do an external audit on the RWSS, and then there was talk of potential other audits, we thought it was frugal to identify the $2 million to have there to ensure that the new committee and whatever plans came forward, that they had the funding to do that.
Okay, and I think it is a great idea. I think we need to be, I don't know if aggressive is the right word, but I think we need to be, do a better job doing audits. Mm-hmm. And I do appreciate the $2 million, and based on you said it was 400, just the small one we did in NECDEV?
That's correct. I mean, there were additional costs, so it was about $330,000, and I'm just going by memory here, so you'll have to excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
But then on top of that, there was additional services and work that Deloitte had to do to validate some of the information in order to sign off on the financial statements. So that was another $138,000, I believe. So it's significant. Forensic audits are extremely expensive, right, even though our team provided a lot of support in the process.
Okay. When the committee is struck and the new regional auditor, he or she, is hired, most audits are going to be contracted out, right? Like internally, we're limited on what audits we can do of the organization, or is that wrong?
Through the chair to the question, that is true. We only have 2 auditors and the manager. They do a very good job, but there is a lot of work to do. They have an audit plan that is, I think it's a little bit too much for the resources that we have, but they're very enthusiastic. And there's constant pivoting when there's items internally that need to be looked at. The internal team gets pulled in to do a review.
Okay, so just more of, and if you don't have the number, if we're just going to do a simple audit of our payroll, could we do that internally, or would we have to contract it out?
Through the chair to the question, it is actually something that Director Dow has asked us to do an audit on payroll. So they are doing a review on, I can't remember exactly what the scope of it is, but they are working with HR on a few different things right now.
So that's something that is in the works?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And we would do that internally, or would you have to go outside of the organization to hire?
Well, through the chair to the question, it depends on the scope of the audit. So our internal auditors are more focused on process, financial controls. If there is something that, for example, we were concerned about economic development, our team did an initial sampling, identified areas of concern, and brought their report back. We can do things like that, but if it's something that's high risk, that is fraudulent, sometimes it's better to have an external so that our internal folks aren't having to step into something within the organization that could be, difficult with colleagues and whatnot.
Okay, thank you to you and your team. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. And Laura, you mentioned the audit on the rural water and sewer. I brought that forward a while ago. How close are we to seeing that come to fruition?
Through the chair to the chair, we went through a process of going out to market to get as and when required services. We did enter into 2 contracts of the end of last year, so we are working on the statement of work in order to, we have the contracts, now we need to define what the scope of that audit is going to be. I haven't actually seen the plan this year for this year yet, but there's a little bit of hesitation because of the new committee, and we definitely want to be going over that with the committee, what the plans are.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's an important audit as it's the largest project we've ever taken on. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Our audit contract is out to tender, correct?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not sure if it has actually been published. I know that the team was working on the statement of work.
Okay.
It will definitely, we will be going out to market for the 2026 financial statements.
Okay. Do you know off the top of your head what our policy is? Is it 3 years, 5 years? Like how often? Do we have a policy on that? How often we go out to tender on our auditor?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not aware of a policy. What we do when we publish the request for proposals, we state the intention of how long we're going to be and the option to renew, but I personally am not aware of a policy.
So what would a typical term of, like what's our existing one? I remember we talked about it before. Was it 5 years plus another year, or she's shaking her head beside you. Yeah.
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier. So we did go out for tender. There were 2 successful proponents. One is a primary audit firm, and the second one in case the primary was not able to complete or they didn't have the availability to do the audits. So for the current contracts with those 2 auditing firms, there is a 5-year contract, and they do have a option for renewal for 1 year up to 2 renewal terms. So in other words, 7 years altogether, if they exercise that option of the renewal terms.
And who makes that decision? Whose decision is that, whether or not we want the same auditor? Is it ours or is it yours?
Well, through the chair to the question, council appoints the external auditor, and then the contract terms drive the decision-making. So if we have the ability to extend, then we would extend unless we were advised that we couldn't.
So why wouldn't we just do a 7-year? Like, if you're just going to extend anyways, why wouldn't we just do a 7-year?
From a procurement perspective, it's generally standard to either do 3 or 5 years. It's a lot of work to do these things, for sure, but you also want to make sure that you're being fair, right? That anything beyond a 10-year term when it comes to having an auditor, you can get the familiarity, and you want to make sure that you're getting a fresh set of eyes coming in. The whole intent of having an auditor is for them to come in and have an independent view of things.
Understood. If our practice is to just extend it because it's a plethora of work to go back out, then why would we not just set the term and it not be an option to extend? And I'm just trying to wrap my head around I had noticed in information that you had shared with me near the very beginning, incredibly high increases in our audit costs. So I'm just wondering if it, despite the work, if it's more prudent to go out more often, to not be taken advantage of financially. I know some of it was additional work. I do understand that. But you did, I believe, present that there was a built-in kind of escalation in costs. So just food for thought anyways. And then my second question is with respect to internal control weaknesses and working on things from the management letter, where does that lie? Like which department? Like, well, not branch, I guess.
Well, through the chair to the question, the responsibility is mine as a chief financial officer, and then I would be delegating that down to my management team to wherever those deficiencies lie. The main thing we've seen year over year is our tangible capital asset process and the timing in which we are recognizing our assets. So we're working very closely with the project management office and with the staff that are responsible for the tangible capital asset recording. And also the asset management team is now folded into that process as well, and we'll be leveraging that new system to assist with that whole life cycle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Do we have any other questions from council for the presenters? Oh, yeah, Councillor Boussier.
I missed one only. It's not even relevant really to here. You said the RMWB holds insurance for all Part 9s?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So anybody providing a certificate of insurance needs the RMWB as additionally insured, not the Part 9, then, correct?
I'm not the insurance expert. I don't know if Justin's able to answer that question.
Is it on? Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. Can you repeat the question again so I'm clear on what you're asking?
Yeah, so if the municipality is the insurance holder for all the Part 9s, anybody accessing a Part 9 needing to provide a certificate insurance and adding, you wouldn't add Regional Recreation Corp as your additionally insured, it would have to be the municipality, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good to know.
Thanks, Councillor Mona. Councillor Cardinal?
I got a motion. You ready?
Just one second, Councillor Cardinal. Just want to finish questions. Does any of the council have any other questions related to the presenter? Go ahead, Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah, just inquiring about a motion that I wanted to bring forward for information technology, like projectors for the community hall and council chambers in Fort Chippewa. Where would that fall under?
Through the chair to the question, that would be a capital request, and we will be prepared to deliver that once we get to the capital portion of deliberations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do the council have any other questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Laurie. Thanks, everyone. So right now, everyone, I'm going to, I apologize, but we're going to have a lunch break, and if we can cut that lunch break down to 30-ish minutes so we can continue on today, it would be greatly appreciated, but I think by us. I'll see you back here at 1:15-ish. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue on with our 2026 operating budget. I now call upon Environmental Services to present their proposed operating budget for 2026.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Antoine Ramp. I'm the Director of Environmental Services. I'm here today to present the proposed 2026 operating budget for the Environmental Services Department. Environmental Services is comprised of administration and 6 branches: maintenance, solid waste services, technical services, underground services, wastewater treatment, and water treatment. Environmental Services is committed to being a leader in the delivery of reliable, diligent, and efficient environmental services across the region. Our goal is to protect public health, support sustainable growth, and minimize the environmental impacts through the following responsibilities. For water services, we first want to ensure a secure and sustainable supply of potable water. Then we want to ensure we deliver it to all communities to meet current and future needs. For wastewater management, our goal is to safely collect and transport wastewater to treatment facilities, ensuring compliance with all regulatory requirements before treated water is discharged into the environment. For solid waste management, we want to collect your garbage and recycling on schedule and continue to emphasize prioritizing reuse, recycling, and responsible disposal practices wherever possible. Our Trades and Infrastructure Services is part of our maintenance branch, who is responsible for the upkeep of water and wastewater facilities, as well as fire halls, law enforcement facilities, office buildings, garages, and storage buildings across the whole region. All throughout everything we do, we want to continue to build and strengthen respectful and collaborative relationships with Indigenous communities and organizations across the region. By working collaboratively with internal departments and external partners, we continuously strive to enhance service delivery and environmental performance for the benefit of all communities we serve. As of September 30th, 2025, actual revenue is at 88% and actual expenses were at 75% of the total 2025 budget requests. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $17,203,003. This request is a decrease of $1,057,654 compared to 2025. As previously mentioned by the CFO, the 2027 and 2028 plan years include a 3% increase to include inflationary considerations. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more details in the following slides. The 2026 proposed operating budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $328,640 compared to 2025. As of September 30th, 2025, the Environmental Services Department had 282 full-time employees and is proposing the addition of 5 new employees in 2026. 4 of these new employees would go to the maintenance branch and 1 would go to technical services. The 4 positions in maintenance consist of 1 parts technician and 3 third-year apprentices. These positions will help increase our efficiency and resiliency as we continue to manage a significant portfolio. The new position for technical services is a program manager who will provide project sponsor support for capital project execution and lead an extensive portfolio of operational water and wastewater process improvements. The Environmental Services Administration branch focuses on daily administrative tasks and doesn't typically generate revenue. This branch provides support to all the branches within Environmental Services. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $476,323, which is a decrease compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits as a proposed decrease of $258,633, which is primarily due to the reallocating of 2 positions to the newly formed branch of technical services, causing a reduction to the headcount for administration. The maintenance branch is managed by Andy Morrison. This branch completes all maintenance, corrective, and preventative for all RMWB owned and operated facilities. This not only includes all environmental services infrastructure, such as all water and wastewater treatment plants, pump houses and lift stations, truck fill and booster stations, but it also includes all of the office buildings, EMS, and law enforcement facilities, garages, and storage buildings. This team processes over 15,000 work orders annually. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $1,666,111, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to the Fort McKay expense reimbursement from Indigenous Service Canada, updated from 78% to 92% in 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $23,305,237, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits as a proposed increase of $296,624, which is driven by the 4 new positions proposed for 2026 that were previously discussed. Contracted and general services as a proposed increase of $625,795, which is largely due to the water transmission line insulation project that is located on the bridge. Material goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $332,400, which is primarily caused by additional funds being required for instrumentation, mechanical, and plumbing supplies and equipment. The solid waste branch is managed by Diana Chauvet. This branch is responsible for recovering, reusing, and recycling approximately 100,000 tons of material each year, while about 78,000 tons of wastes are sent to landfill. Solid Waste operates and maintains the primary regional landfill in Fort McMurray, as well as 2 transfer stations in Janvier and Conklin, and 6 recycling depots in Fort McMurray. The team's fleet of 18 collection vehicles services more than 56,000 curbside bins for garbage and recycling. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $17,448,289, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to planned rate adjustment, stronger sales trends, and the revenues generated by the new recycling contract with Circular Materials. This contract is part of Alberta's Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR, program, which shifts both the financial and operational responsibility for managing designated recyclable material to the producers. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $19,044,629, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits as a proposed decrease of $177,076, which is driven by positions expected to remain unfilled in 2026. And those positions were unbudgeted due to long-term disability at the time of budgeting. Contracted and general services as a proposed increase of $685,020, which is primarily due to the EPR-related costs for residents, education materials, postage, and increased costs to ship recycling and household hazardous waste. The road repairs at the landfill, curbside collection areas, and public drop-off sites. Material goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $952,500, which is primarily related to the bear-proof bin replacement project. The Technical Services branch is managed by Graham Brown. Technical Services provides shared guidance, technical expertise, and common services for environmental services. The branch delivers specialized expertise in operational project implementation, capital project delivery support, program development, plant control system, and operational technology network infrastructure operations and maintenance, process incident recovery and investigation, and support necessary for business continuity and service delivery. Their focus is on optimizing programs, improving consistency, and supporting long-term operational efficiency throughout the department. The 2026 proposed budget is $2,150,430, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits that has a proposed increase of $2,150,430, which is driven by the transfer of 11 full-time positions previously funded under other environmental services branches or within other departments in the organization, and one proposed new position previously discussed. The Underground Services branch is managed by Steve Podum. It operates and maintains the water distribution and wastewater collection systems across the entire region from Conklin all the way to Fort Chipewyan. This includes more than 1,000 kilometers of pipe, along with thousands of valves, manholes, catch basins, and fire hydrants. The 2026 proposed revenue is $39,251,003, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to the rate increases that occurred in 2025 related to residential, commercial, and industrial water, and in part due to increased consumption. The 2026 proposed expenses are $15,833,592, which is a decrease compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget includes salary, wages, and benefits that has a proposed decrease of $130,207, which is largely driven by the removal of temp positions in 2026. Contracted and general services has a proposed decrease of $244,439, which is largely due to reduced requirements associated with flood mitigation, sewer tank removal, and driveway restoration projects. Material goods and utilities has a proposed increase of $147,117, which is primarily due to the increased mechanical inventory requirements and CCTV program repairs. Other expenditures has a proposed increase of $139,996 and is due to estimated RWSS connection fees expected in 2026. The wastewater treatment branch is managed by Jasprit Singh. This branch provides wastewater services across the entire region. It includes the operation of the primary treatment plant in Fort McMurray, along with 31 urban and rural lift stations, 6 wastewater lagoons, 1 sanitary surge tank, and 2 low-pressure sewer systems. The 2026 proposed revenue is $5,412,879, which is an increase compared to 25. This increase is primarily due to higher commercial and industrial sewer service consumption and hydrovac waste intake. Additionally, sales to other governments will rise due to the increase in Fort McKay expenses reimbursement from Indigenous Services Canada, updated from 78% to 92% in 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses are $7,359,623, which is a decrease compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits as a proposed decrease of $351,391, which is driven by one position transferred to technical services and the removal of 4 temporary positions in 2026. Contracted and general services as a proposed reduction of $74,265, which is related to the decreased engineering, consulting, and maintenance needs anticipated in 2026. The water treatment branch is managed by Debbie Weir. This branch provides potable water services for the entire region, operating 1 regional water treatment plant in Fort McMurray and 4 rural plants in Conklin, Janvier, Fort McKay, and Fort Chipewyan. The branch also oversees 10 drinking water reservoirs, 11 pump houses, 3 booster stations, and 6 bulk water truck fill stations. The 2026 proposed revenue is $3,393,889, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is based on experienced growth in bulk water sales. The proposed budget for 2026 is $16,207,346, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expenses budget in comparison to 2025 includes salary, wages, and benefits as a proposed decrease of $1,201,106, which is driven by the transfer of 7 positions to technical services. Contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $2,124,964, which is largely due to major projects, which include pond dislodging in Fort McMurray and Fort McKay, and automation and control system upgrades. These costs are partially offset by reductions in consulting, testing, and professional services due to project completions. Material goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $81,996, which is primarily related to higher expected chemical and reagent inventory needs in 2026. To summarize, Environmental Services is proposing a 2026 budget of $17,203,003. And this concludes my presentation. Happy to take any answers.
Thank you, Elliot. Sorry, Antoine? Thanks, Elliot, as well. Councillor Brand, you have a question for Antoine, not Elliot?
I do, actually. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We learned a little bit yesterday about training and safety, and I'm curious about your training budget. 2025, there was none, but now there's $13,675 for both mandatory and beneficial. Can you explain to me what that training might be for?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor Brandt. We do have both mandatory and beneficial training as part of environmental services. Some of the mandatory training would be training that is required to maintain operating licenses for some of our operators. So some of our operators have different levels, and based on those levels, they need CE credits, continuing education credits. So that would be part of the training that is required for that staff, and maintenance would have some training as well. As far as beneficial training, attending conferences to also gain credits for the license requirements, and also to understand some of the technologies that could help us be more efficient. That would be part of the beneficial trainings that is included.
So we're talking more about like SWANA courses as opposed to heavy equipment or things of that nature?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct for the solid waste branch. SWANA would be one of the trainings. For the water, wastewater group and underground services would be more like training for related to water, wastewater tickets. So because of the diversity of the areas, there is different training for different branches.
Yeah, I was more or less just looking at the solid waste aspect. Okay. I'm just curious with like this EPR that's coming in, the jobs that are not necessarily lost, but the work that is being lost. Do we have lateral or upward training for these folks for moving them around, essentially?
For the chair to the question, good question. With the extended producer responsibilities, the EPR program that is forced on us by the province, we have lost the MRF contract as of October of this year, October 1st, 2026. We are not going to be sorting residential recycling any longer. So what we have already done, it's going to impact some positions for this part of the operations. We are waiting to hear what impacts could happen to the collections group, which is collecting the recycling, residential recycling across the region. So the ones that we already know we lost, which is the material recycling facilities, the sorting line for residential, we've already accommodated the staff. So we're going to lose positions, but we're doing our best to not lose people.
Correct.
And we've already processed some of these transfers. Some of the operators we had, the permanent operators were transferred into the Public Works group as laborers. And we've amalgamated some of those positions. So instead of having 3 different job descriptions, we have one that is laborers. So those are some of the steps that we've taken to reduce the impact to our staff. So we're going to lose positions, but we're quite hopeful we're not going to lose people. We're just going to reallocate them to different areas, and we're also going to look at possibly providing different training. But as far as the landfill operation itself, there's no impact to the landfill operation because we're going to continue to collect and get rid of the garbage in the landfill. So the impact to the landfill group is non-existent. It's really the material recycling facility and the collections group that could be impacted.
Okay, I'm just thinking out loud, but I'm trying to figure out a way that our public works and our environmental services can be more collaborative for people to transfer between both positions, just for, we're going to say the dreaded word that everyone hates, efficiencies, but just more for our people to be able to move and be trained and be accessible to other positions within the organization. Just looking for more of a way to help that. So that's why I was curious more about the training because there was nothing in the budget. So I don't know if the training department in Public Works is the one that's dealing with you. I kind of asked that yesterday. We were also talking about safety. I'm just trying to get my head around it. I mean, this is our first go around. I'll understand it better by next year. But for now, that's more what I'm looking for is the training aspect for our current employees.
For the chair to Councillor Brandt, and EPR kind of forced our hand a little bit. So we've already moved into that direction. As I said, we've amalgamated positions, job descriptions in the material recycling facility. We used to have 3 different job descriptions. Now they're all laborers. And some of these laborers have already migrated to Public Works. So it's happening.
Perfect, okay.
We've been talking about it for quite some time, and EPR just forced us to take action. And as of last month, we've already transferred 4 or 5 of these positions to Public Works. So whatever you're describing is happening as we speak.
I'm happy to hear it. I've been speaking with residents and employees as I've come into this role and haven't heard a negative thing about you. You're doing fantastic work.
Thank you.
Thanks for all that you do.
Thank you. We have a good team.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship, and through the chair to Antoine, I'll echo those comments. It's especially your underground services team. I got to tell you, I got a ton of experience with those guys. I just seem to always be living in an area where the pipes burst, but they're fabulous when they come out and very cooperative and work with the residents very well. So please pass on my thanks. And I just have a couple of areas I wanted to ask questions for. A number of years ago, we adopted a goal to work towards full cost recovery in our utilities. And I'm just wondering, are we still, is that still a goal? And if so, whereabouts are we in that goal?
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, that's a great question. We have been working diligently towards cost recovery, and I think 4 or 5 years in a row, we had increases of 10% every year on our water billing and wastewater billing. So this year we decided to take a break just because we've we've gone up quite a bit. And we're not above benchmarking. So if you look at benchmark, we're still like in the range. But we're also now trying to focus on efficiencies. If we can improve efficiencies, our cost to operate is going to drop. And since we've increased our cost on the billing, we're hoping to be able to close that gap. I'm thinking we're still a few years out, like 2 or 3 years, if we keep on going. But we've definitely made some progress. But there's still some ways to go, especially with some of the subsidizing we do in rural communities because of the cost of operating in rural communities. It's hard to get there, but we're on our way. So we're making progress.
Well, I guess we'll just keep up the good work. And I know we hear it all the time about, cost of utilities. Anything is too much to many people, but I think it's important that we are able to, we either get it out of you in a bill or we for a user pay system, or we get it out of you in your taxes. So I'm more in favor of the user fees. Secondly, in recycling, and not going to hitch up on too many specifics or anything right now, but I'm just wondering where we're at there. Because at one point, when we built that recycling facility, we had goals of being able to send out and have markets all over the place. But I understand just the cost of transportation out of the region, it becomes a negative impact environmentally on carbon reduction, et cetera. So I think we're still baling cardboard and have a market there, but we were stockpiling glass because there was really no market and it was a lot of contamination with the amount of colored glass. Where are we at with tin and everything else? Is it still working out to be a worthwhile project in a region that's so far north?
For the chair to Councillor Allen, thank you for the question. Interestingly enough, with that new programs that Alberta is forcing on us, the extended producer responsibility, a lot of the recycling, the residential recycling, is being taken away from us. And their mandate, the province has mandated the producers, so all these companies that produce like packaging, they're mandating them to look after cardboard, plastic, glass. So they are going to have to start a glass collection systems that we currently do not have. So there's some downsides to it because it's affecting our workforce to a certain degree, but there's also a lot of upsides where they're gonna now take over the collection and the transport outside of the region of all the residential recycling. So it's gonna divert a lot of that material from our landfill. So it's gonna give us more years on the landfill side. What impact it has on our material recycling facilities, a MRF, we're not going to be doing residential recycling sorting anymore, but we're still doing commercial and industrial recycling. And we've actually, last December of last year, when we had the new fee rates bylaw, we've modified the rates to encourage commercial and industrial to recycle by reducing the cost to the contractors or to the businesses to recycle and increasing the cost to garbage. So we're confident that we're going to continue to work in the right direction as diverting the recycling material, not the residential, because that one is going to be taken away from us as of October 1st of this year. But the commercial, industrial, we're also working, we're trying to encourage the business, the industries to recycle more, which is going to help us. And we do have the baler, so we bale cardboard, plastic, and then we ship it south when we have markets for it. So.
Okay. Yeah, because I know at one point you couldn't even commercially, there wasn't even the ability with the waste management providers to separate the waste that way, and but many of them have gotten on board now. It's just I know and I'd heard just on the fly that a lot of our recycling that we were doing residentially, and it was ending up in landfill because there was no market and it was difficult to justify. So really we weren't recycling what was intended to be recycled.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, there were two. The main reason why some of the recycling material ended up in the landfill is because our baler, which is critical to be able to process the cardboard and the plastic was down for over a year. So that baler, that piece of equipment alone can really interrupt our process. So we would collect the paper, the cardboard, and we would get it into the facility, but then we couldn't bale it. And if you cannot bale it, you cannot transport it south to the market. So then we ended up putting that material in the landfill. But our baler has been back in operation now for the last, I'd say, 6 months. And we have been, we've been able to continue the process and separate that material from the garbage.
Okay. No, well, great. Thank you very much, and appreciate your efforts there.
Thank you.
Thank Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation, Antoine. Just a couple questions. Under your environmental services budget, you have a $60,000 increase. It's consumables. Would that be things like when water was provided to Fort Chip? Is that what that is? An example of like that kind of thing?
That's for the chair to Councillor Bouchier, that's for the entire department that you're looking at?
Yeah. Well, it says environmental services, consumables. It's the yellow sheet. What is this? I think it's environmental services. What's that? It just says environmental services.
Yeah, it's the front one.
Yeah.
Environmental services, yeah.
It's like overall, I believe, is it not?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's 16,000?
Well, it's $217,850. It's an increase of $56,350. I just don't know what consumables are in your world.
That's
I have no clue.
That's a great question. Maybe what I'll do is I'll let Laurie help me out with that one.
Okay. And
yeah.
I'll just move on to my next question.
Yes.
Yeah, under contracted and general services. My next questions might kind of touched on it, but in both solid waste and UGS, in the revenue, there's about $2 million in both of those, an increase. So would that be directly as a result of the user rates and fees?
For the chair to Councillor Boussier, I can answer that question, so that's good. For solid waste, there is a big difference that came from that EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility.
Okay.
So the province has said that the province told the producers that they are now responsible to manage the residential recycling, but they were not ready. So what they did is they entered a contract with the municipality and we became the contractor. So we basically are now paid by Circular Material to recycle, which is what we were doing before, but they decided to give us some money to do it. So that's a big part of that increase came from that. On October 1st of this year, we're going to lose that amount because they're now taking it, they're going to contract someone else out. So we're going to lose that increased income for solid waste, which is connected to the Extended Producer Responsibility. And let me just see. And there's also some increase to just the revenue coming from people tipping like garbage and fees. So that's part of that. As far as the second one, which was UGS, Underground Services. So Underground Services is lucky that they collect all those fees that we collect from residents. It all goes into that one branch. So they usually get all the revenues. And the increase is connected to that rate increase we had last year.
Yep.
But also we've experienced higher than previously like demand for water and wastewater services. So it's not just a rate, but also the consumption.
Okay, yeah, my point was just basically that's taxpayers, that extra $2 million. Yep.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, taxpayer, but also commercials, like tipping or rates for bulk water, for example.
But the recycling revenue, it's going up 1.9 million. So
Yes.
is that coming from the province then?
Yes, through circular
Pardon me?
material, yes.
Yeah, okay. Got it?
We do. So the consumables are a variety of things like winter gloves, wipes, batteries, Lysol wipes, alcohol
Okay.
wipes, PPE, that sort of thing. And then there's also, we're observing an increase in pricing as well.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thank you, and thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Comment and a question. My first is great job to you and your team, especially this summer with the education around the recycling and the utilization of the staff. I know that I learned a lot and it was very helpful. So great job to you and to our comms team. We're aware of the water break that happened in Calgary, and we talked a lot about asset management. Can you walk me through where we are in relation to the understanding and tracking of our assets that you are responsible for?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, how much time do you have? I could speak about that for quite some time, but I would start with the challenge that the city of Calgary has is based on a specific type of pipe, and we do not have that pipe here. So that's good, because we'd lose some nights of sleep otherwise. But we've been working with asset management groups that has been started or emphasized more in the last 12 months. We're really working hard on trying to understand our system better. What we've done is, and you might have seen that in the details of the budget, where we've launched a full regional CCTV program to look at the wastewater infrastructure. So we're really getting a better understanding of what our assets are on the sanitary side. We've also started introducing some what we call smart hydrants, and we've actually started here in Fort McMurray, and we also have 6 of them in partnership with Fort McKay First Nation in Fort McKay. And what those devices do is that help us understand if we have pressure issues or if we have leaks. So we're embracing the technology to get better visibility on our infrastructure. So between that, the technology use and the partnership with asset management and the PMO group, we're really working on getting a better understanding of our infrastructure. So, but it's obviously it's a huge region, a lot of infrastructure. So we have a plan. We're working on it to get the best understanding of our infrastructure.
Perfect. I just want to make sure Lori didn't want to say something. No, that's fantastic. Yeah, my biggest concern is when we look at things like Mac Island, the wear and tear is obvious when there's a rip in the lining. But when it comes to our underground assets, we need to be more flexible in how we address it. So I'm happy to hear that we're working on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Van Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. And so a quick question, just since we were talking about water main breaks. Do we treat water as a inventoriable item in a sense? Do we note a loss when we have a water break and we puke 50,000 gallons out into the environment?
For the chair to the question, the answer is yes. And when we have a water break, especially if it ends up in the environment, we have to report it to Alberta Environment. And they usually ask us what volume, and we have to make sure we have dechlorination packs so we don't introduce chlorine into rivers or lakes or in the environment. So we do keep track of how much water is lost approximately. But yes, we do understand. Usually when we have a leak, we know about how many liters a second. We can tell based on what the demand is coming out of the plant or the different reservoirs. So we do keep track, and we have to report that to Alberta Environment. So
is that a significant loss for us? Is it noted somewhere how much those water breaks cost us per year, or any kind of?
Through the chair to the question, we don't necessarily have the benefit of our region here, and I'm going to refer to Fort McMurray especially. We have plenty of water. So and the plant was designed for a population of 250,000 people. So we have a lot of redundancy. We have big infrastructure. We have a lot of water in the river. So we're not necessarily concerned about how much water we're pushing out. For the smaller communities in the rural, that's a different story, because some of these, if you have a leak in Fort McKay, for example, if we have a leak, it's impacting us fairly quickly. So we have to find it, we have to address it. But yeah, so we're monitoring it, but we're not necessarily tracking it to the point where we know each year how much water is being lost to breaks. But we're doing pretty good. We've been able to maintain our infrastructure quite well. And I think our loss to water breaks is not significant compared to some other communities that might have older infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilor Van Castian. I don't see any more other questions, so I'll go to motions. I actually have one. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor Cardinal to take my seat.
Okay, Mayor Bowman, you could go with your motion, please, and thank you.
Turn me on. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I, Sandy Bowman, move, whereas water quality is one of the region's most valuable and irreplaceable natural resources, and ensuring the protection of this resource is essential to the health, safety, and well-being of all residents. Whereas strengthening our water quality monitoring allows us to more rapidly detect and respond to changes in source or raw water, water conditions, and improve long-term planning for water treatment system infrastructure and operational needs. Whereas allocating funding in the 2026 budget for a comprehensive water monitoring program that will ensure water quality monitoring becomes a regional priority rather than a reactive measure. Be it further resolved that the 2026 budget be amended to include $500,000 for water quality monitoring across the region over the next 3 years, at which time the data will help inform future funding requests to future protect our water treatment processes.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I have somebody second that? Oh, sorry. Thanks for the second, Councilor Brandt. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mayor? Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. We've had a lot of water issues over the last, well, I'm going to say the last 5 years I've been here. A tailings failure north of town a few years back. We weren't notified that for several months after the failure. This concerned ourselves, our residents, our First Nations, our Métis communities north of that leak. There's 4 waterways in the region that bring all the water to all the residents of the region, from Conklin to Fort Chipewyan. And there's 5 pipelines under the Athabasca River just south of us, and that river runs north. And north of us and south of a lot of the communities are several tailings ponds, which is a huge concern to our residents, First Nations, and industry itself. So this here, I bring this forward as this is something we need to, water is our greatest natural resource. Some may argue oil and natural gas is, but it's my belief that water is our greatest natural resource in the region, and we want to know if something's wrong in that water before it gets to be a problem.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I get questions from council? Oh, Councilor Vardy, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Bowman, I do have a friendly amendment, but I don't know where it goes. So our Indigenous communities, some for 2 years, some for 15 years, have been participating in water monitoring. So it would be helpful for us to be able to use some of that data either moving forward or to help kind of build a larger scope of what's going on. Would there be a possibility to amend having a partnership or a collaboration with the First Nations and Métis nations within the region?
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. I think there's also a confusion as well. There's water testing and there's water monitoring. Water testing, our water treatment plants, along with First Nations and Métis communities, we have I think I'm going to speak, Antoine can probably speak to this. I think we have the most tested water treatment plant probably in the world in Fort Chipewyan. The tests are tested and they're double tested after that, as well as our First Nations and Métis communities are also testing these facilities. So this is a monitoring that would monitor change in the basically in the river and near the intakes, not testing of the water quality that is on these treatment plants. But I'm very welcomed. I think the information we have that we do get from monitoring will be shared with First Nations and Métis communities and available to everyone. So it's almost an alarm system if anything changes in our water intake.
Thank you, Councillor Barty. Councillor Scott, go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm with administration that this is something that you think you can accomplish, and given the amount that's in the motion.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, the motion reads for 3 years. Like some of that monitoring we're going to be able to do in-house, which can start right away. Some of that monitoring is going to be contracted out because of liability and feasibility situation. So we're going to have to go to market to find a partner. But if it's 3 years, we're going to have time to go to market, find a partner, and start that contracted piece of it. But the internal piece that we can do in-house, we could start that like next month.
Okay, and I just want to confirm that your plan would be to make the information publicly available?
Through the chair to the question, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Brandt, question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Considering what we dealt with in our first week as a new council, this is a, pun intended, drop in the bucket for what would prevent having us to spend almost $1 million for recovery. So is that enough to prevent such a thing?
So this here is for monitoring, and testing is probably far more expensive, but this monitor, I would say this will give us an idea over 3 years to see what the future is going to be. But I think this is an amount for Antoine to start with. And come next year's budget, if he finds there's a different way to do it, or it's more expensive or it's less expensive, this will definitely get us started. But I think Antoine's team will come back, and I guess not next year. We'll come back in a few months and let us know.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, I'll be supporting this. I just didn't know if 500,000 would be enough, because like I said, we just dealt with something that costs far more than that. So, all right, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Any more questions from council? I have one. Okay, thanks, Mayor, for bringing the motion forward. My question, push your button, thanks. My question is, after the plan, after 3 years, water's still going to keep on flowing. What's the results? Say if we get 3 years of data, then the water continues to flow. What's the vision or path forward there?
I'll answer that.
Okay.
Sun shines as the grass grows, the river flows. It's going to be an eternity. We're going to need to monitor water as long as we have water.
Okay, perfect. I'll be supporting the motion as it stands as well. So,
closing statements.
And Councillor Scott.
Yeah, this is just an additional question to administration. Do we have a water strategy overall?
For the chair to Councillor Scott, can you expand a little bit on what you mean by
strategy on how we're going to resolve water issues as we go forward? Because there seems to be many challenges. And we're certainly dealing with the federal government, the provincial government. We have many nations.
For the chair to the question, over the last few years, we've been working hard with the different levels of government, Indigenous Service Canada, that represent the First Nations. We have regular meetings with them to work on how we're going to maintain or expand our infrastructure for water, everything related to water. So we do have a plan we're working on, with the First Nation, with the different communities, to continue to put the priority on water treatment supply. And so we do have a lot of balls in the air, like with the different communities, for different water sources, different water treatment processes. And now we're working with the different levels of government to make sure that they come to the table and also start on. They've been great at participating financially on the operating side. On the capital side, historically we haven't knocked on the door as much as we could have, and we're changing that. Over the last few years, we've really pushed hard to bring them to the table before we start a project, so they can't use the excuse that they didn't know. And usually you want them right from the get-go, so then they can pay their share too. So.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Antoine, question. So I do know that for McMurray Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism is currently working on a water study as it relates to how much water we would need for new builds. My question is, will administration collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that there is an efficiency around all this data that we're collecting?
For the chair, to Councillor Vardy, that is correct. They have reached out to us several times asking if we would be able to accommodate the demand for specific development. As I mentioned earlier, when the wastewater treatment plants, the water treatment plant were upgraded back in 2015 or around there, the idea was that we could service a population of $250,000. So we do have, in terms of our treatability, we do have tons of capacity. The challenge is to get that water to where the development is going to happen. And that's what I think that studies that AgDev is going to work on, and we're definitely going to be at the table because we operate the infrastructure, and we want to make sure that we're fully aware and also can provide that expertise to what needs to happen.
Another call for questions. Any more questions from council? Seeing none, can we move on to debate? Or sorry, closing statements, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I think my only closing statement is, as I've said earlier, our greatest and most valuable resource in the region is water, and we need to be good stewards of that. So I'll encourage my colleagues to vote for this, and I'll end with that.
Okay, everyone, since I'm deputy mayor, the system doesn't have the voting process, so if I can have all councillors, including the mayor, vote with a show of hands, please, and thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Antoine. Moving next, I'd like to invite Planning and Development Services to present their proposed 2026 operating budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services Department, and I am here today to present the proposed 2026 operating budget for Planning and Development Services Department. And with me today is our entire management team in the gallery. The department consists of administration and 5 branches: safety codes, development planning, development engineering, land administration, and customer experience and analytics. Building quality communities through clear, professional, and consistent decisions is our departmental vision. As set out in our business plan, our priorities are to provide exceptional customer service with the goal of supporting business activities in the region and reducing barriers to development. Our second priority is our people, creating a work environment where people feel motivated and recruiting skilled people who are encouraged to grow within the department. Collectively, we value our customers, taking initiative, sharing knowledge, consistency, making things easy, and teamwork. As of September 30th, 2025, actual revenue is significantly over, and actual expenses are at 77% of the total 2025 budget request. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $12,498,547. As previously mentioned by the CFO, the 2027 and 2028 plan years include a 3% increase to incorporate inflationary considerations. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more detail in the following slides. The 2026 proposed budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $1,236,030 compared to 2025. The overall increase is mainly due to 8 full-time employees funded in 2026 that were not funded in the 2025 budget. As of September 30th, 2025, the Planning and Development Department had 87 full-time employees and are proposing the addition of 2 employees in 2026. Planning and Development's administration team provides high-level support to the Office of the CAO and directs all work within the department. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $514,188, which is an increase compared to 2025. This can be explained by the contracted and general services line, which has a proposed increase of $55,000, which is largely due to an increase for conference registration and training due to a change in budgeting in 2026. These funds were once held in corporate finance in 2025 budget, and the budget for the entire department is now in administration. Safety codes. The Safety Codes branch is responsible for providing permitting and inspection services for all construction in the region in alignment with Alberta's safety codes. This team is led by our manager, Lori Parsons. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $1,137,625, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to an increase in building permit applications for 2 major retailers now under construction in the region. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $3,735,019, which is an increase compared to 2025. This can be explained by the salaries, wages, and benefits line, which has a proposed increase of $345,241. This is driven by the funding of 3 FTEs in 2026, which were not funded in the 2025 budget due to vacancy or leave. The Development Planning Branch supports and regulates orderly development in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and the Land Use Bylaw. This team is led by our manager, Isela Contreras. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $185,000, which is a decrease compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $5,319,251, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 approved budget for this branch include salaries, wages, and benefits, which has a proposed increase of $307,318,
which is driven by the addition of 2 new positions proposed for 2026 that were previously discussed in this presentation. And the contracted and general services line, which has a proposed increase of $348,500, which is largely to support hiring a planning mentor and conducting a needs assessment for aging in place. The Development Engineering Branch provides technical support for private development approvals, ensuring alignment with the region's development design standards. This team is led by our manager, Nazir Krushri. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $10,000, which is an increase compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $1,135,086, which is a decrease compared to 2025. This can be explained by the salaries and benefits line, which has a proposed increase of $125,406, which is driven by the funding of an FTE in 26 that was not funded in 2025 as it was vacant. The contracted and general services line has a proposed decrease of $446,489, mainly due to decreased consulting fees anticipated in 2026 due to 2025 project timelines being extended. The Land Administration manages all aspects of municipal land interest. This team is led by our manager, Bryn Armstrong. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $388,305, which is an increase compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $1,649,670, which is a decrease compared to 2025. This can be explained by the salaries, wages, and benefits line, which has a proposed increase of $50,456, which is driven by the funding of 1 temporary position in 2026 that was not funded for in 2025 as it was vacant. And the contracted general services line, which has a proposed decrease of $223,130, which is largely due to fee deferrals for appraisals and cancellation of the Fraser Avenue Bay rental. The Customer Experience and Analytics branch focuses on streamlining processes to add value, finding ways to improve customer service based on data analysis. The team also supports municipal initiatives with social, demographic, and economic analysis, such as the census, and the team is led by our manager, Kojo Efu. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $285,000, which is a decrease compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $2,151,263, which is an increase compared to 2025. This can be explained by the salaries, wages, and benefits line, which has a proposed increase of $407,403, which is driven by the funding of 3 FTEs in 2026, which were not funded for in 25 due to vacancy or leaves. In summary, Planning and Development Services is proposing a 2026 budget of $12,498,547. This concludes the presentation for the Planning and Development 2026 proposed operating budget and the 27-28 financial plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Amanda. This council has directed you to do some additional work through some of the motions that were made. And has that been taken into account, or should we adjust the budget to take the additional work into account in your estimation?
Through the chair to the question, the recent motion for the business process improvement approach did not take into consideration the associated costs because our budget numbers were already inputted to council at that time, or to finance at that time.
And what is the estimated additional cost? Or do you know yet?
Through the chair to the question, when we were looking at the impact of the motion, We did crunch some preliminary numbers. We will have further discussions with IT, but the upfront costs, not including what implementation would be, we would be looking at funds to, if we could engage a business process analysis analyst, that would be useful in us moving through the process review as efficiently as possible. Really looking at where our current state is, where are some of the root causes for the processes that we do have. We've got over 140 different permits that we, or things that we charge for in planning. Off the cuff and a basic estimation, if we could secure around 200,000, that would definitely give us a head start and get us further into the process of cleaning up some of these approaches to permits.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Hey, Amanda. Few questions. So you would like 2 more positions. The first one you said was to cover needs assessment for aging in place. What would the other full-time position be for?
Through the chair to the question, the 2 FTEs, so the aging in place wouldn't require a full, an FTE. That's a project that we are undertaking. What we're looking at is 2 planning coordinators. So essentially, we've got a lot of heavy lifting with projects such as the aging in place facility, DRIP, census is another example, our area structure plans, whereby if we had the dedicated resource to lift some of these projects off the ground, we would be able to get a lot more done within the course of a year.
Perfect, thank you. My next is about the 16 vacancies. So what does that do to your service level when you have 16 vacancies?
Through the chair to the question, and thank you for asking that question. In planning across Canada and arguably North America and probably globally, it's difficult to secure professional planners. In order for us to hire professional planners, there's certain credentials that they have to meet and qualifications that they need. And we're competing with other cities across Canada and America that it's difficult for us to do that being so far north. Our salaries and just the approach to different working environments that are available outside of the municipality. So we do struggle securing people coming into the organization in those planning roles. We have been pivoting a little bit to open up more Planner 1 positions so we can get junior staff in and have them grow within the department. Trying to get Planner 3s especially is very difficult for us. And what that does for our service level, it stretches us thin. In planning and development, we've got permits that we have to process continuously. Plus we have projects that we manage. We've got statutory documents that we're mandated to have updated and created. And then we also have the efficiency piece that we're constantly trying to work on. And that's one element within the planning department. But it definitely has an impact to how we deliver.
Thank you. One compliment and then 2 questions. Great job. I know it was a collaboration with the DRIP project, but in my opinion, planning and development is the closest thing to our local businesses. So my question, 2 parts. What does being pro-business mean to you, and how does council support you in being more pro-business?
Through the chair to the question, thank you for the compliment. For pro-business for us is kind of how you just said it. We're close. We're very close to the businesses in our region. One thing that we are always saying to staff is that any business that's trying to do business in the region, they typically have to interact with their department at some level, whether that be a business license, a safety codes permit, a development permit. If they're dealing with land administration on agreements, and it's really important that our staff understand we're that gatekeeper, especially being in a community that's so far north. We don't have any other catchment areas to draw from, so we have to have the competitive advantage for ourselves, but also be there to support the businesses that want to locate and stay in the region. And part of that is constantly being on the ground and understanding where the annoyances are for those that are dealing with planning development, because we're so public facing, we interact with thousands of people on a weekly basis, probably from our safety codes and our planning teams and our front counter teams. And we're constantly looking at ways to shift and make things easier. And it's difficult. It's a very difficult system to navigate because we're mandated to follow certain rules. But at the same time, we're working with a structure that's been built for many, 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 many years. And we're trying to clean all that up while still delivering the essential services that we do deliver. So in a nutshell, being pro-business means facilitating and helping businesses that are approaching us and giving them an environment that they can navigate easier.
Councillor Bussier, Lance?
I think Councillor Vardy had one more question.
Sorry, just my part two is how do we support you in doing that? Is it just that extra position of the business process analyst?
Through the chair to the question, yes, that would definitely help us. Understanding what we deliver as a department, and the more that we can focus on what we've committed to delivering in 2026, the better it is for us. When we start adding more projects, it just stretches us thinner. And then also understanding council's priorities is always very useful for us, so we know what to target. It's clear to me one of our main priorities is the customer service piece. But as we get into 2026 and starting to talk about projects like downtown revitalization as an example, the clearer we are with what we're trying to achieve, that does help our department for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Amanda. A couple questions. Do we send staff to the same conventions that ECDEV go to?
Through the chair to the question, no, we don't. So the conferences that we send our staff on are safety codes, a lot of the safety codes conferences or the planning conferences, and ECDEV does not go to those conferences at all. The only overlap there might be is the ICSC conference that ECDEV attends usually twice a year, and sometimes we'll send one representative from planning to go to that conference. In 2025, we didn't send anybody.
Okay. I noticed there's a significant bump in your ask for business travel. Can you expand just a little bit on the rationale behind that or the reasoning?
Sure. Through the chair to the question, I think you're probably referring to is like a 75,000 jump in the development planning travel.
Yeah, 19 to 96.
Yes. So some of the travel associated with training and conferences is grouped into that, as well as a position or a temporary contract that we're looking to hire for, which is the planning mentor. We know that getting somebody within the region is not likely, and so we budgeted for that travel. We grouped it into the travel costs that you see in front of you.
Okay, so that cost won't be incurred unless we find someone.
Exactly.
Okay. The other question I have, and it may have been a different department, but you and I briefly talked about the lands that we have as part of the master land agreement. Is there any reasoning, like we haven't tried to market those or put them on the market and try to recover some of the money that the province owes us?
Through the chair to the question, no, there's the lands that are primarily in the Parson Creek area and Sailing Creek area. We haven't gone out and marketed those beyond what we sold for the
Allard.
Yes, that deal. Primarily, the direction hasn't necessarily been set. So once we understand through council strategic plan and where we're going in 26, we'll probably get more of an idea as to whether or not we want to put those on the market. What we have done, though, is the lands that are considered surplus that we don't necessarily have a future plan for, they are available in a map online. And if there's anyone that is looking to put in an unsolicited offer on those sites, we do entertain the conversation. And just this past Monday, we actually had a conversation with a potential investor looking at one of those sites owned by the municipality. So it's not that we're not selling them, we just haven't proactively listed them or issued an RFP for anything.
Okay, so would it take a motion maybe to activate some sort of marketing plan or list with local agents or local offices? Like I know Susan and Caldwell are actively marketing some of the provincial lands. We have that land and we're trying to recover some of our monies. I guess, so it would take a motion from council then?
Through the chair to the question, if a motion did come from council, then we would definitely act on it. We have had conversations with the province about the lands that they have listed close to the ones that are owned by the municipality. It does seem like there isn't a quick rush to sell those lands.
Yeah.
And so there had been a conversation even from the provincial standpoint of not flooding the market either. They were sharing with us that they also have other land assets that I believe, are holding back on before they decide to sell everything. They kind of are piecing it.
Yeah, I guess it's nice of them to kind of dictate what we do with our lands when they owe us the money. And they don't want to pay us. They just want to give us land and then tell us, well, we shouldn't sell it because we're competing with them or we're flooding the market. But okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation, Amanda. Under the revenue for rentals, 318,000. I'm just, what do we own that we rent?
Through the chair to the question, are we looking at our overall budget or are you in a specific branch?
The overall, it's probably the third slide
here we
would
go,
have been of
okay.
yours.
Yeah.
Proposed for 26, 318,305. I'm just curious what we rent that we get that much rent. What?
Through the chair to the question, Bryn Armstrong will come up. She's our manager of land administration, and she'll provide some more clarity to exactly what that is.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair to the question, our lease and license portfolio brings in that amount every year.
Which is what?
Which is, it's for land and building leases. So primarily, we've got telecommunication towers that are located on municipal land. We've got Sny Point. We've got sorry.
No, is it just generally, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw a wrench into it. Just generally, is it whatever buildings or whatever that the municipality owns, it comes to your department? Is that how it works?
That's right. So it's mostly land leases, but there are a few building leases. So Sny Point, we've got 2 tenants at the Fort Chipewyan Airport, and we've got a housing unit for RRC staff in Fort Chipewyan.
Okay, so any revenue for that would come to your department. We wouldn't see it in anybody else's budget.
That's correct. Okay. Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, thank you. And then Amanda, under your administration budget, sorry I missed it. You said 55,000 was under general and contracted services was held elsewhere, but now it's in your budget for an expense. What was that for?
Through the chair to the question, that was for training and conferences.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
okay. And so is that an increase from 25?
It's on like when we budgeted, we kept our expenditures similar to what we had for last year.
Okay.
It looks like a jump because it was held in a different pocket before, essentially.
Yeah, okay. And then I'm just confused on your FT budgets, just in general, like under safety codes, you have 3, and it's 345,000. But then in development planning, almost the same amount, a little bit, is only 2 positions, and then somewhere else it's only like 50. In land administration, so I'm just confused. Is that just different salaries?
Sorry, through the chair to the question, are you asking about the vacancies?
I'm asking for the allotment of funding. So under safety codes, you have an increase in salaries and benefits of 345,241. You said that was for 3 new FTEs. And then elsewhere, you have 1 FTE at 125,406. So I'm just trying to figure, is that just differences in salaries? Is that what that is?
Through the chair to the question, finance might be able to add a little bit more detail there, but yes, my understanding is that all in, so all the expenses associated with staffing, it's like including health and benefits and all that, that is exactly what it is, yeah.
Oh, so there's just differences, like 3 FTEs in one area is 345, 3 FTEs in another is 407. That's just different skill sets and...
different pay bands.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's all I was wondering. And that, no, sorry, one more. This planning mentor? So like a trainee, is that what that, or is it?
Through the chair to the question, one thing that we've struggled a bit in planning over the last few years is we've lost, in particular, 3 management within planning development that have moved on to different careers. But for the most part, we have quite a young division, and we don't have the ability to draw in a seasoned planner within our own team. Like we're, for the most part, a very young team, and having someone that has the years of experience and wealth and depth of experience in planning development would benefit our entire division, especially the development planning group. So it was discussed in the 2025 planning season that if we could get someone up here to be a mentor to both our management team but also staff on the ground, our planners, it would be useful. I know that when I first came to the municipality years ago, they had they would call him like an in-resident mentor who came up. He came up quite regularly. We wouldn't need this person as much, but essentially they're there as a open ear. They help guide projects. They give advice, and they're not stuck in the day-to-day managing of staff. They're there to really guide projects and provide that advice that some of our management team, they just don't have the capacity to do it because we're quite short even on our management team. We have vacancies, and it would just help us get to that next point of getting some good advice and sound mentorship for both our exempt and our planning staff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Van Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. I have a question for customer experience and analytics. You show proposed $285,000 in revenue. What generates that revenue from a customer experience and analytics department?
Through the chair to the question, our customer experience and analytics team, they oversee the front counter as well. And part of their scope is business licensing. And that's revenues we receive for those permits.
$285,000 in business licenses. Is that the department that also took care of the census work?
Correct.
So just to Councillor Scott's ask in your $200,000 DART, we'll call it, could that workload not be absorbed by that department now that we're not doing census without the additional $200,000?
Through the chair to the question, we know and plan for the census to happen every few years, and we adjust our workloads based on that. So when we start to die down with our census team, we start to build up other projects that fill those gaps, and those have been spoken for already. I wish we had a wealth of free census workers, but we don't.
And just a general question. I know from at least one of the committees I sit on, they provided some recommendations to your department for process improvements, customer service. Have those been a benefit overall and a benefit from a financial standpoint? Have we had seen process improvements and efficiencies from them?
Through the chair to the question, we're lucky that we get to work with the Development Advisory Committee and the Pro Business Advisory Committee. They've been very useful for planning. We also go to them with other projects outside of process review, but collectively they do bring, like they call them complaints, but it's useful for us because when we have access to that information, it helps us to understand what applicants are dealing with. And we still get those, I'll call them complaints, pretty often. Because we deal with so many different businesses and people, we're bound to get those complaints coming in. But when they come through a conversation and discussion around like how can you improve, that's when it's useful for us. And those committees have been, I'd say, instrumental in helping us shape what that looks like. We've managed to get our process review completed a couple of years back, where we're more than halfway through implementing that document, but there's much more that we can be doing. And through the motion that came, I guess it was a month ago now, to further that work, having the resources for us to take that to the next step will be useful for us.
Okay, one last question, also kind of a general one. From an efficiency business process standpoint, which will eventually have a dollar value attached to it, have we ever explored a design catalog for faster permitting? If somebody wants to build a garage, here's an approved design.
Through the chair to the question, we've seen in some municipalities, they're starting to take very specific building types and have them pre-approved if the applicant follows the exact design package. It's something that's come up that we've discussed. It's useful, but a lot of the times you don't see the exact design package come through. And so if there's any modification to the design package, you're kind of like back to square one and going through the normal permitting process. But it is a good option if someone wanted to fast track.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Just a quick point, ask Amanda, as Councillor Boussier mentioned, would it be advantageous if we advocated the province to take their land off the market so we could market our land?
Through the chair to the question, I don't think it would hurt.
Okay, don't think it hurts. Good enough answer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. We'll work on it. Councillor Boussier, Lance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Back to Amanda. Amanda, I think your department, in my opinion, does a very good job, and I'm not saying it because they're here, but I think sometimes the criticism is not warranted with your department. If someone comes in, their application is filled out properly, and have all their ducks in a row, what kind of turnaround time?
So we're looking at if someone had a development permit, let's say, application in, and it was full and it was considered complete, and the zoning also matched what they were trying to do, our average, we can get it out in 21 days. That's the average that we see. If it's electric or building permits or gas, for example, plumbing, we're seeing an average, if everything is in place, 3 days. Now, typically when we get the complaints, they're not typically for a standard project, or there's something different about it. And also sometimes we do make mistakes internally too that can shift timelines as well. But for the most part, when we rank all of our permits against other municipalities, we are ahead of the other municipalities. There are anomalies, but for the most part, on average, we are ahead.
And the reason I ask is I've talked to friends that have relocated builders that are dealing in Kelowna, and they say it's a nightmare to deal with them. So you had said there's, about 16 vacancies. if your staff complement is where it's supposed to be, are you gonna see much of a reduction in your turnaround? Like, you're pretty efficient, right, to be honest? Like, for the most part.
For the most part, we are. There are areas that we can get better at. I
Right.
see them myself every day.
Yeah.
If we had those vacancies, yeah, I mean, we'd be quicker, because we're, for the bulk of permits that we get in, they're divided basically amongst the staff, the planners that we have.
Right.
And I'm talking about development permits that are in the department. If we have more people, we will get even more efficient. And we use all of our planners for approving all of our permits. Some teams in the country have staff that only approve permits. That's it. And our staff work on projects and approve permits too.
Okay. And you said you're looking for a planning mentor? Maybe Kojo would like to come back. Have you talked to him?
Through the chair to the question, I'm also working on another angle there.
Okay.
That's
Thank
a
you.
separate story.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Amanda, you have in planning and development, sales and user charges, an actual decrease of 11,000, and then an increase in licensing and permits. I'm confused why the drop in sales and user charges when what was passed by this council was an increase. Sorry, Amanda, it is, oh, see, I got two of these, right? Oh, this is the new one.
Through the chair to the question, yes, I see here, sales and user charges from 31,000 down to 19. That's the line you're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other one you mentioned?
Is well, the next one, it's an increase, so I'm just wondering, was it in the way you're coding things that they offset each other, or?
So through the chair to the question, I'll start with the licensing and permits. So that one is pretty much a standard, we just apply a standard increase if we see that things are on track. So from 1.65 to 1.668, that's just based on quick math rounding up.
Mm-hmm.
For sales and user charges, I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't have a specific answer unless someone on the management team does.
That's okay.
Okay. I mean,
yeah.
It's a nominal amount, 11,000, but I will get an answer.
I'm just, our rates, and my issue is I looked at our overall budget and I see about 6 million more. And to me, it looks like it's not in yours, but just in the overall RM budget, 6 million more in revenue that is coming out of the pockets of our citizens. And so I'm trying to reconcile that in my mind with the extravagance of what I consider extravagance in the organization in terms of just overall spend. And obviously, I don't think everything should be free. Everybody's not getting, we have the lowest tax rate probably in the country, right? Like I would say, but the rates, like just to go to the dump, in 2 years has gone from $10 to $15. My son swore at me, so I know specifically what that is. So I'm struggling with our continual increase. Am I right that in your department there is brand new charges that were just, I don't want to say created, but there's new charges like new permits, I didn't see when I looked at the user rates, like last year's fee and this. So am I right that there's just a lot of brand new charges? It's not a criticism. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. through the chair to the question, so just to kind of provide more context, and finance might want to jump in. So my experience with the user fees is that over the past, I'd say like 10 years, we didn't, as an organization, do a very good job in keeping it updated. And I know in planning, if we didn't go in and request an update to the user fee bylaw, like it never got updated, it would just stay the same. That's, I can speak for planning on that. There was an effort in the last few years to take more care and pay more attention to what those user fees are and to baseline us and benchmark us against other municipalities in the country. And for the most part, like we were undercharging wildly in comparison to other cities. And I know that from planning. And I'm thinking that's probably where a lot of that bulk is. Okay. And it's just, it's not that we're gouging residents. It's that we're probably really even getting cost recovery on what we're charging, but we're at least becoming somewhat baseline to other communities in the country. And the same can be said for planning. We don't have new permits. It could be that some of the permits didn't have appropriate fees.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, and I know for myself, I went through, and our entire management team, like we've been through line by line, looking at what does Grand Prairie charge, what does Edmonton charge, are we increasing it too much? There's permits that we should be like probably increasing like tenfold, but we're not, because it would be too much of a jump. And so if we do see that we're off by quite a bit from other municipalities, we do have to increase our charges, especially because a lot of administrative work goes into processing those particular permits.
Okay.
It's somewhat cost recovery, but you're not fully cost recovering.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly I've seen that with ball rates, right? Like, so when the municipality's been trying to catch up, all of a sudden people are slammed with like 100% increase out of nowhere, and at a time where our economy stinks. And I don't believe we're gouging people, but I believe our citizens feel gouged. They feel gouged by the increase in the water fee. And I guess just from my perspective, not you, just in general, it appears like in our efforts to catch up and not be diligent year over year over year, we're consequencing our residents for, I don't want to say ineptitude, but just an unwillingness or an inability or whatever it was to be diligent for the last decade or whatever. And now we're like, we need to be diligent, and they feel consequenced. And most importantly, we are financially hurting our residents. So that's not a you issue, that's just an us as a general organization. But I was just trying to figure out with the permit costs and stuff, because it's the sales and rates are a big one, right, for council to pass. So I mean, for me, I won't approve an increase next year, I'll vote no. But I just think we need to be mindful as an organization what we're doing to the citizens as it relates to our charges. So, thank you.
If I could just add, please. I do have an answer for the 11,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's based on, we collect fees for advertising when we have work in association with the land use bylaw, and based on what our actuals were, we went from original budget in 2025 of 10,000 in advertising sales, and we just cost corrected it to 5,000, which it's more realistic. And then for inspection fees, it went down from 10,000 that we were anticipating to collect down to 2,600. And that's because a lot of our inspection fees are already built into the permitting fees. Okay. So that was another piece that we just looked at what our actuals were, and it made more sense to base it off of that than to over budget for it. And that pretty much equals 11,000.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Scott?
Oh, thanks. I was just going to bring the motion if it was that time.
Just a minute, I'll let Councilor Boussier go first, and then if you'd like to bring a motion, we can following that. Councilor Boussier?
Okay, thank you. Amanda, just Luana brought up fees. Who determines the offsite levy fee? I know it eventually passes on to the homeowner, but do we establish that?
Through the chair to the question, yes, so the offsite levy fees and the associated documents live with the development engineering branch, which falls under planning and development. And right now, we have two different documents that oversee those fees. So one is for the urban area and the other document is for the rural area. But we're in the process right now. It's a new initiative. We're starting it, like we've literally started it, whereby we're going to have only one document for the entire region. And we'll be looking at an easier, cleaner way to determine what those offsite levy fees are. But those are all regulated under that document, which falls in planning and development.
Okay, and just an extension of that, how does our offsite levy fees compare with other municipalities or communities? Can you even ascertain that?
Through the chair to the question, I can't. I know that for the rural area and the urban area, they're very different. So part of that process of updating our fees is to understand, one, how much infrastructure we need to recover. What does that look like in terms of what we've spent? And then two, how do other municipalities base their offsite levy? And then adding to that, as part of the scope, we've created, we want to understand, can there be incentives that play into offsite levies as well to attract particular development in particular areas? You could use it as a tool.
And I think through the chair, I think we've done that in the past where we've waived to stimulate some sort of activity, but I don't know if it ever is passed down to the end user, or the purchaser in the savings. I think sometimes it just may end up more money in the developer's pocket, right? Because, I mean, you look at Eagle Ridge and they had all kinds of controls that where the builder could only make so much, but then the builder hired his wife and his daughter and just, he ended up making, or they typically probably made as just much money as the other subdivisions they built in. So I was just more curious if the offsite, if we determine the overall price, or if
We do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank
you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. And if there's no other questions, I'll go to Councilor Scott for a motion.
Thanks for all your hard work, Amanda. So the motion is that, and this is based on Amanda's discussion, the $200,000 be added to the Planning and Development Services 2026 operating budget for the purpose of furthering work on planning and development process improvements.
Thanks, Councilor Scott, and thanks for the second, Councilor, I believe it was Councilor Weigel. Councilor Weigel, if you'd like to speak to that motion, Councilor Scott.
Sure. If we expand the scope of the work, we have to expand the resources that support it. Otherwise, we're not setting staff up for success. We're setting them up for failure. So I would just encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thanks, Councilor Scott. Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll be supporting that motion as well, so I'll call for a vote.
Yeah.
And that's carried with one opposed. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Amanda. Moving on, I'd like to invite Public Works to present their proposed 2026 operating budget.
Good day, everyone. Before I start, I would really like to thank Councillor Cardinal for sharing his story this morning. I want to say if a man of your stature and position can share such a story, it means a lot to everyone. And I thank you for that and great respect. Good day, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. I'm here today to present the proposed 2026 operating budget. The Public Works Department consists of two branches. The first being Fleet and Transit Services, led by Manager Mark Gassier, which is the gentleman to my right. The second being Parks and Roads, led by Manager Kelly Colburn, which is the lady to my left. The Public Works Department is dedicated to delivering high-quality, cost-effective services that enhance the livability and sustainability of our region's urban and rural communities. Through the integrated efforts of Parks and Roads, as well as Transportation and Fleet, we ensure safe, reliable infrastructure, efficient transportation, and well-maintained public space. We are committed to transparency, collaboration, and continuous improvement, engaging with our residents to understand their needs and deliver services that reflect community priorities. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $81,320,213. This request is an increase of $3,832,415 as compared to 2025. As mentioned previously by the CFO, the 2027 and 2028 plan years include a 3% increase to incorporate inflationary considerations. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more detail in the following slides. The 2026 proposed operating budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $1,960,749 compared to 2025. As of September 30th, 2025, the Public Works Department had 330 full-time employees and is proposing to maintain the same staffing levels in 2026. The proposed increase is mainly due to vacant positions, that being 17, that were not funded in 2025, that are now filled in or process of recruitment in 2026. Administration. Public Works Administration is responsible for the governance of the department. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch is $1,034,896, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed budget in comparison to 25 approved budget for this branch includes salaries, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $198,715, which is driven by the reallocation of 2 program managers now budgeted in this branch. Contract and general services has a proposed increase of $92,720, which is largely due to an increase in the training budget due to an increase in the budgeting in 2026. These funds were held in corporate finance in the 25 budget, and the budget for the entire department now budgeted in this branch alone. Fleet Services is responsible for procurement, maintenance, and disposal of approximately 1,100 vehicles, equipment, and attachments used by the municipal departments, excluding regional emergency services. The fleet team is also responsible for fuel, fleet pool management, and the administration of AVL, which is the Automated Vehicle Location System to support tracking and utilization of municipal assets. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $210,000, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to QP reimbursements. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $19,344,837, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 25 approved budget for this branch includes salaries, wages, and benefits, has a proposed increase of $1,149,133, which is driven by the filling of vacancies that were not budgeted in 2025. Contract and general services has a proposed decrease of $164,664, which is largely due to the decrease in vehicle rental and lease for graders and street sweepers. This is offset by the increase in hydrovac fleet wash bays and hydrovac transit fleet wash bays expenses. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $111,754, which is mainly due to the rising cost of vehicle parts. Transit services provide safe, reliable, and affordable travel within the region. Transit offers 3 types of public transportation for our residents: conventional, specialized, and rural. In August of 2025, Transit implemented a new transit network including routes, schedules, and transit on demand service in accordance with the Transit Master Plan that was approved by Council in 2023. Transit delivers service 7 days a week for up to 20 hours per day. The transit team operates a fleet of 61 conventional buses and 12 specialized. Transit Services is also responsible for maintaining 420 plus bus stops and 250 heated bus shelters. Maintenance includes cleaning, glass replacements, snow removal, and general repairs to infrastructure. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $1,857,000, which is a decrease compared to 2025. This decrease is primarily due to a decrease in ridership. Now, that decrease in ridership is due to the Government of Canada reduced the amount of foreign student permits being issued by 35%, which lessened enrollment at Guyana. 50% of our revenue is from students, therefore we adjusted our projection to show this. Roads. The roads team provides 24/7 coverage. Roads is responsible for maintaining 650 lane kilometers of urban roadway and 302 kilometers of concrete sidewalk, curb, and gutter through regular repair and maintenance activities. This includes street sweeping and flushing, medians, boulevards, as well as snow plowing, removal, and ice control during the winter season. The roads team also inspects, maintains, and manages the life cycle replacement of the region's bridges and retaining structures. Within roads, the traffic operation team is responsible for maintenance and management of traffic control devices throughout the region. This includes coordinating line painting and road marking programs to ensure safe and efficient transportation infrastructure. Additional responsibilities includes installing flags, banners, and seasonal decorations within the road right-of-way, as well as completing various traffic-related studies. This team also manages operational projects, capital projects under $200K, or $200,000 I should say, along with contract management and relevant permitting. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $460,000, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to increased cost reimbursement for QP time off, for union duties, and occasionally unexpected work completed by roads on behalf of Alberta Transportation on their traffic signals. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $24,127,277, which is an increase compared to 2025. Contracted and services as a proposed increase of $1,270,520, largely due to the following: increase in pavement condition assessments, vehicle rental and lease increase for graders and sweepers, rentals previously budgeted under fleet, bridge and retaining work structures, consists of bridge load evaluations, bridge retaining structures, inspection programs, and bridge retaining structure repairs. The Parks team is responsible for operating and maintaining a wide range of community amenities and green spaces. Parks operates and maintains over 1,200 hectares of parkland. We have 9 spray parks, 106 playgrounds, that's RMWB wide, 5 skate parks, 7 rinks, 4 dog parks, 65 sport fields, 10 tennis courts, 4 pickleball courts, 3 boat launches. Also, we have Borealis skating pond and Lines skating trail, 3 urban cemeteries, and we also have 3 rural cemeteries, 198 kilometers of trail, 400 planters, 200 hanging baskets, 13.5 hectares of gardens, 26,000 trees that we take care of within parks. The Parks teams plays a vital role in community cleanliness, beautification, and event support, contributing to over 150 community events annually, as well as major events such as Winter Play, Canada Day Parade, the Truth and Reconciliation Walk, as well as Santa Claus Parade. This team also manages operational projects, capital projects under $200,000, and oversees contract management and relevant permitting. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $91,560, which is a decrease compared to 2025, and this decrease is mainly due to the 2026 sports field rentals revenue being moved to Community Services Department. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $18,356,488, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 25 approved budget for this branch includes salaries, wages, and benefits as a proposed increase of $670,620, which is driven by the filling of vacancies that were not funded in 2025. As well as contract and general services, sees an increase of $680,500, $545, largely due to a condition assessment required for trails, sidewalks, and parking lots, as well as an increased freight charges for playground components, and additional weed harvesting at the SNI. We're increasing weed harvesting from 5 hectares to 10 hectares. To summarize, Public Works is proposing a 2026 budget of $81,320,213. This concludes my presentation of Public Works 2026 proposed operating budget. Myself, Kelly, and Mark are happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Director Smith. I'll go to Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation, Keith. A couple of questions. My first one is, when I was looking at the actuals versus budgeted over since 2022, there's a history of your budget being lower than your actuals. And can you explain why that is?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy. So if we look at something like license and permitting for 2025, our actuals are around 294, and what we're seeing as preliminary is 387, and we'll adjust that to 251 for 2025. So at the tail end of 2025, as you can appreciate this year, we've seen an uptake in snow. So any additional snow that went to the dump, obviously we charge for that. This was a bit of an anomaly this year. However, when you look at the 2025 approved budget, what we do is we look at what we took in volume-wise. I'm using the snow dump as an example because I'll throw snow out there because it's going to come up. And then we'll project what it's going to look like in the future. So again, it's completely a projection, but sometimes there's going to be pretty much everything that we do in Public Works is going to be fluctuations because it's not a set thing that we sell. A lot of this could be traffic turning signals, could be snow disposal, could be burials, for example. I want 0 burials, but there was 45 last year. So it really fluctuates. So that's why it kind of offsets.
I appreciate that. Mark, my question is for you. So looking at transit, we have a revenue of $45K, which I'm assuming is from passes. In your opinion, if we didn't have passes and it was free transit for everybody, do you think that we would see an increase in the usage outside of just the students, more residential usage if we got rid of the fee?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, other cities that have experimented with that proposal, they have found an increase. They've also found increase with other problems like social disorder. It's not the preferred way to go, or it's not recommended.
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, if I can also expand on Mark's point, there's an elasticity between ridership and cost. And so what we did with the TMP this year is that we didn't really increase the cost, we kept it the way it is. But also what we got to keep in mind is that when an individual pays for something, there's a sense of ownership, right? So when we pay, even if it's only $2.25, there's a sense of ownership versus when it's free. Yeah. So we need to keep that in consideration.
I agree with you 100%. The things that my kids pay for with their chore money is, funnily, it's more taking care of things I buy them. So I agree. So my question is, how do we improve ridership? Is there a strategy for us to increase that line item for how many people are purchasing and how often they're using public transportation? Because from my understanding, it's mostly students, and I think there's an opportunity for us to explore and to grow that. So how can we do that in your opinion?
I'll give my opinion and I'll give it to Mark. That is the purpose of the Transit Master Plan, is to increase ridership. So what we did with the Transit Master Plan, we're not asking for more money. We're taking the infrastructure that we have, being the terminals, being the bus shelters, being the buses, and how do we make it more efficient? So it's a little bit difficult this year to compare apples to apples because, you know, we only track boarding. We don't track how many riders there is. So there's less boarding. It's working. So there's less transfer. So it's hard to compare. This is really your base year. So as we move forward with the Transit Master Plan, as we make it more aligned, we'll get more and more ridership. So how to improve ridership is the Transit Master Plan. Mark?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, Keith Smith took the words right out of my mouth. TMP is the plan. We want to increase the availability of transit service to our riders, and we're doing that through on-demand transit. We've significantly increased access in parts of town where before we had a bus meandering along every 2 hours in some cases. So it's not very useful. Nobody was riding it, but it was costing a lot of money to do that. So I think we need to give TMP some time in order to see what is working and continue to make tweaks based on feedback that we get from operators, riders, and the public.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to share a comment from a resident. Public Works has received a lot of heat. The snow, the transit are new updates. But when we were meeting with seniors last week, we have updated our app recently. And the senior who was next to me said that it's very user-friendly. She loves the tracking. She loves the system. Mark, I know you had a lot of input in that, and a lot of citizens were saying that we need better, and you did better. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start, I got a couple of questions, but I'll start with transit. Are we able to show a dollar value of the cost savings for the building that was put in Gregoire for the buses to park in, as opposed to letting them idle? Do we have a dollar figure for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt. We don't have an exact dollar value, but where we did save the money, when I did a tour a few years ago with the province, because they helped contribute to that building, I think at that point in time, we saved about $200,000 to $300,000 in fuel alone, just by not idling. But also what we need to look at is not only is it a better place for our operators, a better place for us to work, but it saves in the long run of replacement value. So instead of a bus running 24/7 in these cold temperatures, now they're only running 12 hours. So instead of getting 8 to 10 years, 15, 20 years before we need to refresh them, they're lasting longer and are running better. So we have that cost too as well.
No, I agree. I know it's a benefit. I just wanted to see if we had a dollar figure so that we could explain to people how much we actually save with something like that. It's going to be the same question for when I get to roads for up there on the other side of the bridge. But sticking with transit, under security, we've got $283,250. Is that security for building, or is that the security guards that we pay to ride the bus in the rural?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, that security is for mobile security that we have here in town. Previously to TMP, we would see the Garda vehicle stationed outside here at main terminal. Now that there is no main terminal, we've repurposed those resources to patrol our other shelters and routes.
So does that fall under the general service contracted or security? Like, I'm more or less asking about, from what I understand, we pay security guards to ride the buses from the rural. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, that's correct.
So is that through the security funding or the general services contract?
They're separated the way we budget them.
Okay. Then I'll move on to Public Works. Same question about the cost savings for the building that has been established up there on the other side of the bridge. Do we have an estimate of what we've saved with that in place now? How much has changed in our budget for fuel and electricity and things of that nature?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, I don't have the exact dollar value of what we're saving, but I do remember from doing the business case that this building will last 50 years, and the rate of return is, I believe, if I remember correctly, 27.6 years. So what that means, what we're saving in life cycling, what we're saving in fuel, in year 27.6 will break even, and from that point forward, I don't want to call it a profit, but the building's going to pay for itself. So even though it's a 50-year building, at year 27.6, it'll pay for itself. So it's the same sort of thing at the transit barn. We're saving on fuel, we're saving on life cycling, but also what's happening is that we're becoming more efficient. So our equipment's inside, we're able to change blades quicker, even when it comes to sweeping. So when it comes to the sweeping program, we have to be worried about freezing temperatures. Now we can put them inside at night, keep them nice and warm, and they're ready to go next morning.
Perfect. I'm happy to hear that. Again, I'm no expert in this subject at all. I believe when we had a presentation from you, we talked about how much snow was at our snow dump, and then at the end of the season, the material that's left over. So when I look at cost for, I've lost it already, so many pages. Sand and gravel, is that more for mix for road repair, or is part of that sand for sand that we spread on roads?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, that is for ice control. So in 2025, for winter maintenance, we did 6,985 pounds of sand, and we also did 6,300 salt. So when I was talking to you before about what we take back, between the snow dump and also between sweeping, we retract almost about 6,000 again. So that's how much. That's about 488 trucks of sand that we take from the road back from our maintenance. So yes, that's that number.
So when that's done, and again, not an expert, don't even know if it's feasible, but when that's done, are we able to recycle any of that material to use it again?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, that's a fantastic question. I wish that we could use it again for ice control. However, we can't. It's contaminated. It's my understanding that we take it to Antoine's landfill and he uses it for capping material. So
okay, well, it is kind of getting
Yeah.
recycled then. All right. That's all I've got for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Van Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions for you. For fleet services revenue, is that just from disposal of assets? 210,000.
Through the chair to the question, that's a reimbursement for QP. So the QP president is originally from Fleet, and also anytime any QP member does QP work, it's reimbursed.
QP's paying us?
Yes.
Good deal. So your material goods, supplies, utilities, you said that was mainly an increase in cost of parts for fleet vehicles?
Through the chair, correct.
What are we doing to mitigate those increases? Are we using non-OEM? Are we leveraging supply agreements with parts suppliers? It's like how are we managing that?
Through the chair to councillor, or through the chair to the question, how we manage that is absolutely we use our parts people in finance to try to get us the best price when it comes to parts for fixed needs equipment, but also preventive maintenance, any preventive maintenance that we can do will obviously reduce any parts pricing or budgeting that we have.
Okay. Bit of a broad question also related to fleet. Do we standardize our equipment just from maintenance and repair standpoint? Are we trying to buy the same brand of equipment to streamline that?
Through the chair to the question, yes, sort of. It depends. If we go out for certain types of equipment, depends on the quote. It depends on the supply chain process. So sometimes we cannot determine, say, okay, we want all Toyotas, we want all Fords, we want all this vehicle. So again, it depends on. It's an open and fair market, so we can't really determine. We can spec what we want, but then suppliers can supply, and we often go with the lowest price.
Okay, understandable. Transit, I know we've talked about it a few times. Our rural transit is a contracted item, and we're, correct me if I'm wrong, a 3+1+1, and we're getting into the last of the +1.
Through the chair to the question, yes. So typically when we do any type of contract, we do the 3+1+1. That's the rule of thumb. We're at a point now where we need to do some more engagement with our residents to determine how to best deliver rural transit. So that's why we're only extending it by years. By 1 year.
Are we going to put on the table while doing that engagement and with the respect of needing to change rural transit and maybe have some flexibility going forward of not contracting that and bringing it in-house?
Through the chair to the question, we can always look at the service delivery model of doing in-house. However, we would have to price out what that would look like in resources, just not people, but buses, dispatching, all that. We would have to look at all that, see which one is fiscally responsible to do such, yet provide the best service.
Okay, not out of the realm of possibility, just need to be looked into.
Exactly.
And last question, and forgive me if you did answer this in your presentation, for roads, your budgeted revenue to your actual revenue 2025, about a $2.2 million bonus, and then budgeted again 460 for 2026. What was that monster surplus?
Through the chair to the question, that was grants. So that was grants that we received in 2025. Typically, I do not put, or we do not put grant, any type of grant funding as proposed projection because we don't want to say that we have it without applying for it and receiving it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Scott?
Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, I think we're all aware of the concern with the province not taking care of the road into Fort McMurray. And do you have any suggestions on how we could advance that? I think the mayor and others have written to the province asking for them to transfer the service to us potentially. Any other suggestions?
Through the chair to the question, from my point, I would continue those discussions and use my political power in your position to leverage any service levels from the province to do work on their property.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we just keep hoping that they'll do something, although hope's not a great strategy. We have a motion coming up at a regular council meeting for snow clearing, but is there anything we should adjust in this budget to meet concerns that you're already aware of but didn't have a time to implement within the budget because of the timing of everything that's happened?
Through the chair to the question, that's a good one. If you're asking me for money or people, at this point in time, I can't say that I would. The current policy that we have in place right now expires October 10th, 2026. So it's up for renewal pretty quickly. So whether the notice of motion goes forward or not, our responsibility, mine and Kelly's and the roads team and everybody that's involved, is to take a look at that policy, whiteboard how we can improve, and we would come back to council and say, in order to provide these service levels, this is the dollar value, this is the resources, and this is what we need. And if it gets approved and true public engagement, then we would wrap that into our new policy. So at this point in time, what you see in this budget is based upon the service delivery that's in existence currently.
How much lead time do you anticipate if we increase the resident access online to, for example, to make ourselves comparable to other municipalities that have, that identify where their snowplows are throughout their communities as events occur? How much lead time, as in, do you need that in this budget, or is it just unknown as of now?
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, it's an unknown of now.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Boussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. Keith, in your revenue under parks, similar to what Kyle had brought up in terms of the revenue under roads, you got grants. Would that be the same in terms of you budgeted revenue of $97,000 in 2025, but your preliminary is $468? Would that be the same? It's grants?
Are you through the chair to Councillor Luana?
Parks.
Yeah.
Sorry, parks, yeah.
So you're asking me what our revenue would be in parks?
You budgeted a revenue of $97,000 for 25, but your actual thus far is $468,000, or 97 you budgeted your actual, so you're way up on what you thought you would get for 2025 in your revenue.
Just one sec. Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I'll have to look to see what that 300K is. Typically, revenue from parks, as I said before, is burial fees, memorial benches, anything along those lines. I'll have to see what that jump was in 2025, what that extra money was for.
Yeah, it's a pretty big difference, right? So, and in roads, it was a result of grants?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm curious why you would lower your bar so much. Like, you had an approved budget for revenue where you projected $401,250. Thus far, you've got 2.6 million, which is incredible, through grants, but you proposed 460.
Yep.
Like, why wouldn't you go, we're gonna maintain at least 50% of this, and like, decrease your budget by, say, $1 million and say, we're gonna get at least half of what we got, look at our success.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that aligns with the question previously. Typically with grants or any type of funding that we get such as this, the same as in transit, we apply for it, and if we get it, we'll include it in the actuals. But I don't want to put in there now this year that we're going to get $500,000 in grants and not get that. And then when I come here next fall, then I'll be questioned why I didn't get the grant. It's not because I didn't apply for it. I just want to place in here money that I don't have yet. So any grants.
Nobody has grants. Like everybody projects that you're going to get some grant funding. Like that's kind of standard when you rely on grants to be reasonable. You know, you don't say you're going to get $4 million when history says you get about $1 million, but you got $2.2 million, and you're budgeting for $460,000. I think you're either selling your team short or just really lowering the standard. And I think we owe it to the residents to put effort into getting grants and lowering the cost of our budget. That says there's grants out there. It also says to whoever writes your grants, they're incredibly capable and write good grants. I don't know who it is, but I'm disturbed by.
May I assist with this?
Yes, you may.
The particular grant in question is the LGFF funding that we get annually from the federal government. So that particular line item, we would have identified something happening within his business unit that we could apply the grant to. So he wouldn't have known of that necessarily at the time.
He wouldn't have known when he did his 25 budget?
No.
Like grants don't just go in a month.
No. We get a set amount every year, and we allocate it once we see where it fits, and we have a lot of flexibility with the LGFF, right? We can put it wherever it is most suitable. So on an ongoing basis, he may have some grants, but he wouldn't normally have a large grant like that. So this was an anomaly for 2025.
So is it normal that we would be trying to choose my words, like, I don't want to say laissez-faire with our planning, but this is part of strategic planning. Like, we're getting millions in grants and we're just, where's it? Like,
No, not at all. Like, so there's timing issues, and when it comes to the LGFF, as I mentioned, like most of it we apply to capital. And say we may have thought 10 million was going to go over to a capital project, and there might have been some delays, or there wasn't expenses that we could apply it to. And we also have a few years when we can apply this money. So the team is always looking and assessing. We're reporting out on the grants. If we can't fully spend a grant in one area, we would then pivot to spend it in another where there was acceptable expenses.
How many grants would you say have that much flexibility? That's unusual?
It is very unusual. LGFF, all municipalities get the LGFF funding, and we're able to use it with our operating or our capital, so we have that flexibility.
But when we apply,
we don't apply. The province gives us the funding, the feds give us the LGFF, am I right?
But you need to tell them what you're doing with it. Like, I researched that grant.
We apply it.
Yeah.
We don't have to tell them in advance necessarily.
You have to tell them as soon as you get it for that grant. Okay. They say, we give you 10, and then you give them a budget. Same with the one for the 6 Bay in Fort Chipewyan. So you tell them as soon as you get it, and they approve it. So there is some preliminary conversations about what the grants could be for, and and then they approve it or they don't approve. Like, I'm sure you don't do the grants, Lori, so like,
I
yeah.
do not. I have
Yeah.
a team that does that.
Yeah.
And we certainly report out on them regularly, and we do let them know where we're going to be spending the money. But if there's a situation that we can't meet the timelines, and in this particular case, I don't know the details. I'm sure I probably got somebody chatting away giving me the answers here on my computer. But all I'm trying to say is with the LGFF, we do have that flexibility to apply the grant, which is why you would see something like this as an anomaly. But I can certainly jump online and get an answer unless Rachel has
Is
one.
this, sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you. Just checking here, and it has to be used within the fiscal year that it's approved, but the eligibility requirements of it are very large and flexible.
Mm-hmm. But you need to tell them what it's for. So you still have to tell any funder. They don't just say, here's money, giver. Like you give them parameters of what it's for and they approve, because lots of times people don't put it where it's supposed to go. So you would lose it. But this opens up a whole other thing, because there's a 6-bay garage grant that we may or may not have lost. We haven't gotten an answer to that. Can you, do grants fall primarily under your purview, Lori? Like, do you so is this something we're putting effort into improving, and we can see improvements as we go forward in terms of how we manage, how we report, how we stay up to date?
Absolutely. So in 2025, I received an additional position because this is an area where we identify that there is a massive workload, and it's collaborating with the business areas, and it's this constant monitoring and reporting out.
And potentially losing a significant amount of money if we're not meeting funding requirements and or applying. So,
correct.
I mean, that's so significant, like $2 million, well, it is to me, I know in an overall $23 million budget, but it's still very significant. So would it be normal in our operations that Keith would just be told, here's $2 million, put it to this?
Potentially, yes.
I can maybe help as well, Councillor Bussier. When we're at RMA, you're going to see the rural municipalities they changed that grant system from the province a few years ago, and they were adamantly against the changes that were being made, and probably the reasons that Lori and Keith are bringing up. They basically, here's the amount of money you're getting, they give it and just give it to you. And I'm not sure, is it based on population or it's based on the population, what it's based on. So there's a lot of things. And Mr. MacGyver was very up to date on it, but now maybe Ms. Rooms might be able to shed some light on. But it is an odd grant stream, and I know the rural municipalities, especially the farmers, were very against the changes that were being made at the time.
Yeah, no, I do understand that. I read up on it, but there's still reporting requirements. There's still there's still standard things. Obviously, Keith gets, here you go, and you're doing this with it. I guess he doesn't have control within his own department, but there's still. Oh, sorry, collaborate. Okay. There's still requirements and eligibility on projects, and I would think, clearly I'm wrong, that this would be planned out far enough that we would know this in a budget, but
no.
if
So,
we're working
just
to improve.
the manager who's responsible for this said that we don't tell them up front, after the fact, and it can change throughout the year, and we approve the amount based on our population.
Yes, but you give them the projects that you're doing.
After the fact.
Yes, on
Once
that
we
grant.
decide, yes, but it's always retroactive, right?
But would you not have an idea of, oh, we're gonna get this grant, we should put it, Keith needs it. Keith needs it for a transit master plan or something, that would be the plan?
For sure. For the most part, we focus on capital, for the most part. And as I mentioned, we need to dig a little further to find out exactly what this 2 point, whatever it was, million was for. But.
So if I may, just to be clear, this work under this would have happened regardless. So what happens with a lot of these grants is that the work gets done, same as in transit, and you kind of get reimbursed thereafter. So this work would have happened regardless. This service delivery would have happened regardless. We get a grant or some type of provincial funding for what we've done. Same as, you know, the bus barn, when it was 66 and a third, I believe it was, provincially funded, but we had to upfront all the costs. The transit stops that you see around town, 66 and a third was done, or 2/3, I should say, sorry about that, was done by the feds, the remaining by the province. So, but we funded the entire lot up front.
My issue isn't the work that you're doing, Keith, it's the projection of revenue, so we can decrease the cost overall. I know we're a very wealthy community, but to my point earlier, our user fees goes up, things go up, and as our budget goes up, we're going to be looking to increase our revenue. And I'm trying to minimize how much we turn to our residents to take out of their pockets by being more fiscally responsible and accessing what there is out there. So it wasn't a criticism of the work that you do. More so, it's just, I've been on about grants for a while, so Lori's assured me we're getting better, so perfect. So thank you very much.
Before we jump from yourself, I want to answer your question regarding parks. So when you look at the revenue roll-up, what that involves is government transfers, sales and user charges, licenses and permits, return on investment, other revenue, transfers from reserves for operations, transfers for reserves from capital. So it's a multitude of headings that this money's taken from. So when we look at parks, I talked about the burial fees, and I talked about memorial trees and the benches, and that's really from off the top of my head what we can think of that we got from parks. But when we look at the whole array, from the transfers of reserves, it's the carry forward of projects that we didn't do in 2025 that we still have money for that's not closed, that's under that other revenue. So I look at it and I see 74,000 for the OHV feasibility study. A couple of years ago, council gave me, I think it was 210, 250, somewhere around there. We're going to come back with that study, but we still have that money remaining, so that's a savings, but it's still there until that closes. We got 19K for the Abyssinian columbarium replacement. Again, not closed. We still have that money left over. 106,000 for irrigation repairs. 19K for TCP sport field repairs. 50,000 for component replacements for playgrounds, and 7,000 for safe work procedures. And also in that revenue, there's a tree planting grant of 40,000. So the carry forwards take up the bulk of that revenue. Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Boussier, Lance?
Thank you, Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, Keith. Can you educate me on snow removal? Like, do we bring all the snow from the rural into the Thickwood, Timberley, Tower Road dump?
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, Lance, if it's snow that we are responsible for and we're responsible for hauling it, then we have to practice what we preach and we bring it to the snow dump if need be. Very seldomly does that ever happen in the rural, because in the rural, you just spread it out between properties. We have the ditches, we have other places to place it and other practices. But if we were to do it, yes, we would.
So are there times where we actually have brought snow from Conklin to Tower Road?
Through the chair, Councilor Boussier, not to my knowledge this year, but possibly in the past, yes.
Okay, do we have any idea of the cost to bring snow to the snow dump from our rural areas?
Through the chair, Councilor Boussier, I wouldn't have that information at hand. It would be just simply trucking costs.
Sorry?
Simply trucking costs. I don't know what that cost would be.
Okay. Is it something you could get in the near future?
Through the chair, Councilor Boussier, I could, yes.
Okay. I appreciate that, Keith.
But as a practice, that very rarely happens.
Yeah, I'm just curious the cost. You hear different numbers thrown around. You know, we've talked about a second snow dump. Yes. McGrath talked about it religiously for the years he served. Are our snow dumps built to a higher standard than like an Edmonton snow dump or a Sundre or Olds?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I can't speak to those specifically, but I do know when our snow dump was built on Tower Road, it was built at the standards of that time to meet the environmental requirements.
Okay. Is it possible to find out exactly what, like I've done a little bit of research and I'm no expert on this. I've looked at the Edmonton snow dumps. They don't seem as fancy as ours. And then I've had people tell me in Sundre, they just dump the snow and there's a swale that runs into the river or creek. And I'm thinking, are we?
There may be black helicopters show up if that's what they're doing.
Maybe what?
Black helicopters, DFO. I can't speak to those, but I can tell you with certainty that ours is not extravagant by any means. You have a 500,000 cubic meter capacity of a pad. Once it melts, it goes to a settling pond. Once that settles, and once the water goes off to the storm water pond, I wouldn't consider it extravagant. What I've seen from other snow dumps is very similar. Is get the pad, get the settling pond. It's as per the regulations. The Alberta Protection Enhancement Act doesn't allow a corporate entity to do any adverse effects to the environment. Surrounding this municipality, we're surrounded by bog and by wetlands, which is super sensitive. So that's why the dump kind of originated. We do have a second. I'd say back up probably about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we had 5 snow dumps strategically placed throughout the municipality. Over time, due to laydown areas, due to other reasons, we lost them. We still have the one up in Dickinsfield, which is the older style. But due to regulations, we've had to constantly reduce this one because in order to bring it into compliance. So a snow dump is just to place snow. We got to look at the quantity. So far, the snow dump we have now, it has 300,000+ cubic meters. Once that dries out, if it was just based on property, the amount of contaminants from that would be wild, and it would do so much damage to the environment. We would have a whole different problem at that point.
Okay. The only reason I ask, Keith, is I know it's costs to haul snow. I mean, the small business owners on the south side of the community, if they got to bring snow to the dump, it gets expensive. And I'm just wondering if there's a trade-off, like would a snow dump return or pay for itself in 10 years if we had one on the south side, or would it be 15, or would it ever pay for itself? And I guess that's where I was going with that question. But the snow removal, have we thought about, or have we tried it before, where we maybe break up the community into quadrants or zones, and then instead of giving one contract out, grass maintenance, same thing, like instead of just one, maybe there's 4 different contractors or 5. Like, has that ever been the case in the community where we've had quadrants or zones for contractors?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, not in my time with Public Works have we looked at breaking the city up into zones and having each portion contracted out. No, it's currently broken up into zones for our own folks, and we augment it with contractors, but I have never looked at that.
Okay. The Highway 63, further to Councillor Scott, I think it was Councillor Scott. I think there's something in the contract, or maybe there isn't, where we could, I guess, complement the stuff the province does. Like, is there something in the contract, and maybe it's a CAO question, but where we can actually put our own people on?
Through the chair to the question, I don't know if it's in the contract per se. Last year, our fine individuals within Public Works, Safety and Bylaw, we did indeed do an initial cleanup of 63. I don't know if it's part of that contract. However, we did do that work. The province contracts that work out to a contractor themselves, so I don't know what that contract looks like.
Maybe get the CEO try to answer that, Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, through the chair to the question, asked that question directly when we were in conversation with the province on the 63 through. They indicated province does not have a policy to contract directly to a municipality. If that was to be possible, we would have to subcontract to their contractor in order to do that.
Okay.
That was their response.
Because it just, I mean, and I probably sound like they just keep beating this dead horse, but you come in this community and it's so unsightly. And come April, like I remember driving up Beacon Hill in September, October, it's just litter all over. And, you know, April, and it just doesn't seem like the province gets to it in any timely fashion. And I mean, I think the last report is they said they removed, I think it was like 32,000 kilograms of garbage, dirt.
31.2 thousand kilograms, yes.
Yeah, so the only thing I can come up with that is a couple vehicles or all the sand that we use for, there's no way, I didn't see anybody picking garbage from MCON or on that highway. Like, there may have been someone, I don't know, but it remained pretty, there was lots of litter.
So I might be able to add to that as well, Councilor Boussier, and discussions, I have the pictures from when you drove up and down it, and we did send those directly to the Ministry of Transportation. And I believe they just signed a new contract, possibly. I think they just signed a new contract, and we had asked to have higher service levels in that contract based on the amount of garbage and refuse that our Parks and Public Works team collected, because even the number that we gave them, they felt it was unbelievable how much was actually collected, and wouldn't have been from one season. The thought there was that stuff has been there for years. So there is a new contract, so when we're down at RMA, I'd like to have a chance to speak with Minister of Transportation to go over what the new service levels are in that contract and what we can expect to see, and then hold them accountable to what that is.
Yeah, because myself and Brian Jean and Sean Chalk took videos.
Yeah, that video, those video and pictures are exactly what I sent to Minister of Transportation.
But unfortunately, nothing did change from when they got it to.
The potholes were fixed.
Yeah, the potholes were, sorry. One last question, Keith, is street cleaners. I know I've harped on you about this. And one of the reasons I think that was provided to council, and it might have been last term or term before, that we don't start street cleaning downtown until the river breaks. Is that still our policy?
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, yes. What we'll do is typically beginning April, mid-April, depending on the temperatures, we'll start the primaries and secondaries first, which is in town, then we'll jump out to the rural, and then we'll jump back to the residential. So full cycle is usually 7 weeks, but depending on downtown with the flood and the call that we make, we may not do Franklin at that point in time until the river breaks. But that doesn't stop us from elsewhere.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Keith. I know that we'd had a lot of talk around naming snowplows and stuff like that, and looking at that, my two favorites are Taylor Drift and Connor McBladeit. But going beyond that, our partners, our friends in Brazeau County, they've got an online app, and I'm assuming in some of the questions that I've asked, we've got like an internal GIS system that shows, hey, like this is done, we've kind of hauled this off, we've, you know, this got cleared yesterday, the next projected time to be on the street. In Brazeau County, they've got that as a front-facing, like, to the public. Is that something that we've looked at to be able to show people real time? I know the inundation of Pulse this year has been crazy. Now, granted, higher levels of snow and stuff, but that would alleviate if they could go to a website and actually look at going, hey, like, I see that my street's going to be cleared on Friday or something like that, that they, and I just bring that up because we've seen it in other places now.
Through the chair to Councilor Weigel, absolutely. All of our vehicles have AVL, as I discussed prior to, so we know where everything is at any point in time. So we definitely have the capability. In this new policy update, I don't want to say rewrite, update, that will definitely be explored. How we can do better with updates, if we can have a map online where people will see the plows, what their anticipated timeline is. Winter maintenance, we may have a policy in place, and as Councillor Scott said, some policy don't keep up with reality, and I think that was fantastic to say that, because as you move forward, the expectations change, but winter maintenance, it's an art just as much as it is a science. So we don't want to overcommit, So we can do the generalities and show where we're going, planning to go, but anything can change. This winter, we went, minus 35 to plus 14.
Yeah.
In these temperatures, things don't move. Sometimes we don't have a temperature in which we shut down the equipment, but a few weeks ago, minus 35, we just couldn't safely do it anymore. So there's a multitude of variables at play that we can't commit 100% to the following day. Whereas then we would give those messages.
Right.
So I think that's important to note.
Yeah, and I'm one of the people. I think you guys, it was a very tough, and I think you guys handled it well. I know things got missed, but overall. But I'm just saying, if we've got an internal system that shows us. I think what they did is they just flipped that to the public. And so you might take off the fact that, hey, we're hoping to get there next Friday, and then we can't because snow levels drop and we got to get to primary. But to say, hey, I think it says hey, we've cleared it in the last 24 hours. There's an internal system. Can we not flip that to public to show that? And if you were willing or are able to, or do you need any budgetary to do that?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that will be explored with the updating, and if there's anything, I can see mainly like a software. We have the hardware. I don't see there being too much hardware issues, but we do have the software to do such. But I agree with you, we need to do better communicating, and we need to get out there and to provide those updates. Just for an example, I know a lot this year, it was, we relaxed over the holidays, but what that meant was that we relaxed the parking restrictions. Our hardworking men and women of bylaw, of public works, they were out there during those times. They cleared, Absolutely. I believe it was 27 school streets. So again, when it comes back to just as much as an art as a science, the students were at school, opportune time to do those streets, to clean those streets. And the residential streets at that point in time would have been people visiting and much more vehicles left on the street. So again, it's economies of scale. How could we get the most out of time? Yeah.
And again, I'm not arguing how you did it. It's just getting that information to the residents in real time. So.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, can you describe to me the impact of having cars parked on the street, how that impacts our service level?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, that's a great question. The basis of our current policy is that there's no vehicles left on the streets. Some zones within this community, when we go in, if it's 200 vehicles, if it's 20 cars per street, we can't get our vehicles, get our machinery in there. We can't tow fast enough, and sometimes we will skip that street in order to get to a street that has less vehicles. So that's a common, that is probably our biggest hurdle to overcome. Now, one of two things, either we need to do a better job of getting the vehicles off the street, or we need to work with that variable and create a policy in which that is just a stagnant variable. It's not going to change. But again, the cars on the street is a big one. You can give Da Vinci paintbrushes and paint, but if you don't give them the canvas, we'll never get the Mona Lisa.
I love that. So, two questions. How many tow yards do we have for when we tow vehicles, and where is that located?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, we as a municipality do not own a tow yard. We contract that work out. That contract is not held with Public Works, it's held with bylaw. It's through an independent contractor, and I do believe that contractor only has one tow yard, which is located in Gregoire.
Perfect. So from that information, if I lived in Thickwood and my car was getting towed, you would have to go all the way from Thickwood to Gregoire, drop that vehicle off, and then come back up to tow. Yes. And so how long do you think that would take for one vehicle?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, 2 hours.
Thank you. My last question is kind of around changing policy. Have we ever looked at starting earlier, having bylaw come and the towing company come an hour or 2 hours earlier prior to our equipment getting there?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, absolutely. And through this new update of the policy, we're going to look at what we've done in the past and kind of reevaluate it with new circumstances. Just this past Monday, myself and Kelly and bylaw met with legal to even look at what we used to do in the past, which was towing a vehicle around the corner. So there is issues with that. How do you collect the tow fee? Can you add it to the payment? Clogs up our primaries and secondaries. There's a whole issue with that. However, if we can do it properly, it would speed up the process. So absolutely, anything that we can flesh out, we can do. One thing we have to be cognizant of with these policies or with this program is we can be careful of the changes because people are getting used to the zones. People are getting used to having to move their vehicle. Any butterfly effect that we do with the policy has a great change overall.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. And just a quick question, Director Smith, you're coming forward next few weeks with basically a review of the snow removal. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman. My understanding is that on the 10th, the notice of motion for snow will be debated. At that point in time, that will determine the timeline. We will follow that timeline to a T, obviously. However, if that doesn't come in place, we will be coming back at some point to discuss what we're going to change and improve before the policy is up in October.
Perfect. Thanks, Director Smith. Just wanted to get that confirmed. Councilor Brandt?
Oh, I thought it was Luana. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Took that. Couple of things. To Councillor Weigel, I know that I'm actually bringing forward something to capital budget, talking about information. So I'm looking forward to that. It'll be good. I come from a small little fishing village in the Middle East of Canada called Toronto, and we used to do the process that we had in place for there's a mall out in Scarborough. They would in tandem have tow trucks there to relocate entire parking lots because I've seen it where people are triple parked at our mall and things like that. Is there a way, and I don't know if it's feasible, I don't know when we're talking about relocating vehicles, is there a way to find a neighborhood like in Thickwood where we have the Casman Center and move vehicles to there and have bylaws situated there at the entrances and make it like a temporary tow area just so that we can do these areas and get them done efficiently? Is that something that's possible or something we could look into?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, absolutely. The lady to my left came up with that idea recently that we're fleshing out. While we never looked at mall parking lots, what we're looking at is parking lots that we own, such as SAP, maybe Dickensfield. It'd be a tough one because that's a lease, but any that we own, we can look at. And also we need to really determine how that would really work the logistics. Again, doesn't need to be gated, doesn't need security. And also you got to remember, wherever we tow these vehicles, we got to look at environmental issues. We also got to look at theft. And what about if the vehicle's left there, who deals with that? So there's a multitude of issues to work out, but absolutely that is one possibility that is on the whiteboard over at the NOC where we save all that money.
I'm happy to hear it. I don't want to dive into more of snow removal. It is a whole can of worms. But I did just want to bring up the snow dump. Mm-hmm. So I know someone up in Gregoire inquired about having their snow removed from their private property. The contractor told them $25,000 to remove their pile. And they quoted that part of the reason is the idle time and wait time at our snow dump. Mm-hmm. Do you have figures on the turnaround from, I know that we have fees. I think it's $10 for anyone in the region can get a permit to drop off snow at the snow dump. I think your exact words were use your SUV if you want, load it up. I don't know if many people are aware of that, but do we know how long it actually takes for an individual or a private contractor that's not doing our roads to dump at our snow dump?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, we don't have turnaround times. I could tell you anecdotally, every time I go there or any of our supervisors, it's pretty quick turnaround. What I would suggest is that if you ever to do something along those lines at night, we operate 24/7, so obviously at night the turnaround would be less. However, I don't see a lot of wait, a lot of idle time. I don't have the exact time. If you go there at 2 p.m., it's 5-minute wait. I don't have that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate the info.
Yeah, and if council could keep the questions related to the budget, and we'll have lots of time on Tuesday to talk about snow removal, because like Councillor Brandt just said, we could talk about that all day. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Keith, with respect to snow, and thank you for someone to bring, I turned to Kyle and said, did I miss a memo? Like we're not going to talk about snow or something? We're going on anyways. any point during December, January, was the budget a factor in why response wasn't different?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, no.
Is the budget that you've put forward sufficient to make improvements for 2026, 27?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, what we have put forward is based upon the policy that's in place now with current service levels. I don't want to, at this point in time, put anything into my budget presupposing what council will approve for the next policy. So whether or not this notice of motion goes forward, we'll bring forward, we'll come forward and say exactly what the policy is currently, and here's some options for improvement. And we got to think about, if we increase the service levels, everything else will increase. The current dump that we have now holds 500 cubic meters. If we increase the service levels, this dump may need to be expanded. We may need more contracted services. We may need more equipment. So when Kelly and I come back within the next month or two, whenever the time frame is, we'll explain exactly what the service levels is now and what it costs, which is reflected in this budget. And any change in service levels, and we'll have some options. This is the cost, the people, the resources, and if we need additional expansion to dumps.
So based on what's going around in your heads as a team, like this is something you guys are experts at, do you have a range that if they did this, it would be another 500,000, this is going to be 2 million?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, at this point in time, it would be very difficult to give a range. There's a multitude of things that we can do internally and also externally. Let's just say, for example, we put a parking ban, okay? That won't affect our budget. In fact, we will be able to do more work, but that there's a cost associated with that. With regards, so the current policy, Section 3, when it talks about service levels, it gives the gentleman up to the lift of the mayor the opportunity to fluctuate service levels. And that's what we do from time to time. So what we did recently is, we can put resources here, put resources there. We got resources doing back alleys. Now we're putting them on winter maintenance zones. But internally, we say, what can we do internally? Winter maintenance is much more than just public works. You have comms, you have fleet, you have almost every department in this organization. Bylaw plays a key role that's connected to this. So what we did was, we're not going to wait for policy change. We adjusted our fleet schedule. So we own 6 snow blowers. Typically, there's 3 down at a time. This gentleman right here, he's responsible for fleet. We brought some fleet guys down to the NOC. We put equipment in the NOC. We started those guys earlier so that the equipment's getting in faster. Next year, what we've already looked at before, this whiteboard that's over on the NOC wall, is maybe when there's a certain level, say if it's, I don't know, 30 centimeters of snow, fleet automatically becomes 24/7 to keep the equipment out there. So to say a dollar value, I could say, well, I need another 2 loaders, which is 1.3 million, but I can't give you that right now because I don't know what the service level is.
Okay. We'll leave it for the 10th. I'm going to go to transit. Can you tell me the cost of Smart Bus when it was the Smart Bus prior to the new transit master plan being and the on-demand? How much was it per year to deliver Smart Bus services?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I don't have that figure today, but we can certainly get that over to you.
How many bus drivers were there? Just for Smart Bus?
There were 7 Smart Buses.
7? And how many Smart Buses?
We had 12 in the fleet.
That were used just for Smart Bus, just for specialized transportation?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, under the new on-demand, how many specialized drivers? Because some of those are still just specialized buses, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, we've amalgamated the job description, so there aren't individual Smart Bus or specialized operators anymore. We have 95 operators, and they go through a selection process 4 times a year based on the collective bargaining agreement. So from board period to board period or sign up or pick, as it's known. Any operator has a choice based on their seniority to select on-demand transit / specialized work, or they can drive conventional fixed route service.
But
So
the smaller buses, how many of those?
we still have 12 buses in
Still
the fleet.
12? Okay. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier-Lance?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. One last question about snow, Keith. Have we had a piece of equipment on every residential street at this time now? It's February.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, no.
Okay.
I don't know the percentage.
Okay, so is that a reflection of lack of funding, lack of equipment, or is there a reason we haven't had every street, residential street, at least once?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, it's definitely not due to a lack of funding. I think there's a multitude of variables at play. Definitely Mother Nature this year. November, December, we got an incredible amount of snow, and not only that, is the freeze thaw. We went from minus 35 to plus 14, I think, in 48 hours. Councillor have already touched on it, is that a lot of the issue that we faced this year, and as in previous years, is vehicles being parked on the street. And not only that, what we're also facing is that residents throw the snow back onto the street. So that also slows us down quite a bit. And so what we're facing this time is, and also, if you look at the policy says we plow first and then we haul.
Can I just, it's fine, I know we're gonna have, you answered my question, and thank you, because it's obviously coming back Tuesday, so we can discuss it more, because I think people want to get moving on, so thanks for that, though.
I can talk snow for days.
Yeah, well, you will be Tuesday, apparently.
Bring a snack on Tuesday. Council, any questions? We can go, is Council any motions? Councilor Cardin, have a motion?
Struggling to keep my eyes open, but I think I could read this. All right. I, Kendrick Cardinal, move that $107,000 be added to the Public Works 2026 operating budget to add an additional full-time rural horticulturist position.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal, and thanks, Councilor Van Castian, for the second. Councilor Cardinal, do you want to speak to that motion?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just spoke with the staff and trying to coordinate together about how we could possibly move this forward if it's approved. The number obviously came from community services. The reasoning around my motion is that I find that once again, the bits and pieces of rural operations through Public Works can be enhanced. We've obviously had conversations with staff, but mostly, you know, having the horticulturists mentor the summer students that we're going to have coming into the region, primarily the rural communities. I think that the mentoring of this horticulturist can teach the students how to be, you know, on time, you know, create scheduling, fix the plants, add, you know, just take care of our rural residents a little more and beautify it. It aligns with you know, our strategic plan to beautify our region. And I also sit in the Communities in Bloom Committee, and that was obviously a concern that we've discussed, and I think it's important that we just support our rural residents and beautify some more of the municipal buildings around the community. That's pretty much what I got, I guess, and also, you know, that's it. I just work to take care of our rural assets, whether it be a planter box or not, but and just upkeep them. One of the issues that I know is that we do have public works that come in once or twice a year, or maybe once a year. They come in and they plant the flowers, and then that's it. We don't see them anymore. And I think that this rural horticulturist will beautify all of the rural communities and work on a schedule through public works and make it happen. I think that mentoring the students would be a great thing as well, because the summer students do need direction, and just being a supervisor, and there's a lot of different areas that we all like to indulge in. Maybe some of the kids can be those horticulturists rurally and take care of the plants and hopefully food sustainability at the same time. So if I can have my fellow councillors support the motion, I'd really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I just have a question for Public Works. How many horticulturists do we have in the municipality right now?
Through the chair to Mr. Mayor, we have 2.
And that's for the entire region?
Through the chair to Mr. Mayor, we have 2 for the entire municipality. Typically, we separate it as north and south.
Thank you. Councillor Vardy? Oh, sorry, one other question.
Sir.
What does the horticulturist do during the winter?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, winter maintenance.
Yeah, I knew that. I just wanted you to say it. I've talked to her. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. My question is for Councillor Cardinal. So is this just for the salary and not including supplies?
I have another motion coming on capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would specifically be for supplies.
Gotcha. Okay, well thought out. My next question is to you, Director Smith. So in my opinion, having visited and have lived in some of the rural communities, I believe that our urban sees more investment in beautification. I don't think it's the same caliber in the rural. And as the expert, would you agree?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, I think that would be subjective. I can give you the numbers of what we spend in the rural versus the urban, if that's what you want. So in Fort Chipewyan alone, we spend 7,000, and in the remaining rural areas, we spend 32,000. Within the urban service areas itself, we spend 120. Now, I think the difference that I just want to note so that we compare apples to apples is that that's material flowers. That's not including flower pots or any of the structure that is planted in. I know in the past our canoes has always been a big item. We have 8 in the urban service area, but we also have 8 in the rural service area.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you so those numbers are just physical plants, I'm assuming, that we're talking about, when those numbers that you gave to Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
And so, I guess, did you answer the question? Like, in your opinion, do you believe that there is more time or more dedication to beautification in the urban service area versus the rural?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's a tough question because it's very. I don't have empirical data to back that up, and I can say anecdotally, our 2 horticulturalists love spending time in the rural. I can say that I've had discussions with both of these individuals that make our municipality beautiful. Big shout out to Crystal and Janice. They do a fantastic job. But they have told me individually that we would benefit from a person that's dedicated to the rural, obviously just because of geographical distances. However, you need to think that the horticulturists themselves, they are more the individual that plans for it. It's truly more of the laborers, the students, the LDOs that does the work. Our rural operations team south of Fort Chipewyan, the 25 folks, when I go out to Anzac, I go to Fort McKay in those areas, I always see them beautifying the neighborhood. With regards to Fort Chipewyan, Ernest's group does a fantastic job too as well. So it'd be tough to say that we do more in the urban. There's really no set standard. It's not like, you know, we need to have so many tulips per cubic meter or anything like that. But it just anecdotally happened over time. It's preparing for Communities in Bloom symposiums. It's just, and that's where we're at now.
Awesome. In Sapri and Draper, I believe in Draper, all the flowers are just at the sign, the welcome sign there, right? Or is there more beautification throughout Draper as well when it comes to horticulture?
Through the Chair to Council Weigel, I wouldn't be able to say, but certainly I'd have to get back to you. I do know the placemaking, the entrances are where the focus would be.
Right. And the service actually over the last couple of years has changed quite a bit, right? Because I remember at the beginning of my last term, it was public, like it was the urban public works that actually worked on Draper and Sapri, and then it switched over somewhere along the line to rural IRR. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, Councillor Weigel, exactly. It's not captured in this presentation or this budget session because the switch occurred afterwards. So all of rural operations outside of Fort Chipewyan is now transferred back to Public Works.
Okay, so you're back again to where we were 5 years ago?
Not completely. So anything outside of Fort Chipewyan is now Public Works completely. Within Fort Chipewyan, we are responsible for the airport, also fully responsible for the cemetery. And when it comes to horticulture, playgrounds, turf, anything along those lines, we help out.
Okay.
We don't have people up there. They're no longer reporting to Public Works, but we assist.
But south of Fort Chipewyan, Public Works now does all the horticulture, beautification, all that kind of stuff.
Through the Chair, correct.
Awesome. I think you answered the question, but my original question before I started going down this tangent, it was, do you believe, or does your department believe that it is, that it's needed, like a rural horticulturist is needed? And you said that your staff believes so. Does the department believe so as well?
Through the Chair to Councillor Weigel, I'm a firm believer that staffing and assets is equivalent to service levels. So we need to define the service levels. If Councillor Cardinal is saying that the service levels in Fort Chipewyan and in rural is not the standard and we need to increase those service levels, then quite possibly then we would need to increase the people. I do know when I go out to different areas, I'll have a conversation with the hort techs, I'll have a conversation with the turf techs, with the LEOs, HEOs, and I'm always saying, what can we do better? How can we help you? How can Kelly and Mark and I do better? And when I do have a discussion with the hort techs, that's quite often what comes up. They do a fantastic job in the rural, but when I have that conversation with them, they often say that the rural would benefit from its own resources.
Okay.
Not to say that we can't do it, but it would benefit.
I super appreciate your response. It's very consistent with what we originally heard during our training. I only know Sapri and Draper fairly well, just because I deal with it on a constant basis. What are the service? Can you give me an example of what the service levels are in Sapri Creek?
Through the Chair to Councillor Weigel, when it comes to beautification, horticulture, turf, any of those things, there really is no service levels. It's not the same as, say, like a ball diamond. If you have a class 1, class 2, class 3, really what separates it is how often it gets mowed and irrigation. But when it comes to flowers, how many flower pots it has, the level of flowers it has, it's very much subjective. There really is no service level. In town, it just continued and continued. And like I said before, we are part of the CIB, the Communities in Bloom Symposium, and that group. So it's beautifying our community, but there's really no set standard.
I thank you. I feel like I'm going down on this, and I love you, so I'm trying not to catch all. But you just told me that what we do is based on service levels, and I asked you what the service level was, and you told me that we don't really have the service level, so I'm in confusion of how do you know how many flowers to put, where to put them, that kind of thing.
Through the Chair to Councillor Weigel, I appreciate the love you too. What I mean by that is that as of right now, we're doing $6,000 worth, and let's not just relate it to dollar value, like $6,000 worth of plants and in Fort Chipewyan. However, if Councillor Cardinal is saying that's not enough, he's defining the service levels, right? So if we have two horticulturists now, And the service levels being, if he wants more plants in the rural, that means the level goes up. But I can't say, like, it's not a defined service level, if that makes sense. Like, in the snow policy, it says, once the pavement hits 5 centimeters, then we go in and plow. That's your service standard. But we don't have one such as this. But what I'm saying is that if Councillor Cardinal's going to add another 100,000 to this budget, that means that we will need more resources to do such.
So in other municipalities, and I guess this is the question, because this is what kind of came up last year again in Sapri Creek, is we didn't see flowers until July. So is it something that we're missing a policy? Like, are we missing a policy saying, hey, we need to have like this many flowers planted by May 1st? Like, because to me, like, service levels is a policy, right? Yes, I get it. And so, but to me, that's the back and forth, because we're saying, well, if Councillor Cardinal wants more plants, but what are the number of plants? Like, are we planning the right number of plants? Are we getting it there on the right date? To me, for a service level, like you said, with snow, there's a policy saying this many centimeters, this many vehicles, go get her. Mm-hmm. With beautification, there's just not this, like you said, it's kind of, it's kind of out there. It's like, hey, do you like what we're doing? If not, let's get more. And so, is there a policy, like, are we missing, I guess, legislative services or somebody, like, are we just missing a policy to actually kind of get down to it? Because I don't know, I guess when the complaint came in last year about us not having flowers soon enough in Sapri Creek, I have nothing to go back to going, hey, we're supposed to have flowers by this date in Sapri Creek, or we're supposed to do these gardens in Sapri Creek, or the placemaking sign's supposed to have it. And so it becomes an ambiguous conversation. It's same came up with winter decorations. It's like we're missing winter decorations. 4 things went up. Was that enough? Was it not enough? Did we think it was the same as Anzac? No. It was kind of, but I've got nothing to go against, what that is. And so I guess the question, before I ranted there, was, do we need a policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, and it really depends. It's planned, and it's hard with the timeframes. These ladies, these horticulturalists, yeah, they help out with winter maintenance in the winter, but they also plan and order these flowers. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Give them a timeline. It depends on when we get them from the nursery. There's a multitude of factors at play. As soon as possible. It depends on when we get our summer students. Not last year before, we didn't get any summer students, so they didn't get out quite as quick, and we had to make it up with our own people and contracted services. So, yeah, if the policy wanted to be created to say, by May 1st, all flowers must be out, that's something we could shoot for.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardin, we had something to add to that?
I just kind of wanted to say a few words on Councillor Weigel's comments there, question, sorry. I think that the level of, maybe the level of the quality of the flowers, like we don't have the quality of the flowers that the urban does. That's kind of the point that I'm getting at with some of the stuff that I'm requesting, is that we don't have the same flowers, or just more bigger flowers that you can that stand out when you go into a municipal building. In fact, there's none at the Fort Chippewa. Or no, actually, no, I wouldn't say that. There's no flower planters or big flower planters that are, as soon as you walk in, nor is there benches or anything where the staff can sit down at. So that's off topic, sorry. But anyways, that was, and also we're an isolated community, so it's just not like I can phone Keith and say, okay, well, can you have so and so go to Draper and fix the flower pot, right? So that's what I'm getting at, is that it's a lot harder to go to Fort Chippewa and have somebody come in and coordinate and plant the flowers. It costs a lot more, right? And it takes a lot more time. So if we have, I'll let somebody go next there, Mayor. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Quick question. What's the difference between the horticulturists and the staff that work with the horticulturists?
Through the chair to the mayor, the horticulturalist is the one that went to school and is schooled in the art and science.
Yeah, and their resume, but I mean when they're on the ground.
Yeah.
Like when there's, what does a horticulturist do, I guess I'm trying to ask, compared to what their staff does?
So if you, through the chair to the mayor, if you're ever out and about and you see these individuals, like I said, they will be into the flowers knee deep, no doubt about it, when they come back to full of soil. But they're the ones that kind of plan the area, plan what will be there, and the laborers and the students are the ones that actually does the physical work. So they're more, I don't want to use the word, they're almost like a supervisor, but they're not an exact supervisor.
So they plan where things are going to go, or how it's going to look?
Yeah.
Okay, and I see in the amount, the 107,000, I'm guessing that's prorated for the rest of 2026, so then next year it would be a different number. Lori, maybe you might know that?
Sorry, through the chair to the chair, can you repeat the question?
The $107,000, I'm guessing it's like an 8-month or 9-month prorate for the rest of this year. What would the amount be next year?
149,000.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Luana Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Stop talking to him. I need to talk to him. Kendrick, you're looking for like beautification in all rural, but also Fort Chip, correct? Like really enhancing the beautification of the community. It's kind of been a theme, right? Christmas decorations, like that's what you're looking for?
At this point, it's just specifically, well, I guess the horticulture will do that on off-season for the lights and all that other stuff, but.
Are you looking for rural, not Fort Chip?
No, it's all rural, like right from Conklin to Chip. Anzac, Draper,
Okay.
Sapri, Conklin, Janvier, Fort Chippewa, Fort McKay, Fort Fitz, if we get there.
Okay, and you have rural staff, right? Not in Chip, but you have other rural staff?
Through the chair to the question, yes.
So in your 330 staff, do you have any ability to find capacity without having, plus this doesn't include summer students, right? Like, is there no capacity to get more plants up there? You've asked for summer students, right? Like they're gonna,
But
well, that's coming,
it's
right?
coming, yeah.
For summer students, and then to have the existing park staff go up once every week, work with those summer students so they can take that on. Like, is there any, I know not one of you is gonna sit up there and go, no, to no more staff, but I'm like, is there any ability in 330 staff and summer students and to find some synergies so we're not just continually adding to our budget? Like, the summer students are coming. If you can commit a staff member to going up there every whatever to do the teaching, we change the service level to what you're talking about. I'm just not understanding. Efficiencies. I'm just not understanding. I'm sorry, I'm saying the E word. How we can't find some efficiencies to be able to meet the need that you're looking for. Get those students taught. Get you bigger flowers. Get the Christmas decorations. Like, you want equity in your community, like the rest of the urban has. This is part of our strat plan, I think, that we put that forward and that it becomes an expectation respectfully that we say to Keith, you put big flower pots by Stu's house so he's happy. Like whatever the case may be, but that we, to your point, Keith, like set the service level, but I'm struggling with our addition to the budget when I think there's synergies. ICAO, would you agree? Find some synergies?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So I will not be supporting this motion. 100% support a path forward to get you what you're looking for, though, Kendrick, differently.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm clearly not a horticulturalist. I'm a part-time ornithologist as I try to understand my fellow councillor, but I'm not a mathematician either. So I just want to understand some of the numbers that you just threw out there. If I've got this correct, and I probably don't, so please correct me. You said $7,000 for flowers, for plants, sorry, not just flowers, for Fort Chip, and $120,000 for the urban specifically. So when we're talking about service levels and equity, that to me is $8.75 per person for Flowers and Fort Chip and $1.42 per person in Fort McMurray. Does that sound accurate?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, those numbers, like I said, 7,000 for Fort Chip 1, 32 for the remaining hamlets, 120 for the urban. I didn't do the math to see what
Just based on population. These are rough numbers, but I mean, we're talking about equity. I mean, that just seems like a lot already. So a horticulturalist doesn't sound like that's actually the position that we need. As Luana stated, it's more for our strat plan. 107,000, and if I understood Lori correctly, 149,000 is the salary for a horticulturalist. Yeah, I don't think I'll be supporting the motion as it's written. We'll talk more about this when we get to strat planning.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Ben Castian.
Thanks, Mayor. Never thought I'd be going from debating counseling in the morning to flowers in the evening. I agree with Councillor Cardinal. There does need to be some work done in our rural. The further south you go, the less beautification, I would say, takes place. It does look good. I'm not going to disparage the effort that our current team does, but it could always be better. A lot of comments around strat plan and maybe this should be it. Maybe it should. We're not there yet. And we had a very similar conversation this morning, and it's been an ongoing theme of we're getting there, but we're not there. So I'm going to be supporting this. I think that our rural areas do need support and do need to be uplifted. And if we move this into our strat plan going forward, then we can talk about this again in 6 months.
Thanks, Councillor Ben Castian. And Anzac looks pretty beautiful, by the way. Councillor Cardinal? Councillor Cardinal?
What's that? Oh, we're just talking about Councillor Stroud there, about how great the work she did at Anzac, and these are the pieces that she added.
And Councillor Ben Castian will too.
Yeah, I know.
Give him a chance.
I'm just saying, but God bless her, but am I doing a closing statement, or what's going on here?
I don't see any other questions. Go ahead, Councillor Cardinal. You can make a closing statement.
I live in the rural community, and I know I guess I'm the one that we're actually there's a lot of us that live in the rural communities, and I just see where the effect it would have on the students as well, to, like I said, have somebody to mentor them, and have somebody commit to a process or commit to a schedule and teach the kids how to show up, to change the culture of sometimes just struggling with well, we spoke a lot about it today with mental health, and the neglect that some of the Indigenous kids have always incurred, and they don't have many things to do in the rural communities, and all I'm trying to do is help some young kids hopefully get jobs in the municipality, and fill all these FTEs or open positions that we have. And we did that last year. I fought 4 years to get summer students in Fort Chip 1, and on my 4th year last year, as in my first term, we got them. And you know what? A staff left our organization. That young girl ended up going into the swimming pool. Her name is Mary Campbell. She now works at the swimming pool now in Fort Chip 1. So, and I spoke to her when I went swimming and went for his team there about 2 weeks ago, and I told her, hey, that summer job sure paid off. And she looked at me and she smiled and she said, yeah, it did. So that's why I do the work I do, whether it's one person or 1,000 people. that's what I'm looking for. And I think mentoring our young ones and finding the path forward and a commitment from us as in leadership to see through that we provide quality life in our community that we all campaigned on. So please support my motion. Let's help those young ones and find a path forward together and build this organization.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. With that, I'll call for a vote. And that's been defeated with 6 against. Thanks, everyone. We're going to take now a half-hour break for dinner, and then we will resume back at 20 after 5 with project delivery. So thanks, Director Smith, for everything you and your team do, and we'll talk about snow on Tuesday.
Can't wait.
Welcome back as we continue with our 2026 operational budget. I'd like to welcome Elliot White, the Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services, to present his 2026 operating budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm not Antoine Remp.
I said Elliot White, right? It's really Elliot.
Yeah. My name is Elliot White, and I'm the Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services. And I'm here to present the proposed 2026 operating budget for our department. The Project Delivery and Facility Services Department consists of two branches, the Project Management Office and Facility Services. The department is responsible for the strategic planning and efficient execution of municipal projects, as well as the planning, lifecycle maintenance, and security of municipal facilities in the region. The mandate of the department is to deliver capital projects efficiently and to maintain the useful life of municipal facilities to their highest standards of safety, functionality, and sustainability. We focus on project governance, facility operation, and lifecycle maintenance while ensuring alignment with municipal priorities. As of September 30th, 2025, actual revenue is significantly over budget, and actual expenses are 72% of the total budget request. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $24,092,702. This request is a decrease of $658,301 compared to 2025. As mentioned by the CFO, the 2027 to 2028 plan years include a 3% increase to incorporate inflation considerations. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more details in the following slide. The 2026 proposed operating budget for salaries and wages and benefits will increase by $1,561,626 compared to 2025. As of January 31st, 2026, the Project Delivery and Facility Services Department has 54 full-time positions, 9 of which are vacant. We are not requesting additional positions for 2026. While the overall head count has not changed year over year, and no new FTEs are being requested for 2026, 12 of the 54 approved positions were not filled and were not funded in 2025. These positions are expected to be filled in 2026, which reflects in the increase identified. The Project Management Office, known as the PMO, is managed by the managers behind me here, James Semple, Aaron Judge, and Mason Ross. This branch is responsible for the delivery of infrastructure projects, including transportation, water, and wastewater. The department also delivers projects related to parks, recreation, and major facilities in the region. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $9,000, which is an increase compared to 2025. The 2025 proposed expenses for this branch are $22,812, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 approved budget for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $762,481, which is driven by the vacant and unfunded FTEs in 2025 that are planned to be filled and fully funded in 2026. Contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $220,915, which is largely due to increases and realignment in consultant fees to support tasks such as building an operational efficiency framework and completing project warranty inspections. Facility Services branch is managed by William Brook. This branch is responsible for the day-to-day management and operational support of municipal buildings and spaces. The department ensures that facilities are secure, functional, and responsive to the needs of staff, residents, and visitors, while also delivering reliable, efficient services through proactive maintenance, operational oversight, and customer-focused service delivery. The proposed revenue for this branch is $510,000, which is a decrease compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch is $18,188,889, which is a decrease compared to 2025. Changes to the proposed changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to 2025 approved budget for this branch includes salary, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $799,145, which is driven by the 5 vacant and unfunded FTEs in 2025 that will be filled and fully funded in 2026. Material goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed decrease of $2,403,675, which is largely due to a decreased consumption in natural gas and electricity based on our current trend analysis and the removal of the carbon tax. To summarize, Project Delivery and Facility Services is proposing a 2026 budget of $24,092,702. This concludes the presentation for Project Delivery and Facility Services, 2026 proposed operating budget, and the 2027 and 2028 financial plan. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director White. Councilor Boussier?
To Mr. White, I want to ask you this question before Luana gets back. Your staff, you have enough? Hurry, because she's going to be coming back. Oh, geez. I'll just withdraw that.
Through the chair to the question, this is a very, very delicate question.
Because you do have a lot of work.
Yeah, that's correct. And the ICO and I had a lot of conversations around this. And maybe what I'll do is I'll talk directly to the PMO right now. We are in a, what I would say a major build or rebuild of our project delivery portfolio and how we deliver projects. And that is it takes time to do that. It's not just a one and done thing. It's not a 1-year exercise. So right now, I believe that we have enough FTEs to deliver the project, capital projects that are assigned to us. However, as we move forward over the short couple of years, there may be that need to possibly realign the organization with more FTEs to support it. It's right now we're focused mostly on just making sure we get out there and get those projects delivered. This year is looking for those efficiencies, and by next year we'll be able to better answer that question and say, well, we need to focus maybe over here, over there. So right now, PMO, we're comfortable with the FTEs. The other thing, and I've had this conversation with a bunch of folks, is that as flood mitigation and as RWSS sort of come offline and those budgets become freed up, that funding, that capital funding, should council choose to do so, could go towards other projects, other asset management related projects, other initiatives. And what we'll likely see is an uptick in the count of projects we have, and therefore we may need also an additional FTEs to support that. But that's a couple years from now. So again, I'm comfortable where we're at with FTEs, and I would have asked if I thought otherwise.
Okay, and just one other question, Ellie. How do we determine if a project is complete? And I know it sounds like a stupid question, but
no, it's not.
And let's use Reach 11. I'm down there probably 4 or 5 times, either Raphael Cree or one of the other boat launches.
Yeah.
And that one, are we finished at Reach 11?
So this is like my team's probably laughing, but through the chair of the question, the word complete is different for different folks. for the public and for mayor and council, to me, complete is you're not going to see people out there doing work anymore. That to me is complete. So to answer your question, Reach 11 is complete. But from a finance perspective or from a budgeting perspective, because flood mitigation is a program, that's still on the books. It's going to remain on the books until the program is complete. There are some nuances with how we do not capitalization. I'm going to look for the word here from finance, but there are things that they have to do in finance where once you reach a certain point in the project, it's called substantially complete. That's where it's a big achievement with the project, where the intent of the project has been met. However, there's some little things that need to happen afterwards to finish. So we heard from the Fort McKay Métis Nation about the kitchen. Okay, we met the intent that the building was operable. We could use the building in general. We can host things in there, but the kitchen wasn't complete. And so sometimes it comes down to painting, touch-ups, things like that. And once you reach substantial completion, we go and we do an inspection and then determine what's left. We do the deficiency list, finish the deficiency list. Once that's complete, then it's final, it's done.
Okay. And I'll ask you just a particular example. And we'll go back to Reach 11.
Yeah.
You go down there and then there's asphalt walk and then it turns into gravel and then there's asphalt again. And there's Jersey barriers all there that, to me, aren't serving a purpose. Maybe they are. So I guess, is that what the final product looks like? It's like in some of the asphalt, Elliot, it was like it was left over, okay, and they just threw it down.
Okay. Can I ask exactly where you're referring to? Because I'm not going to be able to answer it exactly today.
Yeah, and you won't see it now with the snow, but if you park in Raphael Cree,
yeah,
and you start walking towards Howard Pugh Park on, I guess it'd be the east side.
Okay.
It just kind of ends and then gravel and then it picks up again asphalt a little bit later.
Okay. Allow me to take that away.
Yeah,
and then we can look at it this spring. There's nothing stopping us working with our contractors to fix something like that. If it's an oversight that we didn't catch when we were doing the project, we can certainly look into it.
And then there's just a question Councillor Stu and I were chatting. Like, we plant trees.
Yep.
And I'm assuming they come with some sort of warranty. And some of the trees, whether it's down at Howard Pugh or not Howard Pugh, but Reach 11, and even sometimes when you drive down Clearwater Drive, they don't last more than a year or two. Mm-hmm. And Stu and I were just chatting. I don't know if it's the salt and the sand we use, or if it's just lack of water, or just poor tree planting from the contractors. Like, and then sometimes we replace them, sometimes we don't. And I guess that's where I was going with, is when is it complete? Like,
yeah, so we reached that substantial completion in the project. That's when it meets its intended purpose. From that point, that's when the warranty kicks in. So we have 2 years after that point. When it comes to trees are planting trees can be difficult, especially in this climate especially. So what happens is, however, is contractors won't necessarily run out and replace one tree at a time as they die.
Right.
So they'll go in the fall or at the opportune time to do all of them at one shot. So that might be something you're seeing. But if you are seeing something where this project's been done for 2 years and there's a dead tree, that's something that we would have to take inside internally and look to fix that, whether that's through ourselves or through Public Works.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Van Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. Elliot, I got just a couple questions here. For your project management office, we've got a transfer from reserve, 2025 $1 million. Come to know that's a carry forward. However, in your expenditure, you've got the same nice round number there. Are we clerking that to zero, or maybe Lori question, are we clerking that to zero, or did we actually spend that $1 million on other?
Through the chair to the question, I think that I'm going to need the support of finance on that. So you're referring to project management office specifically?
Yeah, and there's a similar thing as well in facility services, not the exact, just in PMO, it's nice big round numbers, and nice big round numbers on a budget are usually little. The little handout you gave us there.
That is for the $1 million that we granted to the Fort McMurray Golf Club for their water line. So it would have been expensed through his budget. He wouldn't have had the budget, so we had to give him the money, and then the expense went out through his cost center.
Okay.
So it's an in and an out.
And then I guess similar question, facility services, we got a 744,000 other.
It's similar. I mean, on the revenue side, there's 689,812.
Yeah.
And then other expenditures. So again, it was probably, I'm guessing, but there was some work that was done at the Heritage Society.
Okay.
Anything that would have happened within facility services that they would have needed the funding for that was approved through council.
Okay.
Or it could have been something that was a carry forward as well.
And we just call it other, just easier line item.
Yes, sorry, 161,000 was for the Heritage Village of that amount. And the remaining, there's a whole list of things that were from last year.
And those are operating costs, not capital?
Which part?
Any of it?
The work for the Heritage Village, no, there was some maintenance. Maintenance that needed to be done. We've got electrical services, a replacement, aquatic center lighting, life cycling for chairs. Like, it's a whole bunch of small things. It should all be operating. I'm just glancing through everything. Assessments, flash
That's all right.
study, yeah.
No, thank you for that. Elliot, just another question there as well. So I'm going to use the Anzac Rec Center parking lot as an example. So we have contractor hired to do job A, did not complete. We hit winter. We opened up the road, which was great. Thank you. If there are any damages associated from freeze thaw and just winter in general, not specifically to that, but in general, who's on the hook for those costs? Is it the contractor because he didn't finish the job when he was going to, or would it be us eating that and then you coming back to ask us for more money?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, that is a very loaded question. And I'm not trying to avoid it, but you have to look at the reason why it didn't get finished. You could look at the contractor and say, well, maybe the contractor failed at delivering. You could look at us and say, well, maybe we did something that maybe prevented them from failing. Maybe it was, weather or any other of those factors. So what I have found in the last couple decades of working in construction is it's always a combination of all of that. After we closed for the season, I looked into that particular project to see what the reason was, and there was a multitude of things. There were some site conditions that were found that were less than desirable. So it tends to be what I'd like to see is a shared. You share the risk a little bit associated with your contract. Sometimes it's we're responsible, sometimes it's them. And then if there is additional cost, you first work that out with the contractor and determine who bears those costs. And hopefully you'll be able to manage them through the contract.
Okay, very situational.
It is.
Apologies for always asking you loaded questions. That's all I've got for you for now, but I would like to commend you. You're probably the only person from the RMWB I've seen stand up at a community organization and meeting and say, sorry, we didn't finish your project, but we'll get it done. So the community really appreciated that, and I thank you for doing that.
Okay, sure.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. Sorry I missed half of it. I just have actually one question, one comment. In your budget, nowhere in here do you have mandatory training. Is that because it's sitting with HR, or you don't have mandatory training?
Through the chair to the question.
This is the question that stumps you of all.
No, I know. So it's obviously we've talked about this through the organization. Training for project managers in general, I wouldn't suggest that it's mandatory.
Okay.
You could argue that engineers require training, but whether it's mandatory or not is questionable. So that's why we wouldn't have mandatory training.
Okay, so it's all just under then beneficial, that's why?
Correct.
Okay, and everybody gets an equal opportunity to get training in your department?
Through the chair, that would be the goal, yes. Yeah, everyone has an opportunity. We open up the floor and to everybody and say, bring in your requests, and then we go through them. Obviously, we talked before about performance and things of that nature too, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just the comment is, thank you to you and to Mason. It's mostly been you that I've hounded, and phone calls and emails, and very grateful for all of the offline learning that you've provided to me, because I knew nothing and just looked at it like, what is the matter with these people? They can't get anything done on budget. So that's what I thought. So I appreciate all the time and energy you've invested in helping me get up to speed and learn about playgrounds and all sorts of other things. So thank you very much to you and Mason.
Thanks, Councilor Broussier, and I echo her comments on educating council on a lot of different things when it comes to project management. Thank you. Councilor Broussier-Lance.
Thanks, Mayor, through the chair. Ellie, just one question. Is there a policy or an obligation for your team to meet at the various job sites that they're managing with the contractor, like once a week or is it just random?
Through the chair to the question, there's no policy in place that mandates them to say you got to be here at a certain time. Our project managers tend to attend to the site every 2 weeks for their biweekly site meetings. And I would encourage our staff to have random stop into the projects so that way they can keep an eye on their projects.
Okay, is there an obligation in any of the RFPs that go out, or whoever secures a job, that the contractor is at the site with one of your staff?
Through the chair to the question, are you suggesting that our staff need to be escorted? Is that the question?
No, is the contractor, like, he's obviously got trades, but let's say I'll just use a Casman, for example.
Sure.
Is there an obligation when Casman has a job or any other contractor gets a job that someone from that company will meet the project manager on a weekly or bi-weekly basis instead of just one of the trades?
I see. Through the chair to the question, it goes back to that biweekly meeting. It comes down to going there on a regular basis, meeting with the whole team. So you mentioned Casman, so Casman's superintendent would be there, their foreman would be there, our project manager would be there, our inspector would be there, and then our consultant team would be there, and they would all meet, and then they would, if required, they'd go meet and go through the site and address any concerns that they had at that time. Now, obviously, there's ad hoc meetings and everything else in between.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Broussier. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try not to jump down the weeds too much here. The same kind of conversation. If we contract one contractor to do multiple jobs, how are we managing that they're doing those jobs on time and they're just not moving people from site to site to site? Like, what's our oversight on that?
Through the chair, what we have is a contract, and it's pretty much our tool to manage the contractor. I would suggest that the contract itself doesn't say you need to be on site at this time or what have you. What it has is deadlines. So then it's up to the contractor to adhere to the contract and meet those deadlines.
Is there a penalty if they don't hit those deadlines?
There is something called liquidated damages in a contract that would, if enforced, would require the contractor to pay any damages that we suffer as a municipality. And so in the case of the municipality, liquidated damages are tough to define, tough to pinpoint what exactly those are. You know, if you imagine a sidewalk, or doing a sidewalk project, what are our true damages and how can we enforce those in the court of law? It's not like we're building, I worked on a project where it was accommodations for students. We had to have them done by September 1st for school.
Right.
Otherwise, the kids had to go to a hotel. The cost of that hotel would have been the liquidated damages. In our case with the municipality, our damages typically tend to be the cost of keeping our consultants onboarded throughout the sort of the extra time that we get into with some of the contracts.
What about the cost of stakeholders? So liquidated damages goes to the municipality, but what if there's an extra cost to the stakeholders?
So this municipality doesn't have any programs associated with any sort of stakeholders or any sort of businesses that are impacted by construction.
And so with the municipality, so many years ago, and obviously this program wasn't there, but many years ago there was construction on Franklin Avenue. And so one of the businesses way down there, AMP, I believe, because the disruption was longer than expected, he ended up coming back and negotiating tax relief over that time. Would that constitute liquidated damages?
Through the chair of the question, I don't know that answer, and I'm hoping legal will be able to step in here in a minute. I will state out loud is that there are municipalities that do have programs available for stakeholders that are impacted by construction, but I don't know if legal can respond here, but I don't know if we would define that as liquidated damage if a business that you mentioned was negotiating a lower tax rate. So if you want to maybe pass it over to legal.
Sure.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I think that's probably a little bit like, you know, after the fire when we gave tax relief to residents, and then we attempted to claim that through our insurance policy, and our insurer said, sorry, no, you chose to do that voluntarily. So if council elected to give tax relief, you know, it's unlikely that it would be something that we could collect liquidated damages for. The approach we take, though, is like we've looked at case law, and I don't believe we put a liquidated damages clause in every single contract. It's often ones that are more time sensitive, where there might be consequences for failure to meet the deadline. And I think our team in the project management office can either confirm or deny that. I know we have it through a supplemental condition. But in that particular instance, we'd have to do some research and really dig into whether or not the courts have supported it.
Right. Okay. And so, Director White, you said that there are other municipalities that do have programs that support stakeholders or that deal with stakeholders. Are we looking into something like that? Is that something that we're currently looking into, or not at all?
Through the chair to the question, only on a personal level, not on a professional level. It would be a direction that we would need to look at from.
So, like, you're personally looking into it and seeing what's out there.
I've been curious over a little bit here. Be frank, City of Montreal has a program, but it's the will of council to direct administration if you guys are interested in looking at something like that, because there is a financial impact associated with something like that. It's not huge, but it's important. And you know, when I think of things like, you know, the undaunting task of replacing Franklin Avenue undergrounds, for example, in some decade from here or whatever,
right?
You know, I don't know what that kind of impact that would have on businesses, but after conversations I've had as of late and as long as the last 2 years, it's you learn a lot, and you learn how much impact construction has on businesses around, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and in transparency, obviously, dancing around it. Your team, like Mason, I would like to call it Mason. He did an unbelievable job dealing with me with the construction on Morrison, making sure that I was well aware of what was going on and being on top of it. And so your team has done an unbelievable job. But I do believe that, you know, and this is just speaking from personal experience, and that's why I'm going down this rabbit hole, is just I don't believe that as a municipality, we stayed on top of those contractors enough. And there was a delay. And unfortunately, not only my business, but Service, Toyota, Boston Pizza were probably all way more affected than I was in that construction. And there's a price that stakeholders pay. And I think there's a reasonable amount of assumption that, you know, with the level of service that we have in services, that there's going to be disruption. But when the stakeholders and real money and small businesses are involved, I think that we need to take a more diligent approach in making sure that we're making them as viable as possible through that process. And so if that's something that has to be brought up from council, I know that we can have a further conversation about what you've personally found and bring that up at a later time. But I do appreciate it. And again, kudos to your team and to Mason individually. So thank you.
I did just want to add, Councillor Weigel, that there are some sections in the Municipal Government Act that deal with a concept called injurious affection. It's a common law principle, but it's been altered through the Municipal Government Act. And it deals with compensating an owner for the loss of their property value or the potential loss of their property value as a result of the existence of a municipal utility. But it does bar any recovery for the use of that municipal facility or for its construction. So in general, I would say that there's, like, at law, there's not a lot of obligation in those instances to compensate. But again, that doesn't mean that council doesn't, have the will to do that.
I appreciate that. And so that sounds like it's the actual value of the asset, though. So like it would be the building and the infrastructure around, but not the loss of business or pattern or future business or anything that would cause.
Through the chair, that's correct. Typically, it would just be the loss of value in your property.
In the property.
Yeah, and we can certainly explore at law if there are any obligations when it comes to business losses and what the municipality's obligation is to protect, to prevent that. Okay. But generally, there are a lot of protections in the Municipal Government Act.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Thanks, Caitlin. Does anybody have any motions relating to the operating budget? Not seeing any, so go ahead, Elliot, you have a motion?
No. Not today. I just want to clarify the questions that we had over here. Raphael Cree Trail, we have a contract coming out this summer to rectify that issue. So just so you're aware. And you mentioned Jersey barriers. Are you referring to the Jersey barriers on the road that when you go to Draper? Okay. Okay, they're down in there. We'll look into that as well. Okay, but just know that we have a contractor coming in to fix that. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bousquier, and thanks, Elliot. Next, I'd like to invite Director Fraser with Indigenous Relations to present their 2026 operating budget. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I'd just like to recuse myself due to a potential conflict of interest. And although I've resigned my employment, I'm still there for a bit. So okay. I'll recuse myself now.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'd also like to excuse myself due to potential conflict of interest as I work for an Indigenous community.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Dennis Fraser, Director of Indigenous and Rural Relations. I am here today to present the proposed 2026 operating budget for the Indigenous and Rural Relations branch. With me today will be Lauren Goloski is not here. She had childcare. She's the Manager of Indigenous Relations. We have Ernest Thacker, who's the Acting Manager for CHIP, and Michelle Brewer, Manager of Rural Services. The Indigenous and Rural Relations Department is comprised of 3 branches and administration: Indigenous Relations, for CHIP 1 operations, and Rural Services. I'm pleased to share a few highlights about our department and the important work we're doing across the region. At its core, IR is about strengthening relationships with Indigenous partners and rural communities. Our work is grounded in inclusion, collaboration, and mutual respect. As of September 30th, 2025, actual revenue is at 96%, and actual expenses are at 65% of the total 2025 budget. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $25,683,143. This request is an increase of $1,181,502 compared to 2025. As previously mentioned by several other presenters, the 2027-2028 plans have a 3% inflation increase incorporated. The proposed operating budget will be explained in more detail in the coming slides. The proposed operating budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $66,947 compared to 2025. As of September 30th, 2025, the Indigenous and Rural Relations Department had 72 full-time employees. IR had a total of 6 vacancies at the time of budget. 3 of those positions have been filled, leaving 3 vacancies as of December 31st, 2025. Administration provides strategic oversight and support of the department and its branches. This branch does not generate revenue. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $465,119, which is a decrease compared to 2025. Changes to the 26 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget include salary, wages, and benefits has a proposed decrease of $49,378. Material, goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed decrease of $190,500, which is primarily due to a realignment of budget rather than a reduction in service delivery. Historically, many costs such as event support, programming, and TRC initiatives were captured under administration. To improve transparency and accuracy and to provide better operational oversight, these expenses are now allocated correctly within the Indigenous Relations branch. The Indigenous Relations branch is managed by Lauren Goloski. The branch leads rural community engagement, programming, and government-to-government relationships work across the region. The proposed expense for this branch is $5,637,403, which is an increase compared to 25. Changes to the proposed expense budget in comparison to the 25 budget for this branch include salary, wages, and benefits has a proposed decrease of $108,384, which is a result of a reduction in FTE and addition of casual positions. Contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $73,959, which is due to an increase in regional programming and engagements including budget for business travel and facility rentals. Materials, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $342,285, which is primarily due to increasing programming and presence in the rural and Indigenous communities and Good Relations Leadership Forum. The Rural Relationships Branch has also expanded programming across the region, both geographically and through frequency and quality of programming. Fort Chipewyan branch is managed by Dennis Warr. This branch oversees the delivery of municipal services, facility maintenance, and community programming in the hamlet. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $303,636, which is an increase of $30,472 compared to 25. This is primarily due to utility rate increase. The proposed expenses for this branch, $5,965,819, which is an increase compared to 25. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 25 approved budget for this branch include salary, wages, and benefits as a proposed increase of $102,008, which is due to a supervisor position not budgeted for in 2025. Contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $580,914, which is largely due to increases for the 2023 fire debris cleanup, heavy materials hauled from Fort Chip landfill to Fort McMurray, and required airport road repairs. Material goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $71,250, which is primarily due to fitness equipment and furniture replacement for the Archie Simpson Marina and conference room. Other expenditures has a proposed increase of $185,000, which is primarily due to the rebuild and chip seal of a portion of Highway 48 in Fort Smith. Rural Services Branch is managed by Michelle Brewer. This branch is responsible for maintaining municipal roads, winter roads, green spaces, playgrounds, and services across the rural communities. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $703,600, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase consists of rates for residential water, sewer, and fees associated with road use agreements. The proposed expenses for this branch are $14,622,014, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget include salary, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $122,728, mainly due to positions funded in 2026 that were not fully funded in 25 due to leaves and vacancies. Contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $283,492, which is largely due to new operational projects including Conklin Trail lighting, Janby Community Street lights, and an increase to the rural road maintenance contracts. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has a proposed increase of $32,300, mainly attributed to sand and gravel requirements for rural roads and electricity costs associated with the previously installed street lights on Tower Road. To summarize, Indigenous and Rural Relations is proposing a 2026 budget of $25,683,143. This supports the continued delivery of essential services, expanded community engagement, and strengthened relationships with First Nations and Métis communities across the region. This concludes the department's presentation and we'd be happy to take questions.
Thanks, Director Fraser. I also have questions. Under Indigenous Relations, what's the 1.5 million for other expenses? Can you explain those other expenses?
The 1.5 million would be for the protocol agreements.
Yeah. Fair enough. Good. Thanks. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just looking at a couple of line items that jump between rural services, Fort Chip Hamlet, Indigenous Relations, and then both IRR. So it's one of the lines I'm curious about is $8,200 for cable television. What do we have cable television for?
Okay, that's in Fort Chip.
It's in Fort Chip and it's in, I'll find it here. It's in two. It's in Fort Chip and it's in one of the other ones. But sure, even if it's in Fort Chip.
It's for the 3 staffing houses in Fort Chip. It has cable television, also for the youth center.
Can we get Starlink and a Fire Stick? It's just for that cost.
I'm
I
all
mean,
for
it just
that.
seems better options and cheaper. And then exactly, yeah, so they can watch council meetings because everybody loves watching council meetings. The special consult service, 68,500. What was that for?
Through the chair, we'll get Lauren to discuss that.
You can hear me, but I don't usually need one of these. I'm loud enough. That would be for honorarium for elders, knowledge keepers. Previously, that was under other fees, and it's about consistency with what we've spent in previous years. But yeah, anytime we work with an elder or traditional knowledge keeper, the correct protocol is to pay them for their time in traditional knowledge. That covers that.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Dennis. I'm Director Fraser, through the chair to the presenters. Winter Road, what's the Winter Road under?
The Winter Road would be under rural ops.
Rural ops? Okay. Rural services?
Yes,
Rural services?
through the councillor.
So that would be contracting?
Through the chair, yes, it would fall under general contracted services.
And how much of that 999,933,350 is allocated to Winter Road?
So no, that includes all of the general and contracted services. So the amount for the Fort Chip Winter Road is 2.5 million. And then I have in there other general and contracted services. So there's the Laloche Winter Trail, there's the contract maintenance for the rural roads as well.
So did the contract go down a little bit in price over the last couple of years?
For the
Winter
Fort Chip
Road?
Winter Road?
Yeah.
No, it did not.
Oh, it did not?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I don't have too much more on that. No. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Van Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, for rural services, I had heard Director Smith mention that Public Works has taken over some items in the Southern Hamlets. Is that accounted for within your budget, that Public Works has taken over some of that?
Through the chair, yes, it is. Actually, it's my whole department will be, or my whole area will be moving back under Keith. So this whole budget will be moved back under Keith.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I have. I know just a piece of feedback is the Southern Hamlets love what you guys are doing. Your engagements are great. And I do appreciate, though you don't have to, your engagement with myself in managing some of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Boussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm sorry if I missed it. I've been attention deficiting back and forth here. Can you give me a breakdown how many staff in each of the departments? I missed it, if you said it.
Yes, for the IR department, we have a total of 19 staff. For Chippewan, there's 27. And rural operations, rural services is 27.
And did you say that the rural services used to be under Keith? Now they're under you, and they're going back to Keith?
That is correct. Probably about a year and a half ago, it was decided that it would align better under IRR because we have the indigenous side of things, we have the rural side of things, and the rural ops would be a better fit in regards to the roads, the Fort Chipwinter Road, that type of thing. So they came over to IRR. And now with future alignments, with operations, they're probably better fitted in operations.
Okay.
And
perfect. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. What is the summer students a part of the employees as it stands right now?
Summer students are not part of our FTE positions. They are separate. They're a separate program, and they are funded, I guess, centralized funding out of HR.
Okay. We had a conversation about them doing that. It slipped my mind because I thought it was under you there. Are they got that in their budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yes, they will be working in Fort Chipewyan, 3 of them, 1 in Fort McKay. We do have the business cases submitted, but the funding will be centralized funding out of HR.
And then one last thing, I guess, from me is the Christmas tree and Christmas lights. Where are those? Are those budgeted for?
They are not budgeted currently. We have submitted a request to get some costs, and we have not received that back yet, unless Danielle has. She's reached out to a supplier.
So we have submitted the request and asked for a couple different sizing in the trees, and we're just waiting for facilities to get back to us for that.
Thank you. Dr. Fraser, are we gonna, do you think we'd get that in there for this Christmas?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, Fort Chipewyan will have a Christmas tree and decorations this Christmas.
Oh, thank you very much.
At the bottom of Monument Hill with a fire pit and the right setup.
Right on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal.
Appreciate all the work you guys do for our rural relations. Thanks. Rural communities.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do we have any questions from council? I don't see any.
I got one more question, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
With how many, with the summit that we're having in February 25th and 26th, how many nations have said yes to come in coordination with them?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, 12 out of 12.
Perfect. Right on. It's going to be a good summit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. And again, thanks, Dennis, for you and your team for all you do for the region. It definitely helps me with my relationships immensely. And thanks, Ernest, for providing a vehicle when we get up there, when it's minus 45. Councillor Cardinal, I have another question.
Can I add one more staff for me? No, I got a motion if we can.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cardinal, make your motion.
Thanks, Mayor. I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that $30,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget for Indigenous and Rural Relations for line painting at the Fort Chipewyan Airport.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal, and thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardinal, would like to speak to that? I imagine it's because the lines need painting, but go ahead.
That's it. Lines need paint, they're wore out, and the planes need to follow lines. That's it. Transport Canada send not, maybe I could refer to one of the staff there. I kind of always forgot what you had told me, so if you don't mind.
Through the chair to the question, we had a process inspection audit with Transport Canada in October, and the findings came back. We had two findings. The touchdown lines and the taxiway lines were 50% faded, which means they're non-compliant with the regulations. Therefore, we have to paint this year.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Enough said. Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks, Ernest. Council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Boussier?
No, I give up asking budget stuff at this point. Is it our responsibility? It's our airport? All righty.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is not currently in the current budget? Ask?
No, it wasn't in the budget.
So the findings came obviously after we did the budget?
We got the findings back in January.
Okay, awesome, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, just a general question. How many lines? Like
That's a good question for $30,000.
Like, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, but I would even do it for free. I like Fort Chippewa's just there Sunday. Like
it's a like the 5,000 foot runway with complete touchdown lines and taxiway lines. So
like it's fairly simple, right, Aaron? I mean, I used to do lines in apartment for yeah, but at least just like, is it a difficult, like 30 grand seems like.
Yeah, you got to be within the tolerance of Transport Canada as well. So if they do the measurements, if you're 2 or 3 millimeters out, you have to repaint.
Have you ever watched it happen?
Yep.
Is it just like, I'm not trying to be funny
No,
here. Is
there's
it
a
just
machine, like there's a
machine.
There's a process to it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier, 'cause I was thinking the same thing. It was expensive paint.
But if you got a week there, Councillor Boussier, I'll help you out.
Councillor question?
Just a point of clarity. Again, there's very few times I get to be a subject matter expert. That paint is almost $75 a gallon. So it is expensive. Yeah,
probably more than that.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It is expensive. 30,000 actually makes sense.
Yeah, and we're landing planes. Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor has no other comments, debate points, or questions. Councillor Cardinal, do you have any closing statements besides what's already been said?
No, I like the color white and yellow.
I don't believe you have a choice. With that, I'll call for a vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I got another motion here. I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that $114,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget for IRR to add a full-time position for the purpose of working on the regional water strategy as a full-time employment, I think. Yeah, sorry. I'll read that again. I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that $114,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget for IRR to add a full-time position for the purpose of working on a regional water strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal, and thank you, Councillor Boussier, for the second. Councillor Cardinal, would you like to speak to that or have administration speak to it?
Why? We just voted on. Thanks, everyone. obviously approved the mayor's motion earlier, a unanimous decision, but we also need somebody to, that specializes in that kind of work. So, and also just trying to bring industry and nations together on a panel to help support our organization with clarity on the safety of water, as well as following the lead on the mayor's motion, as well as just collaborating at a higher level, so we could have industry players actually step up and do some goods for the water for our communities, and hopefully we can get there. I think that it's time that we work together on the water. So, and coordinating with the board, with the panel. So that's all I got right now.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Dennis, would you guys be able to speak to this, to the need for this position with your department?
Through the chair to the chair. Yeah, and I guess with my 11 years here in the municipality and working with the rural areas, Indigenous communities, leadership, probably the number one concern that I've heard over this time is water quality. And, you know, you look back on the 2016 wildfire, the floods that we've had, and this area needs a water strategy. We are working with environmental services on what this would look like. Now, it's no secret that I've been talking about water quality in this region for some time with the CEO, with SLT, with the mayor, and you know, we hear it all the time. One of the reasons why is we hear it all the time from the Indigenous communities where there's a real concern over water. When our phones go off at night or on weekends, it's usually has something to do with water somewheres. So we've got to be alive to that. If we want to be a leader in this region and keep on being a leader, we've got 33 calls to action that that we influence, that we have more than any other city, town in Alberta, or the country for that matter. And this is just one more piece that is going to put us above everybody else in how we deal with water. The First Nations have departments that have water conferences, and so we're already lagging behind with not being there. Now, there has been some water studies. I know that ECDEV are doing a study, but that's not new data. That's more just taking existing data and putting into a report. So there has to be a comprehensive look at water here, with what happens in the rivers, with the fire industry. And it's got to be a much broader approach that will include the province, will include Indigenous Services Canada, Health Canada, industry, all of the First Nations, and the RMWB. And one of the reasons why that this has kind of been one of the things that I want to drive forward is water sovereignty. The First Nations want water sovereignty. They want us to take a look at treaty rights. So there's a lot riding on here with our relationships. And I think this farther enhances the motion we just had earlier on the $500,000 to take a look at this issue. So we need a comprehensive look at this. So, you know, we try to do it off the corner of our desk. I work with environmental services. We're hand in hand in this. So I think it's time. I think it's time that we take a look at being a leader in water in this region too.
Thanks, Director Fraser. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Sorry, no.
Councillor Van Castian?
Thanks, Mayor's question for ICAO. Do we have anybody within the organization that does this or something similar?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, no, we do not. However, listening to the motion there, As I've explained to council, I think there's a need for government relations and our organization recognizing our Indigenous governments, so that government to government, and you will hear that, I think, on the next presentation, or the 2 presentations from now, so there will be an ask there as well.
Okay. Director Fraser, will this person in this vision and dealing with the other nations, is that also going to complement what they do within the OSM program? I know a number of them participate in that.
Through the chair to the council, what program is that you're talking about?
Sorry, oil sands management. So it's community-based water sampling that a lot of, I know of at least 3 nations that participate in it in the south.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. Absolutely. Most nations have their water sampling. They have processes in place, and a lot of it is being siloed. Like we do our things with testing. Our water is heavily tested in Fort Chipewyan, but the nations do their own testing. Industry do their testing. There's a lot of testing going on. So I think comprehensively, we need to find out all this testing, these results, what it means.
This is our seat at the table.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Does council have any other questions, comments, debate points? Not seeing any. Councillor Cardin, like closing statement?
I think one of the disconnects that we have as governments is that finding a path forward together and sitting at the same table all together at one table, and I think that this will make a difference, and hopefully that we can strengthen our relationships on water strategy with the nation, so they could see the comprehensive quality in water sampling, or whatever the wording is for that, but at least, because I find that when we do the testing in Fort Chipewyan, and I was obviously the president of the Fort Chip Métis, and and then also the other leaders, and coordinating together, it was kind of hard for others to be able to believe what is going on. So we kind of want to just bring them all to the table and work together to find that, but also work on a high level globally or regionally or Albertally strategy together, so we could find a path forward, because that's all the nations, and no, I wouldn't say all, but a lot of the nations are doing these water conferences, and then like Dennis said, we ain't addressing it except for this water testing at the water treatment plant in Fort Chipewyan. So I think that we could have more of a vast relation and education piece that comes with this regional water strategy. So if you can, think about the positive impacts and the possible stress that we can relieve from downriver, downstream, all around these areas throughout the rural and here as well, and hopefully they can hear comprehensive feedback from all the people that are sitting at the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I'll call for a vote. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Dennis, and thanks, everyone on your team, for all you do. And moving on to the Office of the, actually, no, we're doing RES. I'd like to invite Regional Revenue Services to present their 2026 operating budget. And if someone could ask the other councillors that stepped out, they could come back in.
A slightly newer one. What? This is the only one we have. Okay. Well, is the content the same? Should be. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Cozy, cozy.
Guys have enough seats there? Need a bench?
Yeah, we've got room. We're a cozy group.
Even if you want to grab the mic from back there, you can bring it up. So you're.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Kelly Roberts, and I'm the current acting regional fire chief for Regional Emergency Services. And with me are Deputy Chiefs Rob Van Heck, Acting Deputy Chief Patricia Penton, Acting Manager of Emergency Management Katie McDonald, and Aaron Anderson, Manager of our Bylaw Services. We are pleased to present the Regional Emergency Services 2026 proposed operating budget. Regional Emergency Services is comprised of administration and 4 branches, including Integrated Emergency Response, Professional Services, Emergency Management, and Bylaw Services. Our department's mandate is clear: to safeguard life, property, and the environment by responding to and mitigating emergencies with professionalism, efficiency, and strategic coordination. This mandate is a statement of how we work together to serve and protect our community. It shapes everything we do, from the training we provide our teams to the equipment and technology we use. Above all, it emphasizes the importance of being constantly prepared and able to respond quickly to keep our region safe. As of September 30th, 2025, actual revenue is at 80% and actual expenses are at 85% of the total 2025 budget requests. The overall proposed budget for 2026 is $45,098,992. This request is an increase of $5,995,689 compared to 2025. As previously mentioned by the CFO, in the 2027 and 2028 plan years includes a 3% increase to incorporate inflation considerations. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more detail in the following slides. The 2026 proposed operating budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $6,686,674 compared to 2025. As of September 30th, 2025, Regional Emergency Services Department had 243 full-time employees, and we're proposing the addition of 6 new employees in 2026. Please note that after the preparation of the 2026 budget, Regional Emergency Services Department received approval to add 8 additional FTEs to our employee complement. These approved positions consist of 2 fire training officers to alleviate operational constraints and 6 firefighter PCPs to support our firefighter cadet program. I highlight this as the approval was after the preparation and publication of the proposed budget. As such, our budget is underestimated by $1,310,900 and 8 FTEs for these positions. If approved, the revised salary and wages request would be $54,980,884. Revised expenses would be $61,536,175 for a net request of $46,409,892. As part of our 2026 staffing requests, Bylaw Services is requesting the addition of 4 bylaw enforcement officers to serve our rural areas effectively. This request stems from a growing need to ensure service delivery is equitable across the entire municipality. Our limited ability to respond to rural enforcement and will allow 2 officers scheduled on each watch. Professional Services has requested the addition of 2 Wildland Urban Interface Officers, or WUI officers. The RMWB has a vast wildland urban interface, and these officers will play a key role in protecting our established interface zones. Their responsibilities will include proactive planning, fire mitigation, emergency response coordination, vegetation management, and hazard risk reduction. Regional Emergency Services Administration Branch is responsible for the overall administration and operation of RES. This branch is also responsible for fostering relationships with third-party agencies like our industrial mutual aid partners, forestry, Local Hero Foundation, Alberta Emergency Management Agency, and Alberta Health Services, who I probably should be calling Emergency Health Services EMS. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch is $1,888,470, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget include the following for this section. Salaries, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $63,358, which is driven by the manager of bylaw services being transferred into this branch. However, it is partially offset by a different position, the program manager of business continuity being transferred out. In contracted and general services has a proposed increase of $42,315, which is largely due to an increase in mandatory and beneficial training due to the change in budgeting practices in 2026, which you've heard now a few times. I'll now hand everything over to Acting Deputy Chief Patricia Penton for the Emergency Integrated Response section.
Sure. Thank you. The Integrated Emergency Response Branch provides integrated emergency response service for the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Our core service area begins with the 911 Emergency Communications Center through to our integrated emergency response model in fire and EMS for both rural and urban areas. We have one full-time department in Fort McMurray with 4 operational fire halls and 6 rural fire halls, Fort Chipewyan, Fort Mackay, Sapri Creek, Anzac, Jambier, and Conklin. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $14,045,193, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to the AHS contract increase, increased 911 grant funding, an increase in Fort Mackay expense reimbursement from Indigenous Services Canada, updated from 78% to 92%, and higher WCB reimbursements. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $42,729,879, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget include for this branch salaries, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $4,159,124, which is driven by the recent settlement of the IFF collective agreement. This collective agreement spans 4 years, covering the period January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2024. As a result, we've seen adjustments that reflect the negotiated increases for our IFF members. Contract and General Services has a proposed increase of $50,785, which is largely due to an increase in conference registration, mandatory and beneficial training due to a change in budgeting in 2026. These funds were held in corporate finance in the 2025 budget, and a tuition fee increase related to payment for the Alberta College of Paramedics tuition. Materials, goods, and supplies and utilities has a proposed increase of $115,940, which is primarily due to bunker gear replacement and the replacement of 8 circular saws. Other expenditures has a proposed increase of $608,000, which is primarily due to an increase in the HERO grant. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Professional Services Branch is responsible for the development and training of regional emergency services. Key specialties in this branch include fire prevention, public education, fire smart, and apparatus fleet maintenance for RES. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $173,100, which is an increase compared to 2025. This increase is primarily due to the Intact Insurance Grant to cover the Home Partners program as part of our Fire Smart program. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $6,647,542, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget include for this branch salaries, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $724,081, which is driven by the recent settlement of the IFF collective agreement and the addition of 2 wildland urban interface officers proposed for the 2026 budget that was previously discussed. Contracted and General Services has a proposed increase of $135,880, which is largely due to an increase in conference registration, mandatory and beneficial training due to the change in budgeting in 2026. These funds were held in corporate finance previously in the 2025 budget. And we also will see an increase in printing and binding related to recruitment and advertising initiatives. Other expenditures has a proposed increase of $100,000, which is primarily due to the Home Partners program, which is funded by the Intact Insurance Grant.
The Emergency Management Branch coordinates prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery activities within the region to increase organizational and community readiness for significant emergencies and disasters. The branch includes 3 programs: Emergency Social Services, Community Emergency Management Planning, and the Regional Emergency Coordination Center. 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $833,095, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the proposed 2026 budget include contracted and general services with a proposed increase of $17,765. This increase is due to the return of conference registration and beneficial training to the emergency management budget after being held under corporate finance for 2025. Additionally, this increase reflects a full year's subscription to MIR 3, the automated notification system used for notification to specific groups during incidents.
Bylaw Services Branch is responsible for administrating and enforcing a wide range of municipal bylaws and provincial statutes within the RMWB through education, outreach, and compliance. Bylaw Services also plays an active role in supporting both internal and external partners, working closely with the RCMP, as well as providing support for community programs, such as street and winter maintenance, parades, and special events. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $907,990, which is an increase compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $8,126,288, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget include for this branch: salaries, wages, and benefits has a proposed increase of $425,394, which is driven by the addition of 4 new bylaw officers proposed for 2026 that was previously discussed. Contracted and General Services has a proposed increase of $109,772, which is an increase in conference registration and mandatory training due to a change in budgeting in 2026. These funds were held with corporate finance in the 2025 budget. And an increase for nuisance property cleanup that was unbudgeted in 2025.
Forgot that part. To summarize, Regional Emergency Services is proposing a 2026 budget, which is the adjusted amount of $46,409,892. Before we conclude today, I want to provide some additional context regarding our staffing levels and the overtime pressures within Regional Emergency Services. I've listened closely to the delegate presentation from the union, and I want to start by saying that we share their concerns. We believe our people come to work every day wanting to do an exceptional job for this community, and it's our responsibility to ensure they have the support to do so. For over 5 years, we've been advocating for our members regarding the pressures of overtime. While additional staff would certainly benefit the department, the cause of our overtime is a dynamic and complex issue. Staffing levels are just one piece of that puzzle. We agree with the risks highlighted by Councillor Weigel regarding reliance by a workforce on overtime. And we acknowledge the union's comments that this contributes directly to our staff burnout. I also want to recognize Councillor Vardy's comments around the pressures of doing more with less. To understand our needs, we have to look at how our workforce has evolved. Since 2021, we've worked with HR to track changing leave patterns. We're incredibly proud that 17% of our staff are females, well above industry standards. And generational changes have us seeing their male counterparts accessing family and responsibility leaves at much higher rates. Also, our resignation rates are remarkably low, under 3%. The reality is that incidental, sick leave, extended leaves, longer parental leaves have changed our daily operational picture. Some of our greatest challenges are policy. Since 2020, we've had a consistent number of staff on extended leave. Under our current collective agreement, we are limited to employing full-time permanent staff. This means that when an individual is on a long-term leave, even if they're permanently restricted from returning to their role, they technically hold that position. This process can be lengthy, and we've had some staff on it for 2, 3, 4, and even 7 years. Waiting for that position to become vacant has handcuffed us and our ability to recruit new, permanent staff to fill those gaps. We proposed additional staffing models during negotiations in 2021, and while the 2025 arbitration did not rule in our favor, we are back at the table advocating for changes that help support our employee wellness. Though staff backfill is a large driver of our overtime, not all reasons are related to leaves or vacancies. Smaller contributing factor in overtime occurs from carryover from one shift to another, depending on timing of incidents, backfilling staff to attend training, partnering with HR to attend recruitment events, running programs like our annual burn abatement, and supporting large emergency events around the region. As the largest work group in RES, the operational branch, the frontline firefighters, they help cover and support other branches in their program delivery on a regular basis. Adding FTEs without addressing some of the underlying factors will likely provide improvements, but we could find ourselves back in the same state a few years from now. Instead, we're trying to take a holistic approach. One example is that we converted an exempt position into an assistant deputy chief of member services. That individual is professionally designated in safety, disability management, and traumatic stress as part of our ongoing commitment to supporting staff. RES and Health have worked with the union to stand up a wellness fitness initiative and have started a voluntary medical screening program for proactive identification of mental and physical health conditions. Since 2023, we've had 120 participants in that program. Training has also been offered to staff and leadership on how to deal with occupational stressors through programs like Before Occupational Stress, which is now offered to all recruits, and trauma-informed leadership training. Though we do get a reasonable number of applicants for our postings, we lose candidates throughout the process, resulting in us not consistently being able to fill vacancies, and we see most of our applicants from outside of the region. Over the years, we have initiated annual career exploration camps and trialed a U21 summer training program, while also re-engaging with post-secondary schools and career fairs locally and around the province. And if questions come up, Deputy Chief Van Heck can speak to the work currently underway in our partnerships with Keano. As mentioned, we are asking for an increase in budget to accommodate the 6 FTEs that were approved in late 2025 that support the cadet program that started this week. which HR mentioned the other day. It's a program, again, in partnership with the union to hire staff that don't meet full qualifications and to train them in our fire credentials. That will bring our operational position count from 146 to 152. In addition, the 2 positions for our wildland urban interface team has the benefit of reducing pressures on our operations branch. Statistics show that average careers in EMS only based services is under 10 years. And we feel our integrated model can provide protection against some of that trauma exposure. So we want to explore our workforce coordinator role to lead scheduling practices, ensuring our staff gets the respite they need through consistent scheduling practices and balanced unit assignments. I share this today so that you have a fuller picture of the situation and the work underway. We want to take care of the people who in turn care for our municipality. The staffing components needs to be coordinated with other strategies and disability management, employee reintegration, workforce management strategies, and development of multiple talent pathways, along with recruitment for both our urban and our rural branches. Thank you, and we're happy to address any specific questions you may have.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. As a former EMR, I want you to know that the work that you do is so important and valued, and I want to make sure that the motions and the policy that we make here are supporting you in your role. 2 comments and 1 question. My first comment, Katie, you and I unfortunately have had quite a few activations, and every time I see you on the team, I know that we're in good hands. Anderson came with me to Janvier and was yelled at for about 5 hours, and at the end of it, the elder said, "When is that handsome man with the tattoos coming back?" I don't think they've ever invited an officer. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, I don't think that they've ever asked for another officer to come back. So it really speaks to the level. And I'm excited to see that we have a rural bylaw reflected in this budget. It's long overdue, and thank you. Now time for the grilling. Okay, so recruitment. Kelly, you and I have talked about this, but I do want to bring forward a motion, not today, but in the upcoming weeks, regarding a specific recruitment strategy that works with your team, HR, and the union. Would this help or hinder the work that you're currently doing?
I think that it would provide probably a level of consistency so that we can approach our recruitment strategies with a year-over-year pattern and expectation. I think that would help smooth the processes out. So I do think that, as we talked before, I do think that it would be beneficial. We do a lot of work with HR, and it's good work. And as Carrie Dow mentioned the other day, they have partnered a full-time FTE out of HR to work with us right now with initiatives that Deputy Chief Van Heck is leading. But that is a temporary measure, and is not committed, for a consistent approach. So to get some of these, some of that framework in writing, I think would be beneficial.
Thank you. Deputy Chief, anything to add? Or?
I think she's covered it for the most part, but I would like to highlight that there are a lot of initiatives that we do have underway for recruitment. We've been actively recruiting and trying to fill positions for several years. We did have a gap in the amount of work we were able to do, obviously, during COVID, but our strategies, our work closely with HR and the recruiter that is with us has been very successful, and the 12 that we've just hired this week as a cadet program highlights the work that we've done and the success that we're starting to see.
Perfect, thank you. I will turn it over to the next question for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions. For these new positions, when did we decide to add these?
If we're referring to the 6 positions that relate to the cadet program, I believe they went forward in late October, early November. And we did that in part so that we could try to fill as many positions as possible. And as I mentioned before, that specific ask essentially had to increase our headcount in order to backfill, in essence, the positions that are on extended leave.
So did you say 2 of those positions were for the training branch?
8 total, were the requests through this winter, 6 for the cadet group and 2 for the training branch to support these initiatives.
Okay. On top of that, I don't know if you're aware, I had the absolute pleasure of spending New Year's Eve with your dispatchers, and I learned quite a bit. Part of the reason was they had requested a 4th full-time position for staffing. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on the matter.
It's definitely through the chair to Councillor Brand, it's definitely a conversation that we've had. We did when we thank you to all of those here who helped advocate for us to get our medical dispatch back to the RMWB. When we brought that back, we did increase our minimum manning at that time. So prior to that date, we were running a 2-man minimum manning model in the dispatch area, and when they returned, we increased it to a 3-man minimum manning. So we are aware they're asking, have interest in having additional manning to move it to a 4-person shift. At this moment, looking at, again, a workload and call-specific tasks, time on task, we haven't gone that route yet. We are in conversations with the union actually to do some other initiatives in the dispatch group in order to provide some additional oversight to them in order to ensure they get their wellness breaks that they have had concerns over. And we're hoping to see the effects of that, along with, of course, changing call volume and workloads, and seeing when the decision would be to add FTEs there.
They did a fantastic job, by the way. There was 4 of them there that evening, and wonderful, extremely professional. I kind of expected it to be slightly chaotic, and it was the exact opposite. I think I was the only one that was slightly nervous or concerned about what's going on out there in the world. I understand their concern. I don't like the metric of call volume as the only way to measure against it. So is there another way that you're measuring, or is it just call volume?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, a good question, and I'd say call volume, but it's recognition that that call volume also includes documentation time. It also includes time on the radio. It includes a number of different things. So it's not as small of a stat as just saying how many times the phone rings. So we do look at the full spectrum of what that workload looks like. In general, with 3 staff in there, outside of surge volume, which of course is the other factors, we are a little bit backwards in public safety. We like them having available and open time so that they can respond to the next emergency request, or in this case, the next call, or monitoring the radio for staff safety. So we do want a reasonable amount of available time for them as well, so that they can have that capacity. In general, we have relied on the staff within the center to take their time away from the phones. All of our staff are paid through breaks, so those working a 10-hour shift are paid 10 hours. Those on 14-hour nights get paid 14 hours. So there is the expectation at all of our staff that they respond back based on whatever might be happening on call volumes or events. So it is a bit of a balance to figure out the right sense of it. At this point, on most instances, we're not seeing the need to increase staffing in order to get them their wellness time. We feel that we need to sort out some structure in their day-to-day so that they feel comfortable stepping away. And through conversations with the staff as well, they feel uncomfortable stepping away because of their high level of diligence to their job, to their peers, and to this community. And so we need to make some steps to increase that comfort for them so that they can take that downtime and take those breathers. And we've done our best, and you would have seen it, creating a wellness corner both within the center and expanding out to the conference center and in the conference room in Hall 1, where they can take those times away, take a break away. They are available access to a dorm. They do have available access to the gym, and we do encourage them to do all of those activities. So we're hoping that the initiatives we're working on with the union will help us see if that framework and that structure will be enough. And if not, then we'll be re-talking about what the workload looks like.
Okay. Yeah, in my time there, I think I only saw all 4 of them active twice. and I didn't do a full shift. I would love to see an explainer video or something done for our general public so they understand what actually happens when you call 911. I found it odd and slightly frustrating that if you call for a medical issue, you are getting asked the same questions twice. It seemed like a delay in the process, and again, not my place to fix, but it just seemed like a concern. But I wish people knew the difference between a cell phone and a landline and the issues that arise when it comes to this. Moving on from that, thank you for the info. How often do we go code 4?
Through the chair to Councillor Brett, I'm thinking code blue.
Sorry, code red, where we don't
Code
have
red.
any
Okay,
ambulances.
we
I
have a couple
apologize.
codes. So, did we bring official stats of the code blues or the code reds? We would have to get the actual numbers. The frequency can be multiple times a day, but the length of time could be as short as mere minutes or even seconds, depending on the scenario. We have code reds for ambulances. We have code blues for the for the fire trucks. So, but both mean all of those particular units are out engaged on a call. So we would have to actually get back to. On a different day, probably, if that's information you would like.
I'm just asking these questions more or less for the general public so that they get a kind of concept of what we're dealing with.
If I may,
please.
From an information sharing perspective, this is the biggest strength of our integrated fire department, is our ability to manage those fluctuations in a day-to-day workflow and call volume. We have managed through COVID and through a lot of effort by that frontline staff we were just talking about in flexing between our ambulances and flexing between our fire trucks and staffing. Moving staff working on one fire truck to backfill ambulances in order to continue to provide service to the community so that there is never a call where we can say we've got stacked calls or that we've got an ambulance that can't respond, because we do that work in the background, and that's all from our integrated model.
My other question, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up so much time. I apologize. I'll get through it quickly. When a call comes in for the southern part of our region and we dispatch local hero, how many paramedics / firefighters are we using for a single call?
Through the chair to Councillor Brent, you did spend some time in the dispatch center. That is a dynamic question. If we get a straight medical event down the highway, whether it's at 63 or down 881, a ground ambulance is always sent. So that would be one unit with 2 people in it. If it's of a certain level, whether it meets our automated dispatch requirements or it's because a responding staff member requests the support of the Hero ambulance, then that partnership that we have with them has us send an additional unit out to Hero, and we form the air medical crew. So we put 2 staff on the helicopter to form that. That is usually the number. So 2 units, 2 staff, or 4 staff out of 4 units. If we want to look at it that way, we had periods of time where sometimes there would be a 3rd ambulance via ground also going south. We have worked with Alberta Health Services over the years, and we've made enough changes in our response models that we've alleviated majority of those instances. But so 2 units and 4 staff would be the short answer.
Okay, are we in talks with AHS about a 5th ambulance?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, part of our contract conversations with Alberta Health Services include system status management conversations and when new units and or new additional units and or additional staff are needed. We've had high-level conversations in a 5-year plan that they've developed that they feel fit our region, but we haven't had confirmation on when those may be approved. They're sitting at the Government of Alberta level as part of their fiscal planning processes, and so there's no current plans.
I appreciate all that you guys do. I have not once said thank you for your service because I know how that all goes. But one of the things I did learn outside from your organization was about our essential ambulance shuffle that we do when we do have one that's gone for the area. So what moves from Lac La Biche forward and then has to move from St. Paul, and how it affects the entire province. I think a fifth one is certainly needed, potentially one stationed out at Anzac, but that's for another day. I appreciate all that you guys do. I really do. I hope that the general public really understands and appreciates the level of service that they have here currently and the things that they could have. And I really hope that they understand, and I'm hoping that we're able to explain that better in the coming years. So thank you. I'm just going to move on. Couple of things for Mr. Anderson. So I want to ask you about enhanced authorities. We've discussed this, but again, more for the general public to understand. What parameters and what things are you allowed to do currently, not you personally, but your office, as CPOs here in the RMWB?
Through the chairs of the question, right now as it sits, we have an appointment designation through the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services with different acts on that appointment. So there's a few, like the Traffic Safety Act, the Ammo Protection Act, and I can list them all, but we are bound by those acts that are on our appointments. So when we talk about enhanced authorities, that's getting into minor criminal code stuff, like theft under, mischief under, vehicle collisions, warrant service. They have a list under the policy procedure manual that we could get. Right now, we don't have any enhanced authorities. A lot of it due to training and the approval of the police of jurisdiction, which is the RCMP. So there's a lot of work with that. If we have any additions to our appointments, we would need the approval of the RCMP and as well training. So increased budget comes with that. And as well, limitations. There's going to be limitations to everything. What do you want the peace officers doing within the Wood Buffalo, right? And really define those priorities because we have a number of priorities, but only a certain amount of staff. So if we add any priorities, it takes away from other priorities that we currently have.
So based off of what you've told me, and over the last couple of years, just from citizens' feedback, one of their biggest issues was car theft at night and breaking into vehicles and things of this nature, bikes being stolen in broad daylight and not caring if people are filming. That would be considered theft under 5,000. This is something that you guys would be able to do and leave the RCMP to go and deal with other crimes. Is that something that we're talking about here when we say enhanced authorities?
The whole basis of enhanced authorities is so that we can do the lesser stuff, so the RCMP can concentrate on the higher criminal offenses. So yes, we could assist with that, again, with appropriate training and working with the RCMP on what that scope is going to look like. So just addition to that, like our officers, they're a great bunch. I'm very lucky to manage them. They have a great interest in setting the gold standard, and we want to be worth what we are paid for. So those enhanced authorities would definitely help the Wood Buffalo, would help the RCMP. But again, like with the importance of really setting those priorities, because there's limitations to everything, and safety being one of them as a consideration.
Considering the tools that you use for self-protection and whatnot, and to enforce these issues, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. I'll get off this for now. I appreciate the info. I know there's other counselors that have questions. Again, this is only our first budget. We're going to have issues to deal with for the next few years. So I appreciate all the info. Every dealing I've had with your officers have been fantastic. And every single one of them has high regards for you. So Kudos to
Appreciate
you,
it.
sir, for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my
Thanks, Councilor
questions.
Brandt, and we'll try to keep questions related to budget, but I want to let you know that this group here, the group in the back, may not want to throw an horn, but one of our arguing points to get EMS dispatch back from AHS was our dispatch actually is an international diamond level, which is the highest level accreditation of any EMS dispatch basically in the world, is what our EMS dispatch has. And part of RCMP's success with their B program downtown is a combination of Aaron's team and RCMP and have lowered property crimes by 20% in the downtown area alone. Councillor Van Castian, budget questions?
Thank you. Aaron, you're getting 2 or 4 more bylaw officers in this budget.
Through the chair of the question, we're getting 4, 2 for each watch. We run on 2 watches, so there'll be 2 operating.
Okay, and those are, because I've come to learn, there's a difference between bylaw and peace officer. Are we splitting the difference, or?
Through the chair of the question, those 4 positions will be bylaw enforcement officer positions, not community peace officer positions. And
Okay.
yes, there is a difference, yes.
And dedicated to the rural?
Dedicated to the rural,
Okay.
through the chair.
Are those going to be the folks, provided that we pass this, are those going to be the folks that are going to be continuing the coffee chats that you guys have been doing in the rural communities? I've heard we kind of stopped that beginning of this year. Is that something we're going to be picking up?
Through the chair of the question, of course, we're working with IRR to kind of, as of recently, put those coffee chats on the rural engagements that they set. That's way there's people in the building, and we'll be actually there to afterwards to answer any questions or even present if we have any anything prominent that we would like to present.
Okay, and we've been kind of going back and forth regarding a RFP for our large animal enforcement capabilities. Is any provision within the budget set aside for that, or we're still waiting for something to come back from finance on that?
Through the chair of the question, multiple items. We put in a legal request to kind of look at that and how that's going to work, and I'm working with procurement to also see how that's going to work. But it's not a budgeted item right now, just because we don't have the price.
All right, well, you can chip in the parking ticket you guys gave me on Tuesday to your budget there. Thank you.
I can point who gave that ticket, Kyle. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your service. My questions are for Kelly. I'm confused about a couple things, which is not shocking to anybody, but we got an updated budget on Monday, and you're talking about you just got approval for 8 more, when? Because you said November 25, and that would have been the cadet program, right?
Through the chair to the question, correct. So it was noticed when I was reviewing and clarifying information at the start of budget council sessions here this week, that FTE count was not necessarily fully accurate, and we wanted to make sure, knowing some of the questions that would come up on our FTEs, that we had the solid and most accurate number to present to council today.
Okay, but you're talking about cadets.
So they're hired as firefighter PCPs, our standard qualification. They're just in our cadet stream right now because they don't have the fire qualifications.
Okay, but we know that, like the union presented, that's not the same, right? Like cadets, they then have to be trained as firefighters. They're not ready to go. So we're not, like, how long is the cadet program?
Through the chair of the question, we're anticipating them to be through the cadet program by April.
And then they have to take firefighter training up, or?
No, that includes the firefighter training.
So when did they start?
Monday. Firefighter training is, depending on its deliveries, 12 to 16 weeks.
Okay, so can you,
Sorry, if I may. So when they start in April, they start on the floor, fully trained, ready to go, just like every other employee.
But are they dual trained when they get on the floor?
In April, correct. So upon hire, they were all full PCP, primary care paramedics. They started Monday, just this past Monday. And so for the next 12 weeks, they're going to receive all of their fire training for their 1001s. And then also the integrating the orientation of what it would mean to start on the floor. And then by April, they will be fully functional to work on the operations floor.
So you mentioned November that this was approved, right? I think that's
Through
what
the
you
chair
said
to
about.
the question, correct. The cadet positions were brought forward and approved in, I could look at the exact date, but late October, early November.
When we spoke this week, we spoke about 8 new firefighter positions that weren't, like, how come we didn't know then? This doesn't feel the same.
Through the chair to the question, that's in part why I worked with Finance and HR earlier this week to ensure we were presenting the accurate number. The confusion for those involved earlier this week was whether or not those were positions that were going to be lost through attrition because of their, in essence, backfill positions for those staff on leave, in which case they wouldn't be permanent FTEs and could be considered temporary, or if they were permanent FTEs that increased our overall headcount.
So, sorry, Kelly, it's late and I'm confused. And I have 3 sheets of yours. So, can you give me a rundown of exactly how many new firefighters are in your budget for this year?
Through the chair to the question, we have 6 FTEs related to frontline firefighter positions, 2 FTEs related to training officers, 2 FTEs related to the wildland urban interface officers, and 4 bylaw officers.
Okay, so the 6 firefighters, the 6 FTEs are, you're a firefighter, correct, sir? Yes? Yeah. So they're you. They're, like, these are 6, you're coming in. Not 6 half-trained, unable to.
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. They're fully trained.
In April.
The program is actually 16 weeks, so it'll be early May, but yes, fully trained PCP firefighters ready to work alongside all the other firefighters that are currently in the operations branch.
So does this mean you don't need that extra $1 million in your budget for overtime?
Through to the chair to the question, our overtime, as I mentioned earlier, is a very dynamic issue. 6 divided over the platoons. When we're talking about backfilling and having that relief factor that we require to cover annual leave, incidental sick, extended leaves, relief for training, or temporary secondments over to help other parts of RES, we'll still be short because of the extended leaves.
How many?
Through the chair to the question, that's a hard question to answer. We have 16 usually on extended leave.
Okay, Mayor Bowman, I'll have a motion to bring forward after.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, and explains a lot, so I appreciate that, Kelly. And just so you know, Councillor Boussier, Mr. Van Heck, who's now Deputy Fire Chief, used to present to us on behalf of the union as well. And you're not the first Deputy Fire Chief that was formerly a IAFF president. So it's good to know we have a lot of round knowledge here in the room. And I think I remember lots of times hearing this, but we kept hearing about staffing ratios as well. So these 6 new positions, are they new positions in addition to the already approved positions, or is this just going to backfill some of the existing vacancies?
To the chair, to Councillor Allen, we view those 6 positions, so traditionally up we've been running at a head count of 146 for our operational branch, and those will bring us to 152.
To 152. So we're really close to what the ask was from my FF. I think really what was more important that I was hearing was that there was a staffing ratio of 5.4, and they were wanting to get that up to 5.7. And would that help us achieve that goal?
To the chair, to the question, I think we have to make sure that we do multiple measures in order to improve our staffing longevity on the long term. And yes, increasing our FTE will help us in the short term. But if we don't address ongoing occupational stressors, if we don't address how we backfill in general when staff are on leave, if we don't address the policies that relate to how we can backfill and adjust FTE headcounts so that we can continue our recruitment measures, we'll be back in this situation in a couple of years.
I'm actually starting to see that very similar to how we at one point were approaching the homelessness issue. It's really easy to point out or find that there's an issue somewhere, but you can't just fix it without identifying and doing something about the issue that's causing that. So I can appreciate that, and if there's anything that council can do to assist in there, I'm sure that we would all be prepared to give you the resources you needed for it. But thank you. It's good. We have a good move forward, I think, in this budget.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thanks for that. I have a couple of quick questions. How many cadets do you believe will be successful?
Through the chair to the question, we ran a program about 2 years ago where we invited 18 to 21-year-olds into a similar program, and we had 15 students at that time. We had one unsuccessful. So with our training branch and their ability to train, obviously, our current firefighters as well as new firefighters, we anticipate 100%.
And thanks, Ryan. And over to Kelly, is there anything else this council can do to make your team successful? You've identified a few things. I anticipate there's a motion coming from Councilor Boussier, perhaps to do with staffing. Is there anything else this council can do? We all recognize the importance of the work your entire team does.
To the chair, to Councillor Scott, I first want to say thank you to everyone for that interest and for that desire to improve our staff's workplace conditions and give them what is needed. It's a fine line of trying to not overreach on your willingness to provide that for us and the impacts to the taxpayer dollar when we talk about increasing our staffing by significant numbers. So do know that I understand that balance should exist, and we need to find the right way to do that. Some of the RES relies on a military-style structure within scope unionized supervisors ranked as our captain and our battalion chiefs. This structure keeps us very light in our exempt management roles. An example in our operations and communications branches is we have 159 IFF staff reporting to 2 assistant deputy chiefs, who then report into the deputy chief of that division. We know that employee morale and engagement is influenced by their availability to supervisors. Workload for our chief officer teams continue to grow as we've had consecutive years of rapid change, new projects, and extended periods of emergency activations. This doing more with less mentality means they're pulled away from daily interactions with our staff across shifts and locations. Our workforce survey tells us that staff want to see more of their exempt managers. They want more communication, and they're asking for additional professional development response or opportunities. If I could ask for anything over and above items already discussed, it would be consideration to right-size our division and consider positions outside of firefighter roles and recognize the importance of these support roles over the coming years of your term. And those things can include additional exempt support like the workforce coordinator I mentioned earlier, and new assistant deputy chiefs, a quartermaster to support the ongoing needs and changes of the millions of dollars worth of supply and equipment that our department has. An openness to add FTEs to support recruitment initiatives, and those could be training officers or education officers. An openness to add FTEs to build out our member services functions with the inclusion of trained reintegration personnel, and a potential service writer for our fleet branch. Those are a lot of asks. Those aren't all for this budget. This is for consideration for the long-term needs of what RES needs.
Sure, and thank you for that. Is there anything that you consider critical in that list that should be brought forward now to get it in the works, given all the conditions you're facing, you and your team?
To the chair, to the question, it would be the workforce coordinator.
And what's the budgeted amount for that?
To the question, the anticipated salary is that would be a new position. It would still need to go through compensation and job description review. Is $121,000.
So if you had $121,000 added to the budget, then you could meet that position.
We've done the preliminary work required for it, and we are.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think Councillor Bussiere may have, oh, sorry, there's others who are lined up here.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Just a quick question, Kelly, before I go to Councillor Brandt. Is that 121 including additional, is that the base salary, or is that the fully encompassed, including COLA, pensions, benefits, everything? What's the total number? Just so if someone makes a motion, they don't end up putting 75% of what the actual number is.
To the chair, thank you. Let me just double check. It's from a previous business case that we had prepared. I have it listed at pay band level D.
May I assist?
Yes, let's let finance, who has all the money.
So when we look at it, we look at salaries, wages, benefits, bunker gear, so that they're fully ready to hit the ground running. It is $191,500 per person.
Perfect, thank you. I've done this a few times. I know it's not 121. Thanks. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just for clarification, my questions are all budget related, whether we need to add more to it.
Good job, Councillor Brandt. I'm proud of you.
My previous questions as well, sir. One thing I'm slightly confused on, when we're talking about this cadet program and now these 6 new positions, how many cadets do we have in this program?
Through the chair to the question, we have 12 cadets in the program right now.
And if all 12 pass, are we hiring all 12, or we tell 6 to kick rocks?
They are already hired. They're already staff.
They're already part of it. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all 12, are they part of your existing FTE then, if they're already hired?
To the chair of the question, so those 12 cadets, they are sitting in 10 of our regular established FTEs, so that brought us up to 146, and then 2 of the new FTEs that are now filled. So there's a remaining 4 unfilled positions related to the business case from October, November.
Okay, so the 6 FTEs that were added in November, that you said 2 of those have been filled, and there's still 4 vacancies waiting to be filled.
Correct. So their position assignments as they were hired. So 12 cadets have started this week. As they were hired, they went into open vacancies first.
Yeah.
And so with 12, that has brought us up to 148 filled positions, and the remaining vacant, which we'll be doing additional recruitment for this year.
Okay. Weird question, and maybe I'm not following along. If we've already filled 2 of those positions, how did we not know till this week that there were 6 positions there?
Through to the chair for the question. So this goes back to the determination of it's a temporary type position in the finance books, or if it's a full-time permanent position. You'll note that the FTEs we report on is all related to full-time permanent positions. So when there was not clarity on that they were temporary, they would not have been in those numbers.
So when we built the budget, they weren't FTEs, they were temporary employees, and then they got converted to full-time employees and became FTEs?
The business case was not clear to all the parties, so the confusion came into, again, whether or not the approval that came place in this fall was related to them being, in theory, temporary replacements and thus backfill of his staff that are on extended leave, or if they were permanent additions to our headcount.
Okay. Who would have made that approval in the fall?
You're the one who did it.
Through the chair, that would, through the normal staffing business case, and I approve that.
It comes from the CAO?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
May I add to the exercise? So there's an annual review that we did. We went through all the business cases through HR, CAO's office, and my staff. We did a reconciliation of all the FTEs. We were not informed because budget had already been done, and these positions had originally not been approved, but then there was a process after the fact where the ICAO worked with the team. We just got missed in the loop. So unfortunately, the documentation does not show those additional FTEs or the funding for them.
Councillors, you good, Stu? Yeah. Hey, Councillor Scott?
Yeah, sorry, if you could, Kelly, if you could just give the closed out summary again of why an additional workforce coordinator is necessary and what the benefit is to the organization and the community of having one.
Or to the chair for the question, sure. Historically, what we call rostering requirements, so that's our terminology in relation to setting our schedules and making sure all staff are in appropriate seats based on qualifications and our minimum manning. That workload has been split between responsibility of the in-scope battalion chief and our assistant deputy chiefs. And we feel that we could better manage it and do it in a way that helps improve worker satisfaction. An example of that would be ensuring that staff receive rotations, and that rotation could be between fire apparatus or between ambulances. That might be from one fire hall to a different fire hall, and some of those rotations are to give staff respite. Each type of work we do, whether that's the medical role or the fire role, comes with different types of stressors. It comes with different types of workload and responsibilities, and doing some of that rotation is what we hope will allow some of our staff to get breaks, though it's not a break in the sense of being able to step away and not respond to calls. It is a way to change the exposures that they experience, and so give them time. And if you talk to our frontline staff, they would most definitely tell you that time on the ambulance is their stressor and the time on the fire trucks are their breaks. And we want to ensure that all staff get a share in some of that balance in their workload. Our hope that would help extend longevity of our staff and ensure that they're not potentially needing extended leaves in order to deal with their mental health.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Don't mind me, I'm freezing a little bit, so that's why I went and put on my jacket. I think I'm coming down with a cold, but thanks for the presentation. How many rural staff that are paid through this program?
Through the chair for the question. So our current model for a regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is one career fire department with support by 6 additional paid on-call volunteer fire departments. So all career paid permanent staff exist within the Fort McMurray Fire Department in the urban service area, and the 6 hamlets have paid on-call rural fire departments supported by our service.
Do you think that not having a salaried firefighter in one of the whatever rural area it may be is kind of ways unfair for the amount of money you're asking?
To the chair for the question. You're asking a very hard question to answer.
That's fine.
composite style fire departments are quite common. Rural areas in general are very reliant on volunteer or paid on-call models. Does that mean a different level of service in those areas from the sense of public safety? Yes, it is.
Okay. For the bylaw, the 4 bylaw, where would each one be assigned to?
Through the chair to the question, those officers will be in town from Conklin to Fort McKay.
Not Fort Chip?
Fort Chip has a permanent position right now that we're trying to recruit, that our recruiter has been actively trying to. But you know, it's a really tough position to fill right now.
Okay.
But having said that, if there's a need out in Fort Chip, we do answer the calls. We work alongside with our CMP to help with the dog issues, because I know that's the prominent issue right now. We had a couple teams go out last weekend just because the call volume has increased. The residents have my number, which is great. I've been talking to a lot of them. I've been talking to yourself as well. Thank you for the conversation. Again, trying to find unique ways to fill that position, but also keep within the policies and the collective agreement.
Thanks.
So those 4 positions would help to go out to Fort Chip. That way we can keep our animal control officers in town as well.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott?
I was just going to go to the motions when you're ready.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I've got a motion.
I don't see any other questions. If you'd like to make a motion,
Yeah,
your light is on.
Jade, are you able to pop it up?
Yeah. Thank you both.
So I move that 191,000 be added to the Regional Emergency Services 2026 operating budget to add a full-time position for a workforce coordinator.
Thank you, Councillor Scott, and thank you, Councillor Allen, for the second. And Councillor Scott, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yeah, I think Kelly summarized it as well as it could be done, but it's obviously going to have an effect not only on the workforce, on the organization, but on the region, and it's going to be a beneficial. It's going to be a benefit. We all recognize the importance of this organization and what it does for the region, so I would encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. I don't have any questions, as it was pretty much explained earlier. Does Councillor have any other questions, comment, or debate points before we vote? Councillor Cardinal?
I won't be supporting the motion as it sits. I really think that this organization has so much money that the rural residents that are firefighters, just like each and every one of you, deserve a chance to put some money in their pockets as well. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does anybody have any other comments, questions, or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. And that is carried with 9 in favor. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, next motion, Councillor Bussier. Go ahead, Councillor. You want to read your motion?
Yep, thank you, Mayor Bowen. Bowen, Scott Bowman, whatever your name is. That 1.533 million be added to the Regional Emergency Services 2026 operations budget to add 8 additional firefighter full-time position and required bunker gear.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Thank you, Councillor Brandt, for the second. Councillor Boussier, I don't know if you have to speak to that. We listened to everything, so go ahead.
Sorry?
I said go ahead. We've heard it a lot, but go ahead.
Yeah, you know, we have sat here for I don't know how many days spending how much money. I said at the beginning of budget, what?
3.
Yeah, I said at the beginning of budget, the one thing I'm not going to compromise on is the safety of our citizens. We have an absolutely wiped out regional emergency services team. And if this ends up, they're overstaffed, good. Take a break, take your time off, take your holidays, come back from work and trust it. We will deal with this if we're overstaffed later. These people need to be taken care of, full stop. So I hope you all support this. We heard from our union. Kelly, you said exactly what is the epitome of people who serve. Worry about your tax dollars, don't worry about us. That's why I am gonna worry about you, because you guys don't. You're not known for taking care of yourselves. So if this allows you guys to breathe, if it allows you to look at a rural operations, I don't know. Take the time, take care of yourself, breathe. Let's support our people.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier, and I'll also be supporting this motion. Councillor Cardinal, any comments, questions, debate points?
Thanks, Mayor, through the chair to the presenters. Appreciate the work you guys do. I'll support this motion, but I did want you guys to know how I feel about just how this all is looking, and I really value emergency services and all the stuff that you guys have done throughout the times of the fires and the floods and all the COVID. I really appreciate that, but at some point from the top down, it really needs to finger out to the residents in the rural where I keep on speaking about them because they're, they sometimes they don't have the right person, or maybe they don't want much more, but maybe they don't really have the means to sit and ask for it. But I think it's important that at some point through this emergency services and the whole organization and the union, please have a look at the rural residents, because they're missing out, and a lot of them are volunteer firefighters, and none of them are full-time. And at some point, I think it's important that we actually look at that. So I'll support this motion, but I did want to say those wise words. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. And yeah, it's great for you to thank you, because I think a lot of these are the guys that are in Fort Chip during the fires, putting the sprinklers on there, making sure the homes and facilities are protected. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate if you could give me a little bit more understanding over this ratio thing for going from 5.4. I know they tried to explain it to me on Tuesday as well, but if we were to be able to approve this goal of adding 8 more positions, will that get us to 5.7? Will it automatically change to that, or because right now apparently we're at a 5.4, and I'm not sure exactly how that rotation works. So if you have the positions, would it automatically go to that, or do you have to assign it that way?
Through the chair to the question, sorry, we're just seeing if we had our fast math working over here or not. The 5.7 that was referred to before gets us to a number of 154 from a head count in our operations area. So we're at 152 in this moment, so it actually would bring us above.
Puts us above that.
Yes.
So I know we also asked the question before as well, sometimes people get accustomed to having all that extra overtime and it becomes part of their budget. And I think the response we got was, well, at the end of the day, our mental health is more important. So I think that's what the motion is trying to serve, and where we can go. 8 was the ask. And that, I think at the time, that 8 was to get it up to 154. But if we can surpass that, make sure that we are well-staffed, I think that's the goal of everybody in the community. So happy to support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Cardinal?
I'm curious, can I ask a question about the fire hall?
That will be in,
Capital?
yeah.
Okay. For Chip, I just want to know when it was built. Okay.
Through the chair to the question, I can dig into that and get you an answer.
Okay, thank you. Don, I didn't support a couple of your motions today, but I apologize. But at some point, we, us as a council, the residents really want us to find a balance and make tough decisions. And so I really value what was said here tonight, and I look forward to seeing the new cadets. Hopefully, at some point, I will rely on the emergency services to reach out to the rural residents and hopefully get one of them be a part of the higher level training, and hopefully come outside of the box and move into a community larger where there's more things to do and more people to coordinate with and speak to, and we all speak to mental health matters, so that's a part of it as well. So thank you for your guys' presentation, and I'll support the motion again. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Brandt?
Sorry, just one point of clarity. This motion you've got here, Luana, is this 8 on top of the 6, or is this adding 2 to the 6?
This is 8.
On
more.
Top of 8
Correct.
more on top of the 6. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. I don't see any other questions, comments, or debate points. I will call for a vote. Carried unanimously. And being 7:53 p.m., thank you all, and thank you guys for sticking around. Enjoy your days off.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. And we'll recess the meeting tonight now and come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and continue at 6.12. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.